Chapter 521. There are also differences in strength among the peak powerhouses of the super spirit realm. At this time, the powerhouses of the same level can only see who has stronger spiritual power. Facing the joint attack of the two, Fan Yi consumed a huge amount of spiritual power, and gradually became unable to support it. If you dare to offend the Divine Spirit sect, you will be killed without mercy. With a thunderous roar, the battle entered a white-hot stage, and everyone was fighting in a group. The supreme elders of the Divine Spirit sect also appeared one after another. They all had white hair, but the aura they exuded was extremely powerful. They waved their weapons in their hands, like a black whirlwind, rushed into the enemy group, and began to attack frantically. However, other forces also have old monsters, who have not appeared for many years. These old monsters appeared one after another, and started a fierce battle with the supreme elders of the Divine Spirit sect. For a time, both sides could not get rid of their opponents and support others. Mu Yunqi and Gu Li stood not far away, looking at the battle situation with a grim look. After a while, Mu Yunqi received Su Yun's voice transmission. They are actually bullying the minority with their numbers. When should we start? Gu Li's eyes were stern, and she said without hesitation, now. As soon as the voice fell, she and Mu Yunqi flashed with light, and rushed towards the battlefield like two lightning bolts. Seeing Gu Li and Mu Yunqi rushing over like arrows, the Ling Pavilion Master's face suddenly sank and shouted angrily, "Go back, you are not qualified to participate in this level of battle." He didn't care about their life or death, but there were too many talented disciples who died in the small world of Wanxiang Pavilion. Gu Li raised a confident smile at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes showed disdain, and responded, "Not qualified. That's not necessarily true." As soon as the voice fell, she and Mu Yunqi suddenly burst out with spiritual power fluctuations that were stronger than those of the Ling Pavilion Master and the 9 Nether Demon Hall Master. The powerful aura was like an invisible storm, sweeping over and blowing up the dust around. The Ling Pavilion Master widened his eyes, looked at them in shock, and blurted out, "You actually broke through to the peak of the super spiritual realm." Mu Yunqi raised her chin slightly and asked provocatively, "So, are we qualified?" The 9 Nether Demon Hall Master was also shocked when he saw the strength they showed. It was amazing that they reached their level at such a young age. But when he saw that they were disciples of the Wanxiang Pavilion, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he ordered, "Kill them." Gu Li did not speak, and quickly formed seals with both hands, muttering, "The power of thunder element heavenly punishment." In an instant, the spiritual power on her body instantly turned purple. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and thick lightning bolts accompanied by deafening roars roared towards the Ling Pavilion Master and the 9 Nether Demon Hall Master. The Ling Pavilion Master's pupils suddenly shrank, his face changed drastically, and he hurriedly held up the spiritual shield. While constantly dodging the lightning attacks, he roared at Gu Li, "What are you doing?" Mu Yunqi sneered and said, "Of course I'm fighting." As soon as the voice fell, a hot red spiritual power burst out from her body, and she shouted loudly, "Earth Yuan Power Explosion." Countless huge earth bags suddenly appeared on the ground where they were standing. These earth bags were like cannonballs, knocking away all the disciples of other forces. Then, one earth bag after another exploded violently, with roars coming one after another, dust flying, and countless casualties. The master of the Spirit Pavilion looked at the tragic scene in front of him, and his heart was chilled. He asked in disbelief, "Are you from the Spirit sect?" Gu Li smiled slightly. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and said, "If you answer correctly, I will reward you with death." The master of the 9 Nether Demon Palace was furious and his face turned red. Just as he was about to kill Fan Yi, 2 disciples of the Wanxiang Pavilion suddenly appeared and destroyed everything. The anger in his heart was like a volcanic eruption. "What's wrong with your Wanxiang Pavilion?" he roared. Mu Yunqi smiled mysteriously and said, "Not only Wanxiang Pavilion." The master of the 9 Nether Demon Palace was stunned, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart, and asked, "What do you mean?" He didn't need them to explain, and soon he knew what it meant. The 2 disciples of their 9 Nether Demon Palace suddenly looked stern and quickly attacked. They also burst out with the strength of the peak of the super spiritual realm, and attacked their own people. Not only that, many disciples from other forces also rebelled. They turned against each other, making the already chaotic battlefield even more chaotic. Shi Zihan, Feng Wuan, Lin Yuchen, and Sui Yun came to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi like a black lightning. They stood high above, looking down at the major forces below with cold eyes. Shi Zihan said coldly, "I have tolerated you for a long time." The leader of Tianxian sect widened his eyes, looked at the changes in front of him with anger, and said with gritted teeth, Okay, you Shinling sect dare to play tricks on us. Then he raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smug smile, and said, there is no way, who let us have several powerful little ancestors. Although he was smiling and looked relaxed on the surface, he was no less shocked than others. You know, the last time he saw Guli and the others, they were only at the initial stage of the super spiritual realm. It has only been a short time, but they have all broken through to the peak of the super spiritual realm. Such a terrifying cultivation speed is simply unheard of. The leader of the Lingxiao holy sect snorted coldly, with disdain in his eyes, and said, hee, what if there are 6 more peak super spiritual realm? It can't change the outcome. His tone was full of confidence. After all, they still have a lot more peak super spiritual realm than the divine spirit sect. In his opinion, victory is still in their hands. Gu Li's eyes were cold, and he glanced at the enemies around him, and shouted loudly, Xiao Tung Tung, Xiao Tingzi, Xiao Jinzi, Xiao Langkub, Xiao Bai Tao Tai, Qilin, Juing, Inan. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sudden violent vibration in the sky, and then several huge figures appeared. These figures covered the sky and the sun, exuding a powerful and terrifying aura. Except for Xiao Qianqian, all of Gu Li's contracted beasts were dispatched. Under the influence of the powerful force absorbed by Gu Li, all the contracted beasts also broke through to the first level of super divine beasts. Their appearance made the entire battlefield tremble. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen also shouted loudly, White Tiger. In an instant, the figure of the White Tiger flashed out from the monster beast's space and stood beside him majestically. The White Tiger roared to the sky, the sound was deafening, and the air around it trembled. Lin Yuchen did have other contracted beasts, but their cultivation was at the level of divine beasts. Participating in the battle, at the peak of the super spiritual realm, was undoubtedly a suicide. Chapter 522. Therefore, he only let the most powerful White Tiger come out to fight. Seeing the sudden increase in the strength of Gu Li and his team, the people from the major forces, who were originally full of confidence, could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Ancient Mythical Beast by Zhe. Someone in the crowd was the first to recognize the figure that exuded auspiciousness and wisdom in his eyes, and couldn't help but exclaimed, Ancient Mythical Beast White Tiger. Then, seeing the majestic and murderous White Tiger, someone else shouted in shock. And the Ancient Mythical Beast Suzaku. When the Suzaku, which was bathed in fire and spread its wings, and was burning with flames, appeared in everyone's sight, shouts came one after another. Oh my god, there are also the Ancient Auspicious Beast Qilin, and the Ancient Vicious Beast Juing. Finally, seeing the elegant but majestic figure of Qilin and the ferocious and fierce appearance of Juing, the exclamations of the crowd almost broke the sky. The disciples of the spiritual sect had seen the portraits of their young ancestors. They originally only knew that the spiritual sect had 6 young ancestors of the same age as them, but they never expected that these young ancestors were so powerful, and they could contract so many powerful ancient beasts while having strong cultivation. Their eyes were full of admiration and pride, and their morale, which had been low because of the large number of enemies, and the small number of people, rose instantly. Seeing this scene, the face of the leader of the Tianxian sect became extremely ugly, and he also had the intention of retreating in his heart. He knew very well that monsters were naturally stronger than humans. Even if they were at the same level, a super beast could fight 2 at once. What's more, these beasts on the other side were all the blood of ancient beasts, and their strength was even more terrifying. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he secretly thought about how to escape from this battle. At this time, the atmosphere on the battlefield became more tense. The disciples of the major forces looked at these powerful beasts. Their hearts were filled with fear, and the weapons in their hands began to tremble slightly. The morale of the disciples of the Divine Spirit sect was greatly boosted. They held their weapons tightly, and looked forward with firm eyes. Gu Li shouted, Kill without mercy. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed color, and all the people and the contracted beasts rushed towards the people of the major forces like a surging tide. For a time, shouts, screams, and the roar of spells resounded through the world. The little bird cried to the sky, flapped its wings vigorously, and the hot flames gushed out like rolling magma, instantly enveloping the enemy. Those who were licked by the flames rolled on the ground in pain, but in the blink of an eye, they turned into piles of ashes, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of burning. Tao Tai opened its bloody mouth, exuding a terrifying aura of swallowing everything, and rushed towards the strong man at the peak of the super spiritual realm with a clear goal. It flashed and pounced on the 2 enemies. It opened its mouth, and swallowed the 2 whole into its mouth. Then, it burped with satisfaction, and the sound made the eardrums of the people around it hurt. This meal was enough for it to digest for a long time. The white tiger pounced on the two super spiritual masters of the Joyo Demon Palace like a white lightning. Its claws flashed coldly in the sun, and every pounce was with great force, forcing the opponent to retreat step by step, and there were dangers everywhere. Bai Zai, Xiao Jinzi, the little wolf cub, and Xiao Tung Tung were not to be outdone. The vines of the little vine stretched out quickly like a flexible python, and in the blink of an eye, they tied up the disciples of the Lingxiao holy sect tightly. The little wolf cub and the little gold cooperated tacitly. One jumped high and slapped down with sharp claws. The other concentrated spiritual power and launched a powerful attack. The enemies they targeted had almost no power to fight back and were slapped to death in an instant. The 9 infants were even more ferocious. The 9 heads moved independently at a very fast speed, biting an enemy one by one. Wherever they went, blood and flesh flew everywhere, and the enemy's screams were endless. As a super beast, the Qilin was extraordinary and powerful. Wherever it went, it was magnificent. The other side's disciples in the middle and late stages of the super spiritual realm were unable to resist under its powerful pressure. They were shaken away and fell to the ground, and their lives and deaths were unknown. And an N was suspended in the air, emitting a soft and powerful green light. This light was like a healing spring, gently sprinkled on the disciples of the spirit sect. Their wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, their originally exhausted expressions gradually regained vitality, and their will to fight was rekindled. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Under the fierce attacks of Gu Li and others, and the contracted beasts, the spirit sect gradually gained the upper hand, and the defenses of the major forces began to crumble. The speed of the slaughter was so fast that it was shocking, but in the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield seemed to be covered by a layer of scarlet gauze. The blood flowing on the ground gathered into a river, and the strong smell of blood filled the air, making people want to vomit. The master of the spirit pavilion looked at the tragic scene in front of him, and his heart was filled with fear and despair. He knew that if this continued, all of them would be buried here. So, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Retreat!" There was a tremor in his voice, as if he had used up all his strength. Hearing the order from the spirit pavilion master, the disciples of the major forces turned around and fled in panic. However, their retreat did not free them from the threat of death. How could Gu Li and the others, and the contracted beasts let them go easily? They chased them closely, and harvested their lives continuously. Even if they tried their best to escape, many people died here. If they fought hard, they might be able to fight one for one with the disciples of the spirit sect and retain some strength for their own forces. But their sect masters had long lost the desire to fight when they saw the powerful strength of the spirit sect. The sect masters had lost their fighting spirit, and those disciples had lost their backbone. They were like headless flies, running around everywhere, and could not organize an effective resistance at all. Gu Yi stood quietly in the distance, watching the movements on the battlefield with a cold look. He frowned slightly, turned to look at Gu'er, and said in a cold tone, "Notify them and prepare to kill them." Gu'er nodded slightly. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, turned around and left quickly to convey Gu Yi's order. A new killing is about to begin. Fan Yi looked at the enemies fleeing everywhere, frowned, and decisively ordered, "Continue to chase and kill. We must not let them run away so easily." He knew that letting the tiger go back to the mountains would definitely cause endless troubles. Gu Li said calmly, "Go back and heal your wounds." Fan Yi was full of doubts and blurted out, "Little ancestor, there are quite a few people who escaped, and there are many strong people at the peak of the super spiritual realm. This is undoubtedly letting the tiger go back to the mountains." Chapter 523. Once these strong men escape, they will surely come back in the future and bring a huge threat to the divine spirit sect. Gu Li shook his head gently, his eyes firm, and said softly, "I have my own arrangements. The remaining enemies will be left to the shadow guards to practice, which is also a rare opportunity for the shadow guards to practice. As for those strong men at the peak of the super spirit realm, even if they chase them, it will only increase casualties. After all, which strong man at the peak of the super spirit realm doesn't have a life-saving trump card? There is no need to choose one for one to chase them, and sacrifice in vain. Moreover, in the battle just now, she used too much power, and the seal in her body was affected. At this moment, she seemed calm on the surface, but in fact she was not feeling well. She felt a faint pain in her body, and her spiritual power was a little disordered. She planned to wait until she recovered, and then personally intercept those who escaped the net. A training for the shadow guards began. Fan Yi said, "Where are you going?" Lin Yuchen leaned back in his chair, The battle here is over. Fanny frowned, and said with a bit of retention, "Aren't you staying in the Shiling sect?" Gu Li looked serious. "Our mission is to protect the Shiling sect for Master. The threat has been eliminated, so we will leave first." Fanny thought for a moment, and said earnestly, "Can we wait another day? I will inform the Supreme Elders. They must want to say goodbye to you." Gu Li and his companions looked at each other, and nodded in agreement. "Okay." Border town. Sui Yun looked at the desolate scene outside the inn and hesitated. "It's not good for us to leave like this." Mu Yunchi raised her eyes. "There's no point in staying." The old men knew without thinking that they would definitely try to keep them, so it was better to leave first. Gu Li's mouth slightly raised, with a hint of ruthlessness. "I want to find someone." Feng Wuhan wondered, "Who?" Gu Li said lightly, "The goddess of the Qingtian sect." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. After all, the Qingtian sect, as a medium-sized force in the northern continent, has always stayed out of the cruel and bloody siege launched by several major forces against the Shiling sect, watching from the sidelines and not participating in the slightest. Sui Yun frowned. "Who is that? Why doesn't he have any impression?" Mu Yunchi slowly said, "It's the woman that Master mentioned at the beginning, who predicted that Ali would have the dual veins of gods and demons." As soon as the voice fell, several people immediately knew who it was. Shi Zihan was filled with murderous intent. "Go kill that woman." Gu Li's mouth curled up slightly. "I think so too." Most of the forces that encircled her mother were destroyed. How could the culprit be let go? Outside the gate of Qingtian sect, the air seemed to be frozen, and the atmosphere was so tense that it was hard to breathe. The wind was blowing, making the surrounding trees rustle, as if they were also afraid of what was about to happen. The two gatekeepers saw 6 people standing at the door. Their faces turned pale, and their legs trembled slightly uncontrollably. One of them hesitated, his voice trembling. What are you doing here?" Of course they knew these 6 people. Just half a month ago, many famous big forces disappeared overnight, including the work of these 6 people. Sui Yun stepped forward, and the sense of oppression on his body came over him. "I give you one chance to hand over the goddess. Otherwise, today will be the end of the Qingtian sect." Hearing this, the 2 disciples' faces turned pale instantly, and they swallowed their saliva subconsciously. They were full of doubts in their hearts. When did their goddess get into trouble with these deadly people? But now there is no time to think about it. One of them turned around in a panic, and ran to the sect with staggering steps to report this scary news quickly. After a while, several figures in the sect came in the air, with fluttering clothes and rustling wind. The leader was a middle-aged man with extraordinary momentum, who was the leader of the Qingtian sect, Jiang Yutian. He looked at the 6 people in front of him with a calm look and looked at them calmly. Behind Jiang Yutian, there were several white-haired and solemn old men. They exuded an aura that had been precipitated by the years, and it was obvious that they had a respected status in the sect. Behind the crowd, an old woman with a veil stood quietly. Although her face could not be seen clearly, she exuded a mysterious aura. Jiang Yutian clasped his hands together. His expression was calm, but he could not hide his vigilance. He asked, "I wonder why you have come from afar." He secretly wondered why these key figures of the Shiling sect suddenly came to their inconspicuous little place. His Qingtian sect had never had anything to do with the disputes of the Shiling sect, so it should have nothing to do with them. Gu Li's eyes were sharp. He pointed his finger directly at the old woman behind Jiang Yutian and asked, "She must be the goddess Yun Yumeng of your sect." Jiang Yutian was slightly startled, and nodded. "That's right, I wonder why you are looking for the goddess." Gu Li's expression was stern, and his tone was unquestionable. "Leave her to me." Yun Yumeng frowned slightly under her veil when she heard this, and her voice was a little unhappy. "I don't know how I offended you." She was secretly annoyed in her heart. These young boys were so rude. If she was not afraid of the god sect behind them, how could she be so kind to them? Gu Li stared at the old woman in front of her and slowly said, 8,000 years ago, you predicted the dual veins of gods and demons. Do you remember?" Yun Yumeng was shocked when she heard this, and couldn't help but exclaimed, "Are you that woman?" But as soon as she said it, she felt something was wrong. The woman in front of her was so young, and she didn't match the woman 1,000 years ago at all. Gu Li sneered, "You don't need to care who I am, you just need to know that your death is coming." Yun Yumeng's face turned pale instantly, but she still pretended to be calm. "I don't know what you are talking about." Jiang Yutian also secretly felt that it was not good. Even though he was not born at that time, he had heard about the bloody storm caused by the prophecy of the god and demon dual veins. Shi Zihan took a step forward, with a faint murderous intent surging around him. "Hand over the people, or wait for us to massacre your sect." Jiang Yutian's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he complained in his heart, but he still forced a calm smile on his face. There must be some misunderstanding. Everyone, listen to my explanation first. However, before he finished speaking, there was a loud boom, and a thick thunderbolt fell from the sky without any warning, with the momentum of destroying the world, and fell directly beside Jiang Yutian. A deep, charred hole was instantly split open on the ground, with dirt flying and smoke filling the air. Jiang Yutian looked at the huge pit in front of him that was still emitting green smoke, and his expression instantly became extremely ugly. Chapter 524. He never expected that these young men would be so resolute and show him no mercy. Moreover, judging from the powerful aura they inadvertently exuded, their strength was actually higher than his. Gu Li frowned impatiently. I don't have the patience to listen to your explanation. I ask you one last time, hand over the person? Yun Yuming slowly said, my friends, what happened back then was not my original intention. She just wanted the rare god and demon dual veins. Besides, she did not kill the person. Gu Li stood in place and heard Yun Yuming's words and sneered, oh, then you go to hell. The voice was not loud, but it revealed an unquestionable killing intent. Jiang Yutian stood aside with a serious look. He looked at Yun Yuming, and then scanned the tense situation around him, and said loudly, you don't take the Qintian sect seriously enough. As the leader of the Qintian sect, he has his own pride and bottom line. Even if the other party is a strong man at the peak of the super spiritual realm, he is not a vegetarian. How is it different from slapping the Qintian sect in the face to snatch people in front of him? Just when the stalemate was at a standstill, a strong spiritual power wave came, and Fan Yi came with countless masters. They stood neatly in rows behind Gu Li and others, with a majestic momentum. Fan Yi was dressed in white, with an upright posture and a bit of majesty on his face. Who are you? How dare you threaten our little ancestor? Sui Yun saw Fan Yi and others, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help asking, why are you here? Fan Yi's eyes were calm, and he said slowly, we learned about what happened here, so we came to see if there is anything we can help. Seeing so many super spirit realm masters, Jiang Yutian's face changed instantly. They might not be afraid of a few super spirit realm masters, and with the sect's years of foundation and arrangement, they could fight. But the Shiling sect was different. It was a top force, and if these masters made a move, they could destroy their Qintian sect with just a wave of their hands. Jiang Yutian calculated secretly in his heart, his eyes flickering. Suddenly, while Yun Yuming was not paying attention, he gathered his spiritual power and hit her back fiercely. Yun Yuming did not expect Jiang Yutian to suddenly attack her, and she was caught off guard and was directly knocked out. She drew an arc in the air and fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yun Yuming struggled to get up, her face full of anger. How dare you, Jiang Yutian, you dare to commit treason. Jiang Yutian, however, looked indifferent and ordered loudly, catch Yun Yuming. He knew in his heart that it was better to give up Yun Yuming at this moment than to offend the Divine Spirit sect. Yun Yuming was so angry that she trembled all over. You. But looking around, everyone else was watching coldly, obviously unwilling to offend the Divine Spirit sect. In this world where strength is respected, no one wants to be involved in this dispute that may bring disaster. If you had known this earlier, it would have been fine. Sui Yun's mouth corner slightly raised. With a bit of pride, he took out a special rope and tied Yun Yuming up. The rope was engraved with runes, and the spiritual power was constantly fluctuating. It was specially used to imprison the strong. Gu Li looked at Fan Yi and said slowly, the woman back then was my mother. When Fan Yi heard this, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. He also knew about the 1,000-year love, which was a past that was buried in the dust of time. If that person is her mother, then why is she only in her 20s now? What secrets are hidden in this? I know what to do, Fan Yi said after a moment of silence. Doubts aside, since the little ancestor has spoken, there is no need for the Qintian sect to exist. Perhaps not only the Qintian sect, but all the forces that participated in the encirclement and suppression will pay the price for what they did. Yun Yuming was tied up tightly with ropes, her face full of anger and unwillingness, twisting her body desperately, shouting hoarsely, let me go. Gu Li appeared in front of Yun Yuming at a very fast speed, and her white and slender hands pinched Yun Yuming's neck without hesitation. The spiritual power around her body surged, with endless power, directly twisting Yun Yuming's neck. Crack sounded, crisp and terrifying, as if it was the sound of fate breaking. Yun Yuming widened her eyes, and stared at Gu Li, her eyes full of disbelief. She could never have imagined that she, a powerful person at the peak of the super spiritual realm, would die so easily in the hands of this seemingly weak girl. Her life breath quickly dissipated like a candle in the wind, and her body fell limply. The people of the Qingtian sect were shocked by this sudden scene. In their cognition, for such an enemy, shouldn't they be tortured slowly and make their life worse than death to relieve their hatred? But Gu Li killed Yun Yuming so cleanly that they were a little stunned for a while. Mu Yunqi reacted quickly, stepped forward quickly, held Gu Li's hand, and asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" Gu Li's face was a little pale. "Help me call back the shadow guards. The power in my body is rioting." Mu Yunqi heard this. Her eyes were full of worry. She knew very well that Gu Li's body could not fully withstand this powerful force. Once the power rioted, there was a risk of exploding and dying. This was no small matter. It was related to Gu Li's life and death. Mu Yunqi turned to look at Fan Yi. "I leave this to you. We still have things to deal with." Fan Yi also keenly saw that something was wrong with Gu Li, and responded without hesitation, "Leave it to us." The little bird flew out of the space, emitting a strange light all over its body. It gently flapped its wings, and took Gu Li and others away from this place of trouble. Shi Zihan asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Li forced a smile and said, "Do you still want to absorb spiritual power?" Feng Wuhan was also beside him. Hearing this, his heart tightened and he guessed, "Spiritual power riot?" Gu Li nodded and said helplessly, "Most of it has not been digested, and the seal is not very stable." Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, his face showing worry, and slowly said, "But if we absorb more spiritual power, we will have to break through the established cultivation level of this continent." Gu Li nodded slightly, his expression solemn, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. "That's what I'm worried about." She knew in her heart that once she broke through the level and ascended, she would inevitably encounter a thunder tribulation. But no one knew how powerful the thunder tribulation of ascension on this continent was. The unknown was always the most frightening. Sui Yun looked firm and said without hesitation, "It's okay, I'm not afraid." If she could only watch Ali explode and die, it would be better to be killed by the thunder on the spot. Chapter 525. Gui looked hurried, and looked around eagerly. When he saw Lin Yuchen, he hurried forward and asked, "Where is the young master?" Lin Yuchen raised his hand, and pointed in the direction of the waterfall, and said solemnly, "Ali is suppressing her power inside." Soon after, the shadow guards finally arrived at the waterfall. The scene in front of them made them freeze in place instantly, and they were shocked and gasped. Gu Li was red all over, suspended in the turbulent waterfall. The water of the waterfall was chilling, but it could not suppress the high temperature on her body that seemed to burn everything. The rolling heat wave rushed towards her. Mu Yunqi looked at the thrilling scene in front of her, turned around and said to everyone, "We are leaving here." Gu Er was shocked and blurted out, "The young master is ascending?" At this moment, Gu Li slowly opened his eyes, with a strange light flashing in his eyes, and looked at the shadow guards and asked, "Do you want to stay here, or come with me?" The shadow guards did not hesitate at all, and knelt down in unison with a thump, shouting in unison, "Follow the young master." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a gratified smile. "I'm waiting for you to say this. Come here quickly, I'm about to explode." After saying that, the light on her body became more dazzling, and the situation became more critical. The shadow guards looked puzzled and looked at each other, but out of absolute trust in the young master, they stepped forward without hesitation and prepared to assist Gu Li. However, the moment they stepped into the range of the formation, a powerful and strange force rushed over like a surging tide, suppressing everyone fiercely. Gu Yi tried to resist this force and asked with difficulty, "Young master, what's going on?" His face was full of confusion and surprise, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Gu Li took a deep breath and said with a slightly solemn look, "It hurts a little, everyone bear with it." As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling red power burst out from her body, as dazzling as a burning flame. This power was continuously input into the formation, and in an instant, the formation glowed brightly. Immediately afterwards, strands of spiritual power drilled into the bodies of the shadow guards at an extremely fast speed, like sharp needles. "Ah! Ah! Fuck, it hurts!" The shrill screams came one after another, resounding through the sky and echoing in the valley. The voice was full of unbearable pain, as if the soul was being torn apart. Gu Li raised her lips slightly and said again, "I told you it hurts a little, bear with it." But just after she finished speaking, cough cough cough, she coughed violently. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, which was particularly dazzling on her fair skin. Seeing this, she was shocked and dared not slack off anymore. She hurriedly concentrated on mobilizing the power in her body, and her forehead was full of fine beads of sweat. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. She almost went crazy. Mu Yunqi and others stood quietly outside the formation and did not step into it. Their cultivation has reached the peak state, and they know that entering the formation too early will lead to a breakthrough in advance. Once the breakthrough is made, the terrifying thunder tribulation will inevitably come in advance. Others who have not yet reached the conditions for ascension will end up in an irreparable end if they are not careful. As the endless power was output from Gu Li's body, the water temperature under the waterfall rose sharply, and layers of water mist rose. Gu Li's skin not only did not cool down at all, but became more and more dazzling red, as if it was about to burn. Her hair danced wildly in the heat wave, and the whole person seemed to be wrapped in a burning flame. You also come out to absorb some. Gu Li shouted anxiously, and her voice was still clearly audible in the roar of the waterfall. She knew in her heart that at this speed, she would probably explode and die before the power was released. Hearing this, several small creatures in the space rushed out instantly, quickly entered the formation, surrounded Gu Li, and tried their best to help her absorb the surging power. An hour passed in a flash, and a familiar and dangerous feeling suddenly came over her. Gu Li's heart tightened, and she cried out, "Not good." She could clearly feel that she was about to break through. However, at this moment, it was definitely not the time to break through. She had to wait until everyone broke through, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, a strange light suddenly appeared on Gu Yi's body, which was a sign of an imminent breakthrough. "Suppress it, don't break through yet." Seeing this, Gu Li was anxious and shouted at the top of his lungs. Gu Yi showed a bitter smile on his face, and veins on his forehead bulged. He used all his strength to suppress the surging spiritual power in his body. Every inch of his muscle was tense due to the effort, and sweat fell like rain. Almost. Feng Wuhan observed the situation in the formation and said calmly, "Well, go in." Mu Yunqi nodded slightly, with a firm look at his eyes. Mu Yunqi, Feng Wuhan, Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen, Sui Yun and others quickly dispersed and stepped into the formation. As soon as they entered, a large amount of spiritual power rushed into their bodies, like a surging tide. "It's over. I'm about to reach the great perfection as soon as I came in." Sui Yun shouted in horror. "Hold on for me. If you dare to break through the lightning tribulation in advance, you will bear it yourself." Mu Yunqi shouted sternly, with no room for doubt in her tone. Time passed quietly, and another hour passed in a flash. Just when everyone was trying their best to fight against the spiritual power in their bodies, and was extremely nervous, the world suddenly changed. Countless gorgeous and dazzling colored lights fell from the sky like flowers scattered by a fairy, gently but with great power, falling on everyone. These lights seemed to have life and consciousness. Once they touched everyone's body, they began to operate in an orderly manner. They penetrated the skin and went deep into the bone marrow, repairing and training everyone's body inside and out. The body, which was originally exhausted and scarred by the strong spiritual power, gradually glowed with vitality under the nourishment of this colorful light. Every inch of muscle and every meridian became more and more tough and powerful, breaking through the shackles of the peak of the super-spiritual realm. However, as the colorful light gradually dissipated, the sky was quickly covered by dark clouds. The originally clear sky was now piled up with thick layers of dark clouds, which made people breathless. This amazing scene was clearly visible even to people far away on the other side of the continent. In an instant, the whole continent was boiling. "What's going on?" Countless people looked up at the sky, their faces full of confusion and shock, and their hearts were full of uneasiness. "What is the colorful light over there?" People in the streets and alleys were talking about it, their eyes full of curiosity and fear. "The thunder is coming." Some experienced and powerful people, who knew the rules of the cultivation world, murmured to themselves with a solemn face. Chapter 526. Gu Qintian stood in the courtyard, looking at the rolling dark clouds and scattered colorful lights in the sky, frowning, with a vague guess in his heart, and couldn't help muttering to himself, this couldn't be done by Lear and the others. Recalling the past experience of his granddaughter Gu Li, she was struck by lightning countless times, which was inexplicably similar to the scene in front of him, which made him have to associate it with this aspect. On the other side of the continent, Fan Yu was preparing to deal with the follow-up matters of the Qintian sect, but suddenly noticed the unusual movement in the sky. He looked up and his face instantly became gloomy. Looking at the gathering dark clouds and the colorful lights that had not yet completely dissipated, a strong ominous premonition surged into his heart. Sui Yun looked up at the surging sky, his face full of shock, and couldn't help but burst out a swear word. "Damn! Such a strong thunder, how can you withstand it?" The sky was filled with dark clouds, piling up layer by layer, becoming heavier and heavier, but the terrifying thunder seemed to be ready to go, and was reluctant to fall. Gu Li felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart for no reason, as if an invisible big hand was quietly dragging them into the abyss. At this moment, an An's anxious cry broke the tense silence. "No, this is a thunder." There was an unprecedented panic in his voice. Gu Li turned his head to look at An and asked, "What do you mean?" An took a deep breath and quickly explained, "That is, all the thunders converge into one and fall at once." As soon as the words fell, everyone's heart sank. Everyone knows exactly what this means. Not to mention withstanding the thunderbolt, everyone within 100 miles will be mercilessly affected by this horrific natural disaster. And then added, "There is no one living within this 100 miles, but because of this, all the thunder will fall on you without reservation." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere froze instantly, and everyone felt the despair that was blowing in their faces. Gu Li's face turned pale instantly. She bit her lower lip tightly, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Almost instantly, she made a decision to cancel all the contracts. "Master, what are you going to do?" Aware that the contract between the master suddenly disappeared, the little ones panicked instantly, and their voices were full of fear and confusion. Gu Li suppressed the grief in her heart and transferred them out of the space, and then took the initiative to cancel the contract of the Rebirth Pavilion and the Chaos Ring without hesitation. Looking at these partners who had fought side by side with her and shared life and death, she whispered, "If I don't die, I will find you to sign a contract." Although the voice was light, it was full of incomparable firm belief. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Li took the initiative to fly towards the calamity cloud that seemed to come from hell. "Ali! Young master!" Seeing this scene, everyone flew forward without hesitation, wanting to follow her footsteps. Gu Li turned his head, glanced at everyone, and said in a deep voice, "Go back." There was unquestionable majesty in his tone. Sui Yun shook his head stubbornly. "No, if we die together. We are a whole. How can we let you face this life and death crisis alone?" Mu Yunchi crossed her arms and said domineeringly, "Do you agree that you can bury yourself? Don't think about abandoning us. We have to bear it together." Shi Zihan frowned, his eyes full of worry and dissatisfaction. "I don't like your character of sacrificing yourself to fulfill us. We have come all the way and experienced countless hardships, not to see you die alone." Feng Wuhan nodded slightly and said softly, "I don't like it either. We have fought side by side and faced countless challenges together. This time is no exception." Lin Yuchen patted his chest and said loudly, "We agreed to go through it together. No one can escape. No matter how terrible this thunder is, we have to bear it together." Gu Li turned around, looked at them gently, and said softly, "Maybe he will die." Mu Yunchi raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an unruly smile. "So what?" Shi Zihan shrugged and said casually, "That's good too. The ashes can be scattered together. In this way, we will never be separated." There was a hint of ridicule in his words, but it couldn't cover up his inner determination. Sui Yun clenched his fists and said loudly, "I don't care. How can a sister protect her brother?" Lin Yuchen nodded vigorously and echoed, "I don't care either. Anyway, you can't do it by yourself. We are partners who have been through life and death together, sharing happiness and difficulties together." Feng Wuhan looked solemn and said in a deep voice, "Unless I die, no one is allowed to do it by themselves." Gu Li looked at them and confirmed again, "Are you sure?" "Sure," the 5 people said in unison, and their voices resounded through the sky, as if they were going to break through the oppressive calamity clouds. Gu Li nodded slightly, his eyes full of emotion and relief. "Okay." Mu Yunchi turned to look at the shadow guards, with a stern look, and ordered, "All of you go down. No, swear to protect the young master to the death." The shadow guards responded in unison, their voices firm and powerful, full of loyalty to their master. Gu Li looked at them and said earnestly, "You must ascend intact. If you are separated, you will have to work hard to find us when you get up there. This is my last request to you." Gui took a step forward and said loudly, "Then let us carry it, and you can ascend intact. We are willing to give everything for the master, even our lives." At this time, the pressure in the sky became stronger and stronger, and the calamity cloud seemed to collapse at any time, bringing down the thunder that destroyed the world. Gu Li's face became more and more stern, and she said sternly, "I don't like disobedient subordinates." As she said, she quickly formed seals with both hands, and dozens of formation balls were broken in an instant. Countless formations flashing with strange light bloomed in the sky like blooming lotus flowers, and then enveloped above. One of the biggest formations is to trap the shadow guards tightly and prevent them from coming out. Gu Yi slapped the formation hard and shouted anxiously, "Young master, let us out. We want to face it with you." Gu Er also shouted on the side, "Young master." Other shadow guards also shouted, their voices full of anxiety and powerlessness. With tears in his eyes, Xiaobai grabbed Gu Li's clothes tightly and cried, "Master, please don't abandon us." Gu Li squatted down gently stroked Xiaobai's head, and smiled and comforted, "We will renew the contract when we get up there. If I die, you will be seriously hurt. I can't let you fall into danger because of me." And then jumped out quickly and said loudly, "Pa, pa, pa, the master will not die. We will definitely get through this crisis together and ascend." Chapter 527. Instantly, the world seemed to be shaken by a giant hand, and a deafening roar exploded from the sky, as if to tear the world apart. The heavy dark clouds that were already suffocating people seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, and an extremely strong thunderbolt with the power of destroying the world came straight to the ground. Perhaps it was not a thunderbolt, but a surging sea of thunder. Countless lightning bolts intertwined and collided with each other, making crackling sounds, like angry dragons, roaring to turn everything in the world into dust. Witnessing such a terrifying scene, none of Gu Li and his group had the intention of retreating. Their eyes were firm, and they quickly activated the spiritual power in their bodies without hesitation. The light around them was bright, and various spiritual powers blended with each other, forming a sharp contrast with the rolling sea of thunder. For a moment, the sound of countless formations breaking in the sky rang out one after another. That was the last line of defense they had set up to resist the thunder tribulation being destroyed bit by bit. The sea of thunder, wrapped in endless power, was getting closer and closer like a surging tide, and the breath of death was getting stronger and stronger. When the last formation was broken, Gu Li, Su Yun, Mu Yunxi, Shi Zihan, Feng Wen, and Lin Yuchen did not hesitate at all. They all flapped their wings and flew forward, and with their mortal bodies, they bravely took on this sea of thunder from hell. At that moment, the violent electric current instantly swept through their bodies. The intense pain was like thousands of steel needles piercing into the bone marrow at the same time, and every inch of skin and every nerve was suffering unimaginable torture. But they gritted their teeth. No one groaned in pain, only the firm eyes told of their determination not to surrender. Gu Li's face turned pale as paper in an instant, and beads of sweat kept rolling down her forehead. She knew the danger at the moment, and she bit her tongue hard in the severe pain, releasing most of the power that had been sealed in her body for a long time. In an instant, an ancient and powerful breath burst out from her body, confronting the sea of thunder head-on, and resisting half of the power of the sea of thunder. There was another deafening rumble, as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was cracking. Then, everything returned to calm, and the whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Looking around, the originally vibrant area of 100 miles has changed beyond recognition. The once lush flowers, plants and trees disappeared without a trace. There was no trace of those agile monsters. Only a piece of charred land was left, filled with the pungent smell of gunpowder, as if telling the tragic story of the terrible battle just now. What happened? Are the young ancestors dead? Who can withstand such a strong sea of thunder? I'm afraid it's more dangerous than good. In the Divine Spirit sect, the disciples looked at the charred area and talked about it, with fear and worry on their faces. Everyone in the star region also looked in that direction at the same time. The panic in their hearts spread like a tide, and the entire star region was shrouded in a heavy and depressing atmosphere. However, just when everyone was immersed in sadness and despair, the originally dark clouds slowly turned into white clouds as white as snow, and the soft sunlight penetrated the clouds and fell down. Immediately afterwards, a colorful spiritual light shone on the charred land like a rainbow bridge. As the light shone, new green buds began to sprout from the ground, and the dead trees gradually sprouted new branches. In the blink of an eye, the area regained its former vitality. Then, deafening cheers rang out from all directions and soared into the sky. In the Divine Spirit sect, the disciples were so excited that they burst into tears and hugged each other to celebrate. The disciples of the Star Domain also walked out of their homes, cheering and celebrating their survival. Gu Qintian looked at the sky that had regained its vitality, and tears welled up in his eyes. He could no longer suppress his excitement and joy and shed tears, because he knew that they succeeded. "Young sect master, there is a person in front." An attendant pointed to the front, with a bit of surprise in his tone, interrupting the conversation in the car. Shin Yuxiao looked in the direction he pointed, and saw a person lying in the middle of the road, his body charred, as if he had been burned by a fire, blocking the way of their monster car. Shin Yuxiao frowned slightly. A trace of curiosity and doubt flashed in his eyes, and he waved his hand gently, signaling to stop the car. Go and take a look. When he got closer and saw the man's appearance for the first time, Shin Yuxiao couldn't help but feel disgusted, and his first feeling was, so ugly. The man in front of him didn't have a single intact skin on his body, and the charred flesh rolled up, emitting a faint smell of burning. His face was even more horrible, with several scars crisscrossing, making it almost impossible to recognize the original facial features. The follower frowned, approached with disgust, and whispered, Young sect master, how do you deal with it? This looks weird and creepy. Shin Yuxiao looked at the injured person, and after a moment of silence, he said, Take him back first. He secretly speculated in his heart that judging from the injuries on this person's body, it was most likely that he had encountered heavenly thunder. In this world, those who can attract heavenly thunder either did something against heaven and reason, or they were ascending to transcend tribulation. But seeing that this person's breath was weak and her cultivation was weak, Shin Yuxiao was more inclined to the latter. She might have ascended from the lower world. In the depths of Gu Li's sea of consciousness, a strange and terrifying scene was unfolding. The entire sea of consciousness space was now occupied by surging purple heavenly thunder. The heavenly thunders were like violent dragons, surging and roaring wantonly, constantly impacting every inch of the sea of consciousness. There was a crackling sound, which was the roar caused by the collision of forces. In the center of this sea of thunder, a mini version of Gu Li sat cross-legged quietly. Her figure seemed so small in front of the vast heavenly thunder, but so firm. She closed her eyes tightly, frowned, and beads of sweat kept rolling down her forehead. Each drop seemed to carry endless pain. The surrounding thunder was like a sharp blade, madly cutting her sea of consciousness, trying to devour her consciousness. Gu Li gritted her teeth. Her teeth were faintly white, and her tenacity was fully demonstrated at this moment. She concentrated all her mental power, turned it into a pair of invisible but powerful hands, and carefully collected the thunder that was raging everywhere. Every trace of thunder was accompanied by a sharp pain like thousands of ants biting at the heart. But she did not retreat at all. With her tenacious will, she continued to guide the power of the thunder, and turned it into energy that she could control. In that terrifying thunder tribulation, she alone bore half of the power of the thunder. This powerful force not only caused her body to suffer severe damage, but also destroyed half of the seal in her body. Now, she is like a lonely boat that is about to fall in a storm in danger. If the seal cannot be repaired in time, her body will not be able to withstand the double impact of the tremendous power left over from her previous life and the residual power of the thunder, and the only fate waiting for her is to explode and die. Chapter 528. Young Master, this man's injuries are healing rapidly. The alchemist was panic-stricken, his voice trembling slightly, and he reported this incredible situation to Shin Yuxiao. Shin Yuxiao frowned, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Fast healing? That's right. I have never seen such a strange situation. The alchemist said firmly. Well, you go down first. Shin Yuxiao waved his hand, and his expression returned to calm. After the alchemist left, the servant beside him was full of doubts, scratched his head and asked, Young Master, why did we save her? Shin Yuxiao's eyes were stern, and he said coldly, Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, do your job. The servant trembled with fear, and hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to say anything more. In fact, except for his father, no one knew that Shin Yuxiao also returned from the lower world. In this Yuanhong continent, where the strong are respected, the memories and emotions from the lower world are the softest corner of his heart. Now that he has met someone who has the same experience as him, he will not stand idly by if he can help. Gu Li woke up slowly, and what came into her eyes was a strange carved bed, quaint furnishings, and a faint smell of medicine in the air. She became alert instantly, sat up with a carp, secretly gathered spiritual power with both hands, and shot her eyes, like lightning at Shin Yuxiao not far away, and said sternly, Who are you? Shin Yuxiao was not in a hurry, slightly bowed, and said in a gentle voice, Don't misunderstand, girl, I saved you and placed you here to recuperate. Gu Li said lightly, I wouldn't have died without your rescue. She knew her physical condition too well. After the divine punishment, external forces could not cause any substantial treatment to her. The healing depended entirely on her special physique. Shin Yuxiao smiled calmly and nodded, I don't deny this, but the girl was seriously injured at the time. If no one rescued her, even if she didn't die, she would have suffered a lot. Gu Li's expression eased a little after hearing this, but she didn't intend to deny this favor. She sat up neatly, took out a communication symbol from her arms, and gently placed it on the bed, saying, Anyway, I owe you a favor. I have something important to do, so I go first. Wait, Shin Yuseo hurriedly stopped her. The girl's current physical condition is really not suitable for moving around. Gu Li just got up and a sharp pain came. She couldn't help but frown, and then she realized that her body had not fully recovered. But when she thought of her friends, she gritted her teeth and said, I have an urgent matter. Shin Yuseo looked sincere and persuaded. Why not tell me, maybe I can help. Gu Li hesitated for a moment, and felt that what he said made sense. The most urgent thing was to find out where she was. So he asked, where is this place? The border of Yuanhong continent. This is the territory of Wangling sect. Shin Yuseo answered truthfully. Who are you? Gu Li asked. I am the young master of Wangling sect, Shin Yuseo. Shin Yuseo introduced himself. Gu Li responded briefly, and had some considerations about the identity of this young master in his heart. Shin Yuseo raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. I will accept Miss Gu's favor. In this case, I might as well owe you a little more. Gu Li's heart moved, raised his eyes, and looked directly at Shin Yuseo, wondering, why are you helping me? Shin Yuseo paused slightly, looked into the distance, seemed to be lost in memories, and whispered, because I also ascended from the lower world. His mother was a woman from the lower world, who met with an accident when she ascended. Gu Li heard this, and a trace of shock flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect that the first person she met in this strange Yuanhong continent was actually someone who ascended from the lower world. Shin Yuseo gently picked up the sound transmission talisman, with a gentle smile on his face, and said, Miss Gu, you have a good rest, I won't disturb you for now. After speaking, he quietly left the room and closed the door. After Shin Yuseo left, Gu Li lay back on the soft bed, wrapped in silence. She slowly closed her eyes, and began to sort out the strange information that came to her mind. Yuanhong continent, this vast land, is located below the God realm, and is a holy place for cultivation that countless practitioners dream of. The cultivation system here is complex and strict: tempering body realm, Kaiyuan realm, spiritual movement realm, spiritual sea realm, spiritual infant realm. Each realm is carefully divided into the initial, middle, late, and peak states. Gu Li silently estimated that her current cultivation was at the late stage of the tempering body realm, and there was still some distance from the peak. Recalling that before she withstood the thunder tribulation, in order not to implicate her partners, she reluctantly terminated the contract with them. Now she wanted to contact them, but there was no response. Not only that, the Rebirth Pavilion and Chaos Ring, which were once as easy as using one's arm, are now like kites with broken strings, and it is difficult to establish contact. Thinking of this, Gu Li couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now, she is just a poor man with nothing. But Gu Li is not a person who gives up easily. After a short period of loss, she quickly adjusted her mentality and decided to start with cultivation. After all, in this world where the strong are respected, strength is the root of everything. Since the seal had just been repaired, there was still a lot of unabsorbed spiritual power in her body. Thinking of this, Gu Li immediately sat cross-legged, placed her hands naturally on her knees, palms facing up, slowly closed her eyes, and entered a deep state of meditation. Shin Yuseo tightly held the sound transmission note in his hand, his eyes were deep, and he murmured, God and demon dual veins. At this moment, Gu Li was fully immersed in the world of cultivation, and was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. She didn't even know that Shin Yuseo had already known about her unique god and demon dual veins. Time passed quietly, and half a month passed in a flash. Gu Li finally slowly opened her eyes, and ended this long meditation. At the peak of the tempering body realm, she was just one step away from a breakthrough. She stood up and stretched her body, feeling full of strength. Then, she walked out of the room with light steps. As soon as she left the house, a servant came up to her quickly, bowed slightly, and respectfully called out, Miss. Gu Li looked calm and said simply, I want to see your young master. Wait a moment, I reported right away. The servant responded, and hurriedly turned around and ran to report. After a while, Shin Yuseo walked over with steady steps. When he saw Gu Li in front of him, he was slightly startled. At this time, Gu Li, after this period of cultivation and practice, looked very good, and her appearance had returned to her former brightness and beauty, and she had a more extraordinary temperament than when they first met. Shin Yuseo's eyes flashed with a subtle surprise, but soon returned to normal, and asked, Miss, what do you want to see me for? Gu Li looked directly into Shin Yuseo's eyes, and said seriously, I want you to help me find someone. As a reward, I can refine pills for you. Shin Yuseo raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a gentle smile, and said softly, Miss, just say it, just give the order, as for the pill, there is no need. Gu Li frowned slightly when he heard this. This Shin Yuxiao seemed to be a little bit wrong. Although there were doubts in his heart, he did not show it on his face, and just asked again, "Then what do you want?" Chapter 529. Shin Yuxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, with a somewhat careless look, and opened his thin lips. "I said, it's just because you and I both ascended from the lower realm, I want to help you a little." Gu Li sneered in his heart, and naturally would not believe his high-sounding nonsense, but his face still maintained a proper gentleness, without showing any doubt. "In that case, thank you, Mr. Shin." Shin Yuxiao's eyes flashed with inquiry, and then asked, "I wonder what Miss Gu is doing?" The man in front of her was too suspicious, and her intuition told her that she must be cautious. After a little thought, she lowered her eyes, hiding the vigilance in her eyes, and said calmly, "To be honest, my spiritual veins are damaged, and I urgently need to find spiritual medicine to repair it, so I am a little anxious." This excuse seems reasonable, which can explain her urgency without revealing her true purpose. When Shin Yuxiao heard this, a strange look flashed across his calm face, and his tone became heavier unconsciously. "Is your spiritual vein damaged?" Gu Li lowered his eyes calmly, and replied softly, "Yes." But his peripheral vision was always paying attention to Shin Yuxiao's every move. Seeing the other party's excessive reaction, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, "He is so concerned about her spiritual vein, could it be that he knows about her divine and demonic dual veins?" Shin Yuxiao's eyes were locked on Gu Li, and he said, "You might as well make a list of the spiritual herbs you need for me, so that I can have an idea." Gu Li heard this, and calmly took out a pill recipe from his sleeve, and handed it to him. The pill recipe lists some extremely precious and rare spiritual herbs in this spiritual world, and the difficulty of finding each one should not be underestimated. Shin Yuxiao took the recipe with his slender fingers, lowered his eyes, and looked at it carefully for a long time. "Don't worry, I will find all these spiritual herbs for you one by one." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a just right smile, and said gently, "In this case, thank you Mr. Shin for your help." However, the smile did not reach her eyes, and she still had doubts about Shin Yuxiao's intentions. Shin Yuxiao changed the subject and made another suggestion. "Miss Gu is talented. Have you ever thought about joining our sect? This is definitely 100 benefits for you without any harm." Gu Li's heart trembled, but she pretended to be curious on her face, and asked softly, "Oh? Mr. Shin, why don't you tell me in detail?" At this moment, she looked calm on the surface, but in her heart she was quickly thinking about the deep meaning behind Shin Yuxiao's move. Shin Yuxiao held a token between his slender fingers and handed it to Gu Li. "Miss Gu, please keep this token first. I won't bother you for now." After that, he nodded slightly and turned away. Gu Li reached out to take the token. Her eyes fell on the exquisitely carved patterns. When Shin Yuxiao's figure went away, she raised a mocking sneer at the corner of her mouth and whispered, "How can there be so many unprovoked good intentions in this world? The most urgent task is to understand this strange world as soon as possible. Only in this way can we better deal with everything unknown." She no longer hesitated, tidied her clothes, and stepped out of the door. Walking on the path of the sect, Gu Li politely stopped several passing disciples. After asking, she successfully found the library of the Lingzong. As an outer disciple, according to the rules of the sect, she could only step into the first and second floors of the library. She just needed to know some information about this continent, and the books on the first and second floors were enough. Entering the library, she quickly shuttled between the dazzling bookshelves and soon found the books she needed. Then, she found a quiet corner to sit down and couldn't wait to turn the pages of the book to read. The book recorded that this continent was called Yuanhong Continent, which was completely different from other continents she had known before. It was not divided into two parts, north and south, but a complete continent. Despite this, the power division on the continent was still clear. The Wangling sect, where she was currently located, was located on the edge of Yuanhong Continent. Among the many forces, it was weak, and was just an inconspicuous small sect. Gu Li gently turned the pages of the book, and suddenly, a line of text came into view. Her eyes were instantly attracted, and she couldn't help but whispered, "Xinyuan sect." In an instant, memories of the past came like a tide. Her mother asked her to go to Xinyuan sect, but now, the token and envelope were stored in the Chaos Ring. And she is still unable to control the Chaos Ring freely, which is really a headache. Gu Li sighed helplessly, and suppressed the anxiety in his heart. He calmed down, and continued to focus on the book, carefully checking the detailed distribution of Yuanhong Continent. Yuanhong Continent is divided into 3 regions, namely the periphery, the middle realm, and the central domain. In this vast continent, there are countless forces of all sizes. Among them, The three super forces of Xinyuan sect, Wanqing Pavilion and Lingxi Valley dominate with absolute strength, firmly occupying the central domain and becoming the existence that countless cultivators yearn for and respect. In Yuanhong continent, the levels of monsters are divided into, from low to high, there are super beasts of level 1 to level 9. Above this is the legendary demon king god, who stands on the top of all monsters. As for the strength levels of other professions, they are semi-super god level, spirit level, and god level. Each level has a significant difference in strength, and also represents the different stages of the cultivators on this long road of cultivation. Gu Li's fingers slowly slid across the pages of the book, and suddenly, the three words Induya jumped into her eyes, and she subconsciously whispered, Induya. According to ancient records, Yuanhong continent is vast, but there are only 4 Induya. Each Induya carries a special meaning. This is the only way for the lower world spiritual masters to ascend. When the spiritual masters broke through the boundaries and stepped into Yuanhong continent, their first stop was this Induya. A touch of surprise flashed in Gu Li's eyes, and the fire of hope instantly ignited in her heart. It seems that her friends, who had traveled with her from the lower world, are very likely to be in a certain place. Thinking of this, Gu Li clenched her fists tightly and secretly made up her mind to go to the transfer point to find them. As for joining the Wangling sect, it seems unnecessary now. Thinking of this, she put down the book and turned to leave the library. Walked out again, leaving before Shen Yuxiao noticed her. Because she had the token, she left the Wangling sect easily. She picked a lot of spiritual herbs in the suburbs, and then exchanged some spiritual crystals to buy a map of Yuanhong continent. Began to look for the whereabouts of others. When Shen Yuxiao went to find her, she had already left the sphere of influence of the Wangling sect. Shen Yuxiao's face turned black. If you can't find the person, you can die. Yes. Shen Yuxiao's eyes were red, dared to run, a little disobedient. Chapter 530. At this moment, because she had no Yuan Jing and her contracted beast was not around, her spiritual power was running all over her body, and she was emitting a faint glow. She could only fly with her own spiritual power. After more than a month of difficult flight, she finally arrived at the nearest Induya. The Induya in front of her was completely different from the cliffs she had imagined. It was actually a vast plain. This plain was surrounded by a powerful and mysterious force. The force was like a substance, and the visible fluctuation seemed to warn everything that tried to approach. No strangers are allowed to approach. A sharp shout sounded like thunder. Before Gu Li could step into the plain, she was severely repelled by a surging spiritual power. Her body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and she rolled several times in the air before she could barely stabilize her body. At this moment, a white-haired old man appeared in front of her out of thin air. The old man was wearing a simple robe, his face was stern, and his eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty. Gu Li took a deep breath, steadied his slightly embarrassed figure, looked at the old man in front of him, clasped his hands together, and said respectfully, "Senior, I came here to find someone." The old man looked at Gu Li in front of him with a sharp gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Are you a spiritual master who ascended from the lower world?" Gu Li was shocked, not knowing how he could see through his origins at a glance, but still answered truthfully, "Yes, I came here to find my friend this time." The old man frowned slightly, and then asked, "Did you not pass through the transfer when you ascended?" Gu Li shook his head gently. "No." The old man's tone was a little more unyielding. "Then come with me." Gu Li hurriedly said, "Wait. I'm looking for someone." The old man's face darkened, and he said coldly, "I don't care what you are here for, but anyone who ascends from the lower realm must join our forces." Gu Li's face turned ugly when he heard it, and he asked, "Who stipulated it? Ascension is a step in cultivation. How can there be a saying that you must join a certain force?" The old man frowned and said in a tough tone, "This area is under our jurisdiction. Anyone who ascends from here must join." Gu Li's heart was full of alarm. Her eyes were full of vigilance. Her body slightly stepped back half a step, secretly running her spiritual power, ready to fight at any time. However, before she could make a move, a golden rope flew out of the old man's hand like a spirit snake, instantly binding her tightly. The rope exuded powerful spiritual power, which pressed her so hard that she couldn't move. Gu Li angrily shouted, "Let go." But the old man ignored her, as if he didn't hear her. Then a spiritual force hit her neck. Gu Li felt a black screen in front of her eyes, and her consciousness gradually faded. At the moment she fainted, her heart was full of hatred, hating that she was so weak at the moment and unable to resist this sudden change. Gu Li felt dizzy and her consciousness was shrouded in a layer of fog. She tried hard to open her eyes, and the scene in front of her gradually became clear, but what she saw was completely unfamiliar. It was dark and damp here, filled with a pungent smell of rot, and she found that she was no longer in the extradition. When she was fully awake, she saw that she was in a dungeon. The dungeon was small, with a few oil lamps emitting faint light hanging on the wall, and the dim light cast mottled shadows on the ground. At a glance, there were 20 or 30 people imprisoned in the dungeon, and everyone was wearing heavy shackles on their feet. "Ollie, you're awake." A familiar and pleasant voice suddenly sounded. Gu Li turned her head suddenly, and saw Lin Yuchen looking at her with a wronged face. His hair was a little messy, his clothes were stained with a lot of dust, and his eyes were full of grievances. Gu Li was so anxious that he didn't bother to greet her. He asked quickly, "Where are the others?" Lin Yuchen shook his head helplessly, his voice full of confusion. "I don't know. They were here when I woke up." Gu Li took a deep breath to calm himself down, and whispered, "It's okay. We will find them." Lin Yuchen looked down at the shackles on his feet, his face full of worry. "How are we going to get out? This thing will limit most of our spiritual power." Gu Li looked calm, and quickly thought of a solution. "Let's see the situation first. They should have been taken away at the other 3 extradition sites. Since someone would take them away at this extradition site, the other 3 should also be guarded by people from other forces." Lin Yuchen looked puzzled and asked, "Extradition site? What is that?" Gu Li then told him everything he knew about the extradition site in detail, and in a clear and logical manner. After hearing this, Lin Yuchen was furious. "Damn it, one day I will destroy this broken place." Gu Li patted his shoulder gently, and said in a gentle voice, "It's okay, improve your cultivation first." Lin Yuchen said helplessly with a bitter face, "But we can't get out, let alone practice." Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a mysterious smile, and then made the shape of demon spirit. She knew in her heart that these fetters that restricted spiritual power might be able to suppress their spiritual power, but it was absolutely impossible to suppress the demon spirit. After all, if the demon spirit could be suppressed so easily, the demon clan would have been broken by all forces long ago, and how could the demon world be able to dominate the Yuanhong continent for a long time? Not long after, the people in the dungeon woke up from their sleep one after another. A shout full of fear and doubt broke the dullness in the dungeon. "Where is this place? Let me out! Damn, who did it?" These people who just woke up had no idea of the situation, and could only vent their fear and anxiety by shouting. But when they tried to mobilize their spiritual power, they were horrified to find that the spiritual power in their bodies was like being bound by an invisible shackle, and they could only exert a very small part of it. Fear instantly overwhelmed them like a tide, and everyone's face was full of panic. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen, on the other hand, sat quietly in the corner, watching everything calmly. Gu Li's eyes swept over these people one by one, thinking secretly in his heart. Most of these people looked to be in their 40s or 50s, and they should be strong people who ascended from other continents. Seeing this scene, Gu Li couldn't help but feel a little frightened. In Lingxi continent, people who can ascend at this age are almost rare, but there are so many of them gathered here. This means that the spiritual energy of the continent they were in before is probably many times stronger than that of Lingxi continent. "What are you arguing about? Do you want to die?" The guard walked in with a whip with barbs, and whipped one of them directly. Chapter 531. Instantly, a scream rang out. Witnessing the scene, the others seemed to be cast into a spell of immobilization, and instantly quieted down. After a while, a young woman walked in. She was tall and straight, with a stern look, and exuded a chilling aura. "Are you all awake?" The guard hurriedly responded respectfully, "Yes, Dean Hua." Huaranching nodded slightly, and gave a brief order, "Well, take them all over." Looking at the person leading the way in front, Lin Yuchen was full of uneasiness. He approached Gu Li beside him, and asked in a low voice, "What do you think they are taking us for?" A terrible thought flashed through his mind. Would they use them as guinea pigs for drug testing? Gu Li's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, "It depends on the situation. If it really came to a life and death moment, in order to protect themselves, they could only break the seal in their bodies again." Soon, they were taken to the outskirts of the forest. Huaranching stood on a high place, his eyes like knives, looking down at everyone, holding a glimmering spiritual herb in his hand. He said, "Do you see the spiritual herb in my hand? Go in and pick it. As long as you pick one, you can be free." A big man in the crowd shouted boldly, "Why should we help you?" Huaranching sneered and said in a cold tone, "If you don't want to, then go to hell." These words were like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the idea of resistance. Those who were still ready to move suddenly shut up. Thinking in his heart, "It's just picking a spiritual herb. It doesn't seem to be a difficult task, just pick it. But Ghoulie felt that things were not that simple. If it was so easy, why didn't they go and collect it themselves? Huarangsing seemed to see through everyone's thoughts and added, "Go in, your shackles will no longer imprison your spiritual power, but as long as you try to open them, they will be imprisoned again." Hearing this, some people's little thoughts that had just emerged were instantly suppressed. Everyone knew that in this dangerous forest, without spiritual power, it was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Once encountering a monster, it was almost certain to die. Ghoulie and Lin Yuchen followed the crowd and stepped into the forest together. The two looked at each other inconspicuously, slowed down their pace tacitly, and left the crowd little by little. After making sure that no one noticed them, they immediately ran in another direction. They ran for half an hour without stopping until they were out of breath. Lin Yuchen supported his knees with his hands, panting heavily, complaining, "Who are these people?" Ghoulie frowned and said in a deep voice, "This forest is absorbing our spiritual energy." Hearing this, Lin Yuchen hurriedly calmed down and carefully felt the spiritual power in his body. After a while, he widened his eyes in shock. "Oh my god, it's true. What should I do?" Ghoulie's eyes were stern, and the magic veins were instantly transformed, and powerful magic power surged out. In just a moment, the shackles of the two of them melted into a pool of molten iron. Ghoulie looked solemn and uttered 3 words, "Man-eating forest." "What the hell is that?" Lin Yuchen was full of confusion. Ghoulie patiently explained, "There are relevant records in the Rebirth Pavilion. The man-eating forest relies on absorbing people's vitality and spiritual power to strengthen itself. Once you step into it, it is difficult to escape." Lin Yuchen frowned and asked, "Spiritual attack is useless against it?" Ghoulie shook his head. "No, this forest is weird here. It will absorb all the spiritual power we send and use it for itself." "No way. So difficult? Then we are in big trouble." Lin Yuchen widened his eyes, his face full of anxiety. Ghoulie suddenly raised a confident smile. A sly look flashed in his eyes. "But I can." Lin Yuchen was stunned at first, then reacted and asked tentatively, "You mean to use magic energy?" Ghoulie raised the corner of his mouth and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, magic energy is much stronger than spiritual power. In this world, except for the demons, no creature can devour magic energy and transform it into its own power, and this cannibal forest is no exception." Ghoulie made up his mind, and the magic power around him surged instantly, releasing all his magic energy without reservation. In an instant, the air around her seemed to be twisted by an invisible force, and the dark magic fog quickly spread around her. Sensing the invasion of external forces, the surrounding trees were like angry beasts, twisting their branches wildly, and attacking Ghoulie and Lin Yuchen with their fangs and claws. The thick vines came with the sound of whirring wind, and the sharp branches shot at them like hidden weapons. However, once these attacks touched the magic energy, they melted instantly like ice and snow encountering a raging fire. The trees were burned by the magic energy, making a sizzling sound, and they could not get close to the two at all. Lin Yuchen's eyes flashed with a trace of shock, and he couldn't help but sigh, "TSK, it's really this thing." Under the cover of the magic energy, the flowers, plants and trees around him that were originally nourished by the spiritual energy seemed to have been drained of life, and began to wither slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ghoulie was alertly responding to the attacks from all around, while anxiously asking Lin Yuchen, "Do you still have a teleportation array in your space ring?" This forest was obviously kept here by someone. Once the person behind the scenes noticed it, he would definitely come to check the situation as soon as possible. Now that she didn't have the Rebirth Pavilion and the Chaos Ring, the previous arrays could not be used, and she had to get out as soon as possible. Lin Yuchen answered immediately without hesitation, "Yes." As he said, he quickly took out a arrayed ball from the space ring. Ghoulie was concentrating on controlling the magic attack with her mental power, while she said in an orderly manner, "Activate in a quarter of an hour." Lin Yuchen nodded seriously. "Okay." Looking at the trees that were slowly withering under the magic attack, Ghoulie raised a cold arc at the corner of her mouth, and murmured in a low voice, "Dare to tie me up, I give you a surprise." As soon as the voice fell, a more powerful red magic burst out from her body. This evil spirit spread towards the entire forest at a very fast speed, like a red lightning. Wherever it went, trees fell in pieces, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. This amazing scene happened to be seen by some people in the distance. They widened their eyes in horror, and their faces were full of fear and disbelief. "Evil spirit, there are actually demons in Yuahong continent." I don't know who shouted this sentence first, with a trembling voice, as if seeing the most terrifying thing in the world. For a while, Exclamations and discussions rose and fell in the crowd, and the fear spread rapidly. Huranching, who was about to leave, saw the scene and his pupil shrank. Go and stop it. Evil spirit is the nemesis of this cannibal forest. Once it spreads, the cannibal forest they have cultivated for hundreds of years will be destroyed. Chapter 532. Lin Yuchen's expression tightened, and he hurriedly warned Gu Li, Ollie, someone is approaching. Gu Li looked calm and made a quick decision. Well, you activate the teleportation array first. Lin Yuchen heard this, and immediately input his spiritual power into the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array burst into an extremely dazzling light, so strong that it was almost impossible to open your eyes. Come! Lin Yuchen shouted. At the moment the teleportation array was opened, Gu Li decisively and quickly withdrew his magic energy, and his figure flashed, rushing directly into the teleportation array. The figures of the two gradually disappeared in the light. The people who came only saw an empty venue, where there was no half a figure. Looking at the tragic extent of the destruction in this area, everyone couldn't help but feel terrified, and their faces were full of fear. Go and notify other forces. There is an invasion of demons. Someone in the crowd shouted in fear. By the time they saw the scene clearly, they were already in a deep alley in a small town. The damp walls exuded an old smell, and the dim light made the place seem particularly quiet. Lin Yuchen breathed a sigh of relief, his face full of relief for surviving the disaster. I finally got out. He was still frightened when he thought that he had just arrived in this new place, and was almost caught as a nutrient for cultivation. Gu Li walked out of the alley steadily, and after scanning the surroundings, he said, Let's go over there and take a look. This town is very lively, with a bustling crowd, and everyone is surging in the same direction, as if there is something extremely attractive there. Gu Li walked to an uncle next to her and asked politely, Hello, I want to ask what everyone is going to do. Her voice was soft and her smile was gentle. The uncle was originally impatient, but when he saw such a beautiful woman asking, his attitude instantly improved a lot, and his tone became gentle. You are from outside, right? Gu Li nodded and admitted, Yes. The uncle explained enthusiastically, That's Tianzhao College recruiting students, everyone is rushing to sign up. Gu Li pretended to be confused and asked, Is Tianzhao College very famous? The uncle looked at her as if he was looking at a monster, with a bit of surprise in his tone. Tianzhao College is the best college here, and students have the opportunity to be admitted to the forces in the central area, and there is no age limit for applying. Gu Li thanked, Thank you. Lin Yuchen approached Gu Li and whispered, Ali, I think this is okay. They had agreed long ago that if they were separated and couldn't find each other, as long as they stood high enough and had strong enough strength and status, they would definitely find each other again. Gu Li nodded slightly, with a look of determination in his eyes. We will also sign up. They followed the bustling crowd forward and came to an open space. There were several tables on the open space, and there were people on duty at each table. The scene was busy and orderly. Along the way, they asked different passers-by and gradually learned a little about the enrollment situation. It turned out that Tianzhao College was not an ordinary school in a small town. It was famous, and would recruit talents from various towns and cities. Luckily, they arrived in time, and did not line up at the end of the line. Even so, they waited for more than an hour before it was their turn. The admissions instructor sat at the table with a gentle look, looked at Gu Li and said, Put your hand on it, and input your mental power into it. Gu Li was slightly startled. She thought that her cultivation would be tested first, but she didn't expect that it would be her mental power. Although she was surprised, she still put her hand on the stone as she was told, and slowly transferred her mental power. In order to avoid exposing her full strength, she secretly suppressed some of her mental power. In an instant, the stone burst out with an extremely dazzling light, which flashed by and then returned to calm. The instructor nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of praise. Not bad, you go and wait over there, and come back with us later to take the entrance examination together. In the eyes of the instructor, although the woman in front of her is not very advanced, she is still young, but her mental power is so strong. As long as she is carefully cultivated, she will definitely make great achievements in the future. It was Lin Yuchen's turn. He repeated the same operation, and the process was quick. The instructor looked at the stone's reaction, and the smile on his face became brighter. It was a pleasant surprise to meet two seedlings with excellent qualifications in succession. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen walked aside and waited obediently. At this time, there were already 8 people waiting here. Lin Yuchen was surprised and couldn't help but say, We checked so many people before, but only a few qualified ones were selected. Gu Li nodded in agreement. I also find it strange. Several people with good cultivation were eliminated just now. 3 hours passed, their feet were numb from standing, but the enrollment was not over yet. The two simply found a place to sit down and prepare to meditate and rest for a while. At this moment, Lin Yuchen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly pulled Gu Li's arm and shouted excitedly, "Ali, it's Yuan Shi." Gu Li heard the words, and his eyes flashed with surprise, and he hurriedly looked up. I saw a familiar figure in the team. It was Mu Yunshi. Mu Yunshi also found them, with curved eyebrows and smiling, waving to them. Lin Yuchen stood up instantly and trotted over, and Gu Li followed quickly behind. Lin Yuchen ran to Mu Yunshi and said enthusiastically, "Beautiful Cici, I finally see you, I miss you so much." Mu Yunshi stretched out her hand, gently pressed against him, and pushed him aside with a little force. Then, she looked at Gu Li behind Lin Yuchen, her eyes full of joy over union. "Ali." Gu Li stepped forward quickly and hugged her tightly. "I found you." Mu Yunshi let go of Gu Li and whispered, "See you later." Gu Li nodded in understanding. She noticed the many eyes around her, and knew that this was not a good time to talk about friendship. Lin Yuchen was dragged back by Gu Li, his face full of reluctance, muttering, "I haven't talked enough with Yuan Shi yet." Gu Li helplessly comforted him. "Why rush? Wait until she passes, there is plenty of time." As soon as the voice fell, a mocking sneer came from behind them. "How arrogant, can you pass just because you want to?" Gu Li turned around and saw that the person who spoke was a man who had passed the preliminary screening like them, looking at them with disdain. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he was immediately furious. Just as he was about to open his mouth to refute, he was pulled by Gu Li. Gu Li pinched his wrist calmly, his eyes full of warnings, indicating that he must not be impulsive. After all, their cultivation is still shallow at the moment, and conflicting with these people is undoubtedly a futile effort, which will only cause trouble. Seeing that they did not fight back, the man thought that they were afraid of him, and the disdain on his face became stronger, the corners of his mouth raised high, and his eyes were full of contempt. But the slap in the face came unexpectedly. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yunshi completed the test, and was led over by the admissions instructor with a smile on his face. Seeing this, Lin Yuchen shrugged his shoulders, with a smug smile on his face, and deliberately said loudly, "Oh, is it difficult to pass?" "It's not difficult." Chapter 533. Mu Yunshi strode over. "What's wrong?" She frowned slightly. "He said you can't pass the test." Lin Yuchen sneered and raised his chin towards the purple-robed man standing with his hands behind his back not far away. Mu Yunshi raised his dark eyes slightly, and his tone was a little cold. "Can't pass? Is this test difficult?" As soon as the voice fell, Lin Ye's originally gloomy face instantly turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Humph, I don't know if it's because of the cultivation resources provided by men that I can get to this point." Lin Ye's sarcastic voice penetrated the crowd, attracting the attention of the surrounding cultivators. He deliberately emphasized the word man, and his eyes swept back and forth between Mu Yunshi and Lin Yuchen, with disdain in his eyes. Gu Li suddenly covered her nose, her delicate face wrinkled. "Hey, why does it smell like a dead mouse?" Lin Yuchen sniffed in cooperation and nodded seriously. "Indeed, I'm afraid someone ate rotten meat 3 months ago." Lin Yi was furious, and the sword on his waist was unsheathed half an inch, and the cold light of the sword made his face more ferocious, looking for death. Aura surged around him, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the bluestone slab under his feet. Lin Yuchen not only did not hide, but took a half step forward and deliberately opened his arms. Come on, hit me if you have the guts." Just when Lin Yi swung out the sharp sword energy, a golden bend fell from the sky, separating the two. The person in charge of the assessment, wearing a moon-white robe, appeared and waved the whisk in his sleeves, and the murderous aura around Lin Yi instantly dissipated. "Don't make trouble, otherwise you will be disqualified from the assessment." Lin Yuchen made a face at the dusty Lin Yi. "Hit me. Don't be a coward if you have the guts." Lin Yi was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he could only hold the hilt tightly. He glared at the three people fiercely. "Just wait." When he turned and left, the strong wind brought by the hem of his clothes rolled up the dead leaves on the ground, and made them fly all over the sky. Gu Li turned to the person in charge of the assessment, his almond eyes curved into crescents. "Teacher, can we leave first? With so many people, the assessment will probably last until late at night." The person in charge looked at the three of them, and saw that although they were dressed simply, they exuded a calm demeanor. He nodded and said, "Gather here at 3:30 tomorrow morning." The three of them saluted in unison. "Thank you, teacher." As dusk deepened, the three found an old inn in the town. Mu Yunshi sighed. I don't know where the others have gone. Lin Yuchen comforted. Don't worry, the natal locks are still there, which means they are fine. Gu Li sighed. It's a pity that the distance is too far, and we can't use the natal locks to locate them. But, she flashed a firm look in her eyes. When our cultivation is higher, we will definitely find everyone. In the guest room of the inn, spiritual power flowed around the three people like a tide. The jade cushion where Mu Yunqi sat cross-legged glowed with a white light, the lightning lingering on Lin Yuchen's fingertips crackled, and the petals suspended around Gu Li trembled gently with her breathing. Until the fish belly white appeared in the east, the three people slowly opened their eyes. When they came to the test site again, most of the noisy crowd yesterday had been reduced. But there were a lot more people who had passed by standing. Climb the beast. With a clear shout, the huge flying beast swooped down from the clouds, its wingspan covering the sky. The instructor of Tianzhou College held a jade token and guided everyone to climb onto the beast's back in an orderly manner. The whistling wind passed by his ears, and the mountains under his feet gradually turned into a blue-gray outline. When the towering walls of the academy finally appeared in his sight, Gu Li suddenly grabbed Mu Yunqi's wrist. The three life locks trembled in his body at the same time, like the heartbeat of a long-lost reunion. A hint is here, the three people said in unison, with a flash of surprise in their eyes. Gu Li looked around and saw a sea of people at the entrance of the academy, and he couldn't hide the familiar feeling in his heart. Feng Wuhan was standing at the edge of the crowd, and suddenly, a warm throbbing spread along his blood. He looked up suddenly, his eyes penetrated the heavy figures. The silver bell in Mu Yunqi's hair swayed lightly in the sun. Lin Yuchen leaned against the stone pillar and played with lightning, and Gu Li was waving at him desperately. Ollie! Aiken! Yinchi! He ignored the surprised eyes around him and ran away. Long time no see. Gu Li reached out and poked Feng Wuhan's arm. Feng Wuhan chuckled. It's been a long time indeed. It's only been a little over a month. Gu Li frowned. A hen, didn't you meet anyone else along the way? Feng Wuhan shook his head. No. Lin Yuchen supported his chin with one hand. It seems that we were separated too thoroughly. He suddenly grinned, revealing two tiger teeth, but with the ability of those guys, it must be fine. Mu Yunqi tucked the falling hair behind her ears, and the jade bracelet on her wrist shone with a warm light. It doesn't matter, as long as the natal lock is still there. No matter where we are, we will meet again. Before the voice fell, a thunderous rebuke suddenly exploded. Silence. The spiritual power wave wrapped in coercion swept the whole place, shocking the bluestone slabs under everyone's feet to tremble slightly. Everyone looked up at once, and saw 9 elders in gilded robes coming from the sky on auspicious clouds. The white-haired old man in the lead waved his whisk lightly, and an ancient bronze door suddenly emerged from the clouds, and the runes engraved on the door flashed with mysterious light. The content of this assessment is to enter the secret realm of all things. The old man's voice was like a loud bell, which made the eardrums of the monks present ache. Only the 100 people who survived in the end can become formal disciples of Tianzhou Academy. The crowd exploded immediately, and a girl in red raised her hand timidly amid the discussions. Elder, may I ask? Does survival mean that you will really die? After all, if thousands of people present really fight for life and death, how tragic the scene will be. The white-haired elder stroked his beard and smiled, and a deep and unfathomable light flashed in his eyes. Of course not. As soon as he finished speaking, the tense atmosphere in the whole audience relaxed instantly. However, those who are eliminated will be directly teleported out of the secret realm and lose the qualification to enter Tianzhou Academy. As he spoke, the bronze door opened with a bang, and a wind mixed with the fragrance of herbs and the smell of blood blew in. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, the biting cold wrapped in rotten leaves blew in his face. The dim light of the bronze teleportation array gradually weakened, and Gu Li keenly noticed more than 30 gazes that were like thorns in his back. More than 30 monks surrounded him in a fan shape, with magic weapons on their waists glowing coldly, and their pupils were beating with greed, like looking at prey. The gray-robed burly man in the lead deliberately shook the blood-stained mace, making a tooth-grinding friction sound. Oh, I'm being treated as a soft persimmon. Gu Li tilted his head and chuckled. The spiritual power surged around Feng Wuhan. Fight! Mu Yunqi turned his wrist, and a fine spiritual power net was woven around the 4 people, and his pupils were alert. This was clearly to strangle them in the encirclement. At the critical moment, Lin Yuchen suddenly grabbed Feng Wuhan's collar and said, "What's the point of fighting?" Gu Li grabbed Mu Yunqi's wrist at the same time and ran with the two of them. Want to run? It's not that easy. The gray-robed man roared and threw out the chain, but it only caught the flying sand. Chapter 534. Feng Wuhan looked at Lin Yuchen, who was holding him tightly, with a puzzled look on his face, and asked in confusion, "Why are you running?" Gu Li on the side explained, "Look around. We are the ones with the lowest cultivation. Those people will definitely get rid of us first. If we don't run, are we still waiting here to be eliminated?" Feng Wuhan looked a little embarrassed after hearing Gu Li's words. He suddenly realized that every time he ascended to a new continent, he always forgot a fact. He was no longer the one standing at the top. Seeing the people behind him chasing him relentlessly, Gu Li hurriedly said, "We have to think of a way to get rid of them." At this moment, Lin Yuchen suddenly summoned a huge contracted beast. This monster has a mighty body, its hair burns like flames, and it exudes a powerful breath. Lin Yuchen quickly climbed onto the back of the monster, and then shouted to Gu Li, Feng Wuhan and Mu Yunqi, "Come on up." Seeing this, Gu Li, Feng Wuhan and Mu Yunqi jumped up without hesitation and landed steadily on the back of the monster. With a whoosh sound, the monster rushed away like an arrow from a string, instantly leaving the people chasing behind far behind. Gu Li looked at the strange monster in surprise and asked curiously, "When did you contract such a powerful guy again?" She thought to herself that this monster was not only extremely fast, but she had never seen it before. It must be a new contract made by Lin Yuchen after he came to this new continent. Lin Yuchen's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and replied, "There is no way. Who made me a beast master? The contracted beast is my main fighting force." After finally getting rid of the people behind them, they finally got off the monster with a sense of relief. The white tiger walked out of Lin Yuchen's contract space, and its eyes revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. "Did you forget me?" Lin Yuchen scratched his head and said awkwardly, "I was in a hurry and didn't remember it." The white tiger looked at the monster unhappily. "You can remember it, but not me. Am I not better than it?" Lin Yuchen hurriedly explained, "You are my trump card, of course you can't expose it casually." The white tiger snorted, and seemed to be dissatisfied. "Humph, you just looked down on me." Gu Li on the side couldn't stand it anymore. She glared at the white tiger and said unhappily, "Stop whining." "Humph, for Gu Li's sake, I won't bother with you." The white tiger was glared at by Gu Li, and immediately shrank his neck, not daring to say anything, and it quickly drilled back into Lin Yuchen's contract space. Lin Yuchen sighed helplessly, "I am its master. Why should it be afraid of you instead of me?" Mu Yunqi smiled, patted Lin Yuchen on the shoulder, and comforted him, who made Ollie so awesome in his previous life. Looking at Lin Yuchen's contracted beast, Gu Li suddenly said, thoughtfully, "I have a new idea." "What?" The three of them looked at her at the same time, their eyes full of curiosity. Gu Li smiled slightly and continued, "I am also a beast master. Although our cultivation is low, our mental strength is not low." Lin Yuchen listened, and his heart moved. He seemed to understand what Gu Li meant, so he said, "You don't want to contract a monster beast too?" You know, Gu Li rarely contracts monsters, because she has very high requirements for monsters, not only talent, but also fate. Gu Li shook her head gently and said firmly, "To tame monsters, it is not necessary to do it through contracts. It can also be a temporary contract." Feng Wuhan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he asked in confusion, "Are you planning to form a monster army?" Gu Li smiled slightly, with a confident light in his eyes, and replied, "Yes, that's it. Although their strength is at the lowest level among many contestants, the strength of others is not much higher." Lin Yuchen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he shouted excitedly, "I want to join too." Gu Li readily agreed. "Okay, then let's find a way to lure the monsters over." Mu Yunqi took the initiative to arrange the formation. She skillfully placed various formation props and muttered something. Feng Wuhan silently took out the beast-attracting powder and carefully sprinkled it in the formation. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen quietly sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. They closed their eyes, adjusted their breathing, and concentrated their mental power. Time passed by minute, and finally, the formation was set up. Mu Yunqi and Feng Wuhan quickly left the formation and found a safe place to hide. Only half an hour later, the ground began to vibrate violently. Mu Yunqi said in surprise, "The amplitude of this vibration is so large, it seems that there are many monsters coming." Feng Wuhan leaned against the tree next to him, staring at the two people below, his eyes full of trust. Ollie will not do anything without confidence. Mu Yunqi's mouth twitched slightly, and she muttered to herself, "Has she done enough things that she is not sure of?" Last time, she wanted to leave them to bear the thunder tribulation by themselves. Soon, dense monsters appeared in their sight. These monsters had different shapes, some were extremely ferocious, and some looked a little cute. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen opened their eyes at the same time, and they spread their mental power like a big net, quickly covering the entire formation. The two slowly stood up, standing back to back, looking vigilantly at the monsters rushing in from all directions. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen's eyes became sharp in an instant, and their hands quickly formed seals, like lightning, and they muttered something in their mouths. The Way to Tame Beasts contract start. With this low shout, a powerful spiritual power and mental power gushed out of them like a surging wave. Rushed straight to all the monsters in the formation at an astonishing speed. The group of monsters, which were originally furious, stopped instantly under the impact of this force, as if they were cast into a spell. Their eyes were full of confusion, as if they had lost their self-awareness. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen's faces turned pale, and fine sweat began to appear on their foreheads. Their bodies trembled slightly, obviously under great pressure. However, they did not stop their actions, but continued to go all out. The monsters in the formation became more and more confused, and some even fell to the ground in pain, their bodies twitching. Gu Li's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and she quickly changed the way of making seals, contract from stab. At the same time, Lin Yuchen followed closely without hesitation, shouting, "Beast Taming Art Brand." In an instant, countless golden marks flew out from them like meteors, and sank into the heads of the monsters on the ground like raindrops. Chapter 535. Many high-level monsters suddenly came to their senses. They suddenly found that the two seemingly weak humans in front of them were so bold as to force them to establish a contract. This was simply a blatant provocation to their dignity. In an instant, an uncontrollable rage spread like wildfire among the monsters. "Go help them." Feng Wuhan witnessed this scene, holding the long sword with a cold glow in his hand tightly, and rushed towards the angry monsters like a black lightning. In a flash, he came to the most ferocious monster, swung his arm violently, and the sharp blade wrapped in a sharp sword aura slashed at the monster fiercely. With a loud bang, the blade chopped firmly on the monster's hard body, splashing a dazzling spark. "Don't hurt them," Lin Yuchen shouted loudly when he saw this. "These monsters are their powerful bodyguards. If they are chopped off by Feng Wuhan, their fighting power will be greatly reduced." Feng Wuhan heard this, and had no choice but to reluctantly put away the long knife in his hand. He fought with those monsters with bare hands. At the same time, Mu Yunqi was not to be outdone. She flew lightly into the air. She saw her hands quickly forming seals, like a butterfly flying through flowers, and she muttered, "Would element power bind?" As her voice fell, a majestic and mysterious wood element power surged out of her body. In an instant, countless thick and tough vines suddenly sprang out from the ground and swept towards the monsters. In the blink of an eye, several monsters with weaker strength were tied up by these vines and could not move. Taking advantage of this perfect opportunity, Gu Li and Lin Yuchen understood. They gritted their teeth, veins popped on their foreheads, and tried their best to strengthen the transmission of mental power. The invisible mental power surged towards the monsters like a tide, trying to break through their solid mental defenses. At this critical moment, the mental power of the two seemed to merge into one, forming a more powerful force. Finally, with their unremitting efforts, all the monsters were successfully contracted in one fell swoop. With the completion of the contract, the monsters that were originally furious, as if they were cast under a spell, instantly calmed down. Gu Li and Lin Yuchen seemed to have exhausted all their strength. Their legs softened, and they fell heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. "I'm so tired," Lin Yuchen said weakly while lying on the ground. "It's fun." Although Gu Li was also exhausted, there was a hint of excitement on the corner of his mouth. For her, whenever her mental power reaches its limit, it is like experiencing a phoenix nirvana, and her mental power will always be strengthened again. Such a challenge is undoubtedly attractive to her, and she even thinks that this kind of thing might as well happen a few more times. Seeing that the two successfully contracted the monsters, Mu Yunqi showed a gratified smile on her face. She flew down, gently helped Gu Li and Lin Yuchen up, and praised, "It has to be you." "That must be." Lin Yuchen straightened his chest. Although his body was tired, his words were full of pride. Gu Li recovered a little, looked at the monsters in front of him, who looked unconvinced, cleared his throat and said, "We only signed a temporary contract with you." A huge mountain tiger, with big eyes like copper bells, asked in a muffled voice, "What do you want to do?" Being contracted by such a weak human is a great shame for these proud monsters. Even if it is just a temporary contract, they feel ashamed. Gu Li smiled slightly and said calmly, "You just need to protect our safety in this secret realm. After the matter is done, each monster will get 10 bottles of Super God Grade Huiyuan Dan. Super God Grade Huiyuan Dan." Hearing her words, all the monsters couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, their eyes full of shock. Although they are monsters with strong physiques and unique talents, elixirs are also very important to them. Especially this kind of super god grade Huiyuan Dan with extremely high grade, which can not only help them quickly recover their vitality, but also improve their strength. Seeing this, Guli nodded gently, and then slowly took out a small and exquisite jade bottle from the space ring. She slowly opened the bottle cap, and suddenly, a strong and tempting fragrance of the elixir spread. I don't lie to monsters. For a moment, the monsters looked at each other, with complicated expressions in their eyes, unwilling and helpless. Seeing this, Guli raised his mouth slightly. Besides, you have no choice. Hearing this, the monsters who had been contracted were speechless. They knew in their hearts that what Guli said was true. The contract was made, and they could no longer break free. Instead of struggling in vain, it would be better to go with the flow. Not only can they fulfill the contract requirements, but they can also get the coveted super god Huiyuan Dan, which is also a gain. Why not do it? Not long after Guli and his companions reached a subtle cooperation with the monsters, a huge crisis quietly fell on the heads of other candidates. Those candidates who were just thinking about how to eliminate Guli and his companions encountered an extremely terrifying thing. Thousands of monsters rushed towards them like a tide, roaring and attacking and chasing with their fangs and claws. At this time, Guli and his 4 companions were in a completely different scene. They leisurely took out chairs, and sat on the head of one of the huge monsters, as if they were in a relaxing outing. Lin Yuchen looked very happy, and couldn't help but sighed. Life is so happy. It seemed that he was not in a fiercely competitive secret realm at this moment, but enjoying a leisurely time. Guli also followed suit, pretending to be profound and sighing. Being invincible is too lonely. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, showing a trace of regret on his face. It's a pity that we can't fight. Mu Yunchi yawned lazily. I'm so bored that I want to sleep. The more leisurely Guli and the other 4 were here, the more desperate the other candidates were. No matter where they escaped to the secret realm, they could not escape the pursuit of the monsters. In just half a day, half of the candidates in the secret realm were eliminated. Outside the secret realm, Elder Liang looked at the batches of candidates being teleported out, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He frowned, full of doubts. Didn't this assessment just start? How could there be such a large-scale elimination suddenly? What happened? Elder Songwu was also surprised and couldn't help but guess. Is there something wrong with the secret realm? Chapter 536. Just then, the disciple in charge of controlling the secret realm came forward tremblingly, and said in a trembling voice, Several elders. Elder Xianmen looked at him with a sharp gaze, and asked seriously, What's going on? The disciple swallowed his saliva, and answered tremblingly, For candidates are sweeping the secret realm with 1,000 monsters. When these words came out, the elders were all stunned, looking at each other, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. Elder Songwu looked suspicious, staring at the trembling disciple, and asked, Are you saying that they have contracted 1,000 monsters? The disciple was frightened by the elder's gaze, and hurriedly lowered his head and whispered, Temporary contract. Although the voice was small, it was like exploding in the ears of several elders. Elder Liang's brows twisted into knots when he heard this, and he asked, Temporary contract? Those are all monsters in the secret realm. The monsters in the secret realm are always wild and difficult to tame. It is not easy to make them accept temporary contracts obediently. The elders know the difficulty very well. The disciple nodded tremblingly, and his voice trembled more and more. Yes. Yes. Elder Linchi heard this and couldn't help but look worried, and said anxiously, What if the 4 of them eliminate everyone? His worries are not unreasonable. If only the 4 of them are recruited in this enrollment, what should we do? Wouldn't this enrollment plan be completely messed up? Hearing this, the other elders fell into deep thought. For people, compared with the number of people originally planned to be recruited, are too few, which is obviously not in line with the interests and expectations of the academy. Elder Liang thought for a moment and slowly said, If everyone is really eliminated, let's reselect except for the 4 of them. That being said, he knew in his heart that perhaps the extreme situation of everyone being eliminated would not occur. After all, the secret realm is vast and boundless, and not all places are infested with monsters. Other candidates should still have a chance. Elder. The disciple widened his eyes, and looked at the open space over there in shock, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Hearing the disciple's panicked cry, the 3 elders suddenly had an ominous premonition in their hearts. They followed the disciple's gaze, and saw that more than 500 people had appeared on the open space at some point. Looking at the display panel of the secret realm again, it clearly showed that there were only 4 people left in the secret realm at this time. For a moment, The three elders looked at each other, not knowing what to say. The scene fell into a suffocating silence, and the air was filled with an indescribable astonishment and confusion. Elder Songwoo was the first to break the silence, and said solemnly, "Bring up the picture of the secret realm." He wanted to see what kind of person had such a great ability to eliminate so many people in such a short time. The disciples did not dare to delay for a moment, and hurriedly operated, and soon, the picture of the secret realm was clearly presented in front of the elders. In the picture, 2 men and 2 women were in a lush forest. They had relaxed and comfortable smiles on their faces, and were distributing pills to the surrounding monsters in an orderly manner. While handing over the pills, Lin Yuchen smiled and said, "Ali said he would not lie to the monsters." The tone was as if he was talking to an old friend, without any nervousness or fear when facing the monsters. The monsters queuing up to receive the pills were all excited, with expectation in their eyes. They originally thought it was just talk, but they didn't expect to really get the pills. If such a good thing could come a few more times, they would be very happy, and even thought that it would be okay to chase those candidates for the pills. The scene changed, and the other 3 were still busy distributing pills, while Gu Li was alone and concentrating on refining pills. There were 10 pill furnaces around her, each of which was burning with a blazing flame, and the furnace body was emitting a mysterious and hot light. Her hands danced like a phantom, constantly casting various spells to control the fire and spiritual power injection of the pill furnace. The number of pills she brought was already limited, but fortunately, spiritual herbs were everywhere in this secret realm, so she decided to refine them on the spot. Seeing her controlling 10 alchemy furnaces at the same time, the 3 elders were so shocked that they were speechless. Elder Songwoo couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, "What a strong mental power." They have been struggling on the road of cultivation for so many years, and have seen countless geniuses, but even those famous top geniuses can usually control 2 alchemy furnaces at the same time, which is already shocking. And this little girl in front of him can actually control 10 alchemy furnaces at the same time. This kind of talent is simply unheard of and unseen. Elder Liang looked at the 4 leisurely figures in the secret realm picture, and his heart was mixed with mixed feelings. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, "Wait until they have distributed the pills, and then teleport them out." Such a big change has occurred in this secret realm assessment. A decision must be made as soon as possible, and the situation cannot be allowed to continue to develop. The disciple replied respectfully, "Yes." Then he skillfully controlled the teleportation array, and mysterious rays of light instantly enveloped Gu Li and the other 4 who were busy in the secret realm. Before they had time to say goodbye to the monsters with whom they had just established a cooperative relationship, they only felt a flash of light in front of them, and the 4 of them were suddenly teleported out. Shua, the 4 of them appeared in front of everyone. As soon as they appeared, they felt like a thorn in their backs, and 1,000 pairs of eyes stared at them fiercely, as if they were about to spit fire. When other candidates were frantically chased by monsters, they clearly saw Gu Li and the other 4 sitting leisurely on the back of the monsters, eating leisurely, as if they had nothing to do with it. After being eliminated, everyone gathered together, talking about it, and soon figured out that the culprits for their elimination were the 4 people in front of them. When they thought that they were eliminated by these seemingly weak people, everyone's heart was filled with uncontrollable anger. Gu Li looked calm, still with a faint smile on his face, looking at everyone calmly, and said softly, "This is Tianzhao College, everyone, don't be impulsive." Hearing this, even if those people were angry, they could only suppress their anger in their hearts. After all, the majesty of Tianzhao College cannot be challenged, and they don't want to offend the college completely because of a momentary impulse. At this time, Elder Liang coughed lightly, cleared his throat, and said loudly, "Considering the unexpected situation that occurred in this assessment, we decided to compete again." Chapter 537. Hearing this news, the originally depressed faces of the crowd instantly changed to joyful expressions. This means that they still have a chance to join the coveted Tianzhao College. The previous failure seems to have become less difficult to accept. Lin Yuchen looked at the reactions of the people around him, and couldn't help but muttered in a low voice, "It's too much." He felt a little helpless in his heart. It was not that they deliberately wanted to eliminate everyone. They didn't know the exact number of candidates in the secret realm at all. And the ones who eliminated others were mainly those monsters. They had no way of knowing how many people were eliminated. They didn't expect that such a situation would be caused in the end. Elder Songwoo looked at Gu Li and the other 4 with a gentle look, and slowly said, "You 4, just joined Tianzhao College." Hearing this, countless people were envious. They were also full of resentment. If it weren't for the 4 of them, they might have been able to enter Tianzhao College. Gu Li bowed respectfully. Thank you, elder. Lin Yuchen, Mu Yunqi and Feng Wuhan saw this and quickly followed him, saying in unison, Thank you, elder. This result was actually within their expectations. Although the current cultivation of the four of them was lower than that of other competitors, they eliminated all the people in the secret realm by themselves. Such performance, no matter from which angle, was enough for them to qualify for Tianzhou College. Soon, a disciple from the college came and led them into Tianzhou College. In the college, pavilions and towers were scattered in misty, like a fairyland on earth. From time to time, you can see some immortal cultivators flying with swords. Their figures are graceful. You can live here. After taking them to a courtyard, the guide left this sentence and then turned and left. Gu Li and the other four walked into the courtyard and looked around at the place that would become their residence in the academy. The environment was quiet and pleasant. At this time, Gu Li looked down at the token that the man had just given them, frowned, and said in confusion, Moving bricks? Lin Yuchen was also surprised when he heard Gu Li's words, and couldn't help saying, You won't really let us move bricks. In their imagination, after entering the academy, they should concentrate on practicing martial arts and improving their strength, and they never thought that they would be related to moving bricks. Mu Yunqi was also a little puzzled and asked, What will happen if you don't go? Feng Wuhan took a closer look at the token and said, You will be beaten. Anyway, the brick-moving thing will not start until tomorrow, and Gu Li and the other four randomly chose their own rooms in the courtyard and went back to rest. Especially Gu Li and Lin Yuchen, they had used a lot of mental energy in the previous secret realm, and now they were exhausted and in urgent need of recovery. Early the next morning, when the sky was just turning pale, Gu Li and the other four followed the instructions on the token and came to the designated location for moving bricks. The scene in front of him made Lin Yuchen's eyes widen. He pointed at the pile of bricks in front of him, looked at a mentor beside him in disbelief, and asked, Really moving bricks? The mentor had a faint smile on his face and responded gently, Yes. Lin Yuchen still didn't give up and continued to ask, Why? You can let us do the task. Why do you let us move bricks? The instructor smiled and explained, When the dean was refining the elixir a few days ago, he accidentally caused an explosion, which blew up the place beyond recognition. Now it is in urgent need of repair. Lin Yuchen was reluctant and wanted to continue to argue with the instructor. At this moment, Gu Li reached out and gently pulled him, signaling him to be patient. Gu Li turned to ask the instructor politely, Instructor, where should these bricks be moved? The instructor raised his hand and pointed, saying, Just move them to that island. Gu Li looked up in the direction pointed by the instructor, and saw a small island suspended in the air, like a dream. There were already many people busy on the island. In addition to the four of them, many other students also participated in the work of moving bricks. Looking closely again, those so-called bricks were not ordinary things. Each one was huge, as big as 3 adults side by side. Feng Wuhan took the lead and stepped forward, running the spiritual power in his body, trying to lift a brick. With the surge of spiritual power, the huge brick slowly left the ground. Feng Wuhan raised his eyebrows slightly, and said, Very light. There was a hint of surprise in his tone. When Lin Yuchen heard this, he also walked forward quickly and said with disdain, Is it that simple? As he said this, he also used his spiritual power to lift a brick. Indeed, the brick seemed unusually light under the support of spiritual power at this moment, and its weight was probably about the same as a book, which made Lin Yuchen despise this task. He wanted to take a few more bricks, but no matter how he tried, he found that the rest of the bricks did not move at all. The instructor reminded him, Each person can only take 1 brick at a time. Lin Yuchen curled his lips and muttered, It's so troublesome. But since the rules are like this, he can only take a brick and fly it to the island first. But not long after flying up, the brick that was originally held up suddenly seemed to be injected with 1,000 pounds of force, and instantly became heavier. Lin Yuchen only felt a huge pressure suddenly hit him. He had no time to react at all, and the whole person fell straight from the air like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi's face changed, and she frowned hurriedly, flying forward to help him. However, the impact of the suddenly heavier brick was far beyond her imagination. The two of them could not compete at all, and finally both fell directly, and were heavily pressed to the ground by the brick. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yuchen's slightly embarrassed voice came from under the brick, Oh my god, what the hell is this? This sudden change shocked everyone present. It also made Gu Li and Feng Wuhan realize that this seemingly simple task of moving bricks was probably much more complicated and difficult than they had imagined. The instructor saw Lin Yuchen and Mu Yunqi being pressed under the bricks, and waved his hand calmly. The brick that was originally pressing heavily on the two of them seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, and slowly flew back to its original place. Lin Yuchen and Mu Yunqi got up from the ground with dust on their faces. The instructor looked calm and emphasized again, each person should move at least one brick a day. Gu Li stared at the bricks and fell into deep thought. These bricks should have been added with special materials with gravity. This material makes the weight of bricks change greatly under certain circumstances, increasing the difficulty of carrying. Lin Yuchen's face was full of sorrow, and he couldn't help complaining, "It's so heavy, how can I move it?" Recalling the sudden heaviness just now, he was still frightened. The weight at that moment was far beyond his ability to bear, leaving him almost powerless to resist. Chapter 538. Gu Li said with a firm look, "Try more." Facing this seemingly extremely difficult task, only by constantly trying can there be a possibility of success. As soon as the voice fell, she circulated the spiritual power around her body, stretched out her hands, and steadily lifted a huge brick. With a leap, she rushed towards the island suspended in the air. However, just as she was about to approach the island, a strong gravity suddenly hit her without warning. The force was like a surging undercurrent, instantly turning her previous efforts into nothing. Although Gu Li had prepared herself mentally, the strength of this gravity was far beyond her expectations. She was like being pressed down by an invisible giant hand, falling straight to the ground. With a dull crash, Gu Li was pressed under the brick. The instructor still raised his hand calmly, and the brick pressing on Gu Li flew back to its original place obediently. Gu Li struggled to get up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. "I don't believe it anymore." Then, Gu Li, Lin Yuchen, Mu Yunqi and Feng Wuhan repeated the process of lifting the bricks, flying up, and being pressed down by gravity again and again. Every time they tried their best to find a way to fight against this mysterious gravity. However, every time they failed, they fell from the air again and were pressed to the ground by heavy bricks. Time passed quietly in their continuous attempts, and the sky gradually darkened. As if they were tireless, the four of them were still determined to make the next attempt. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, and their bodies were covered with scratches from falling, but these could not stop them from continuing to try. Finally, the instructor's voice broke the tense and persistent atmosphere. "Okay, time is up." Gu Li and the others heard the voice, panting, and looked up at the instructor. The instructor just smiled and looked at them quietly. At this moment, without any warning, 8 people suddenly appeared out of thin air. These 8 people were dressed in uniform, with cold eyes, and quickly surrounded Gu Li and the other 4, stopping them in an instant. Lin Yuchen was shocked when he saw this, and couldn't help shouting, "Oh my god, what are you doing?" The next second, they were thrown into a dark cave, like discarded items without any defense. "Fuck!" With this exclamation, the 4 people were pressed down by an invisible mountain as soon as they entered the cave. They fell directly to the ground, and their limbs seemed to be bound by tens of millions of pounds of force, unable to move. Feng Wuhan squeezed out a few words with great effort. Such a heavy pressure. This kind of pressure was far beyond the array they had set up at the beginning. The heavy force seemed to crush every inch of their bones. "What are you doing? Where is this? It's so heavy." In the cave, there were constant exclamations and complaints from newcomers who had failed to complete the task like them. Everyone was overwhelmed by this sudden change and fell into deep fear and confusion. Gu Li gritted his teeth and said, despite the great pain in his body, "It's okay, this is good for us." Hearing this, Mu Yunqi also came back to her senses, remembering that they had experienced similar training before. At that time, after the hard training, they were not affected by the pressure of the strong. Shouted, "Whether we can break through depends on ourselves." Gu Li said no more, and immediately closed his eyes, concentrating all his energy, guiding the spiritual power in his body to slowly circulate, trying to resist the gravity that was as surging as the tide. She could feel that the spiritual power was flowing through the meridians with difficulty. Every time it moved forward, it had to withstand huge resistance, but she had no intention of retreating. The other 3 people followed suit. Lin Yuchen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart, and began to mobilize his spiritual power. Feng Wuhan held his breath and concentrated, putting all his energy into controlling his spiritual power. Mu Yunqi also closed his eyes tightly, letting the spiritual power circulate in his body, and fought against the powerful suppression. Time passed slowly in pain and persistence, as if every second was infinitely stretched. 2 hours later, a miracle finally happened. They, who had been lying on the ground, gradually felt the pressure on their bodies relieved, and could slowly sit up and continue to practice. In this dark cave, more newcomers saw their changes and followed suit, trying to fight against this heavy pressure in their own way. Another 3 long hours passed, and in this dark cave, Gu Li was completely immersed in the fight against gravity. Gradually, she could no longer feel the pressure that followed her like a shadow. At the same time, the sky was bright. The instructor who was in charge of supervising their brick-moving task yesterday walked into the cave with steady steps. His eyes were like torches, and he quickly scanned the cultivation progress of everyone in the cave. In addition to Gu Li and the other 4, 2 other men also successfully sat up and were working hard to cultivate. The rest of the people were still suppressed by the heavy gravity, lying on the ground and struggling. Looking at those who have not yet successfully sat up to practice, the instructor slowly said, "This is related to your status in Tianzhou College." Mu Yunqi was confused and couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" The instructor patiently explained, "Those who can break through the 5th level of gravity suppression can become students of the Tian class and enjoy the best resources and teachings of the college. Those who break through the 4th level of gravity can become students of the middle class. Although the resources are not as good as those of the Tian class, they can also get better training. Those who break through the 3rd level are students of the D class, and they can also steadily improve their cultivation in the college. As for those below the 3rd level, they can only become menial disciples. They need to be responsible for various chores of the college on weekdays, and they will be subject to many restrictions in obtaining cultivation resources." Hearing the instructor's words, a whisper suddenly sounded in the cave. The instructor's eyes swept over Gu Li and the other 4, and the 2 men one by one, and said calmly, "The 6 of you follow me." Hearing this, Gu Li calmly patted the dust on his body that was stained by lying on the ground of the cave for a long time, got up first, and followed the instructor with firm steps. The other 5 people hurried to follow, and they followed the cave passage back to the place where they moved bricks yesterday. The instructor stopped, turned around, looked at them and said, "Go and give it a try." Gu quickly used his spiritual power, leaned over to hold up a brick, and then flew up and flew towards the island suspended in the air. Unlike yesterday, this time, they no longer felt the irresistible pressure of gravity. Under the support of spiritual power, the bricks seemed to become obedient, and they easily moved the bricks steadily to the island. After the 6 people successfully completed a move, the instructor spoke again. "You need to move 100 bricks today." Chapter 539. Although the number is staggering, it is not an insurmountable obstacle for them at this moment. After the training of gravity suppression in the cave before, their strength has been significantly improved. They can be seen running their spiritual power and highly concentrating their mental power. With their skilled skills and gradually increasing abilities, the bricks flew steadily towards the designated island under their control, and the whole process seemed quite easy. After successfully completing the task of this stage, they were quickly taken to another place by the instructor. This is the gravity field of the 2nd level, surrounded by a mysterious atmosphere, making people feel an invisible pressure coming. At the same time, in another mysterious valley, Su Yun was running desperately, and a bunch of monsters with bared fangs and claws were chasing him closely behind him. Su Yun shouted loudly while running, "Ahan, wait for me." Shi Zihan heard the shout and looked back at him with disdain, but still turned around and pulled him quickly. Su Yun rushed forward a few steps, but he could still clearly feel the hot breath of the monster behind him. The fishy smell made him frown. Looking at the group of monsters chasing him, Su Yun couldn't help complaining, "If only Ali and Chen were here." Ali and Chen are both gifted beast masters. With their abilities, it's no problem to deal with the monsters in front of them. Shi Zihan ran hard and said without looking back, "Stop talking nonsense, time is almost up." Su Yun was still muttering, "Why do we come to participate in this crappy assessment if we don't go find Ali and the others?" Shi Zihan shouted impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense, run quickly." In this way, they ran desperately in the valley for more than an hour. Finally, with their unremitting efforts, they successfully ran out of this dangerous valley. A loud voice rang out, "Su Yun, Shi Zihan successfully escaped from the valley." When Su Yun heard this voice, his tense nerves relaxed instantly, and the whole person could no longer support himself. He lay on the ground and gasped without caring about his image. Too tired. The instructor smiled and looked at Gu Li and the other 4 with approval. His tone was full of relief and congratulations. Congratulations on entering the Tianan. Gu Li was covered in dust and got up slowly from the ground in a mess. "Thank you for your cultivation, instructor." During this period, their strength has improved significantly. Mu Yunqi has already been promoted to the middle stage of Kaiyuan realm. Lin Yuchen also successfully broke through to the early stage of Kaiyuan realm. Feng Wuhan broke through to the late stage of Kaiyuan realm. Gu Li even broke through to the early stage of the spiritual realm. The instructor looked at the 4 people, who looked a little embarrassed but could not hide their excitement and pride, and couldn't help but laugh. You go back and rest first, and report to the class in 3 days. These 4 seedlings are the most talented he has ever seen. It is really precious to be able to successfully pass the test, and achieve a breakthrough in the realm in such a short time. This also made him begin to look forward to the talents of other beginners. The 4 dragged their tired bodies, and slowly walked towards the resting place. 3 days passed in a flash. Soon, it was the day for Gu Li and the other 4 to report to the class. However, when Gu Li and the other 4 stepped into the Tianban classroom, they felt a strange atmosphere, and the people in the class seemed unfriendly. The class teacher was a middle-aged man, with a kind face, but not without dignity. He looked at the teacher standing on the podium, and smiled, as he introduced to the whole class. These are the new students in our Tian class, Gu Li, Mu Yunxi, Feng Wen, and Lin Yuchen. Everyone, please welcome them. The teacher's voice echoed in the quiet classroom, but what responded to him was dead silence. The whole class was silent, and the students just looked at them quietly, with curiosity, indifference, or a trace of scrutiny in their eyes. No one applauded, and there was no welcome. Seeing this scene, the class teacher, Teacher Chang, did not seem surprised. He waved his hand gently, motioning Gu Li and the other 4 to find a seat first. The classroom was very large, spacious and bright, with neatly arranged tables and chairs. It was obvious that it could accommodate hundreds of people. However, with Gu Li and the other 4, there were only 40 people in the classroom, which seemed a bit empty. Lin Yuchen looked at the somewhat deserted scene and couldn't help but whispered, "Is there so few people in Tianzhou College?" After hearing this, Mu Yunxi explained the information she had learned in the college in the past few days. Tianzhou College has more than 1 Tian class, but is divided into 3 grades, and each grade has 3 Tian classes. There is an inner courtyard above the grade, and the inner courtyard is also divided into 3 grades. In addition to the Tian class, the number of people in the middle class and the ground class is 100 times that of the Tian class. After hearing this, Lin Yuchen opened his mouth in surprise and sighed softly. Wow, so many! He never thought that behind the seemingly sparsely populated Tian class, there was such a huge college system. As soon as Teacher Chang stepped out of the classroom door, 3 people came towards Gu Li and the others aggressively. The leader was a tall man with steady steps and an arrogant look on his face. This man was Yu Xiao. He glanced at Gu Li and the other 4 and said with contempt, "You are the new rookies?" Gu Li leaned back slowly and raised his eyes leisurely to meet his gaze. "Are you deaf?" Yuan stood beside Yu Xiao and shouted angrily when he heard Gu Li's impolite response. "What did you say?" Mu Yunxi saw this and said, "What does all he mean? Didn't the instructor introduce it?" Others around didn't expect that these newcomers, who had just arrived at the Tianban, would be so tough. In their perception, most newcomers to the Tianban would choose to swallow their anger when faced with the provocation of the old students. Fu Jianyi also followed up and said, "You seem very arrogant." He crossed his arms and looked like he was watching a good show. Lin Yuchen frowned and said with a look of disdain, "Can you give way? You are blocking our fresh air." Yu Chengxiao saw their attitude and sneered. "It seems that you don't know the rules of the Tianban." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and asked directly, "So who are you fighting with?" In fact, as early as after learning that they entered the Tianban, the 4 of them went to learn about the situation of the Tianban in detail. They clearly knew that every new person who joined the Tianban would receive special care from the old students. And this kind of care is often a contest of strength. Since it is unavoidable, they choose to face it calmly and meet the challenge with a tough attitude. Chapter 540. Yu Chengxiao was stunned by Gu Li's direct response. He originally thought that these newcomers would be afraid or beg for mercy, but he didn't expect them to take the initiative to meet the challenge. After a brief surprise, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Since you are so eager to fight, let me teach you the rules of the Tianban." As he said, he circulated his spiritual power, and a faint light appeared around him. A fierce battle seemed to be about to break out. Gu Li raised a slightly provocative smile at the corner of her mouth, slowly straightened up, and said, "Why don't we have something fun?" Her tone was neither fast nor slow, but it successfully aroused everyone's curiosity. Yuan couldn't help frowning and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" He really couldn't guess what this new girl was up to. Gu Li gently turned his fingers, his eyes swept across everyone's faces, and finally fixed on Yu Chengxiao, and said slowly, "We bet on Crystal Yuan 10 million. 10 million. This number was like a thunder, exploding around in an instant. The students who were watching the show silently on the side couldn't help but take a breath, their faces full of shock. You know, crystal yuan is an important cultivation resource and circulating currency. 10 million crystal yuan is definitely an absurdly high amount for them. If their daily monthly expenses can reach more than 1 million crystal yuan, it is already very luxurious. 10 million crystal yuan, that is almost the total of their expenses for 10 months, which is not a small amount. When Yu Chengxiao heard this number, his face changed instantly, and he was obviously hesitant. His family is indeed relatively well off, and he usually has a lot of pocket money, but 10 million crystals is too much. If his father knew that he took such a large sum of money to gamble, he would be in trouble, and would have to be severely punished when he returned. Thinking of this, he felt a little scared. Gu Li looked at Yu Chengxia's tangled expression, deliberately propped up his chin, and said with a smile, "Why, don't you dare? Since you want to fight, then play a big one, which can not only establish your prestige, but also make a lot of crystals by the way, why not? As for losing, then let it go, anyway, she can exchange it with pills, and she can also accumulate more combat experience." The classmates around held their breath, their eyes moving back and forth between Gu Li and Yu Chengxiao, waiting for Yu Chengxiao's response. The whole classroom was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone wanted to see how this gambling game started by the newcomer would develop. Before Chengxiao could respond to Gu Li's provocation, a clear but somewhat arrogant voice suddenly sounded, "I'm here to fight you." This abrupt remark instantly attracted everyone's attention, and everyone turned their heads to look. I saw a teenage boy walking in, with an unruly pace, calmly through the crowd. Gu Li subconsciously looked up, and looked at the boy up and down. A trace of curiosity surged in his heart, and he asked, "Who are you?" "Wan Xinghe." The young man gave his name briefly and forcefully. "Oh my God, why is this little devil here?" Someone in the crowd whispered. "It's over, this new guy won't die on the first day." Another voice sounded with worry, obviously not optimistic about Gu Li's situation. "Doesn't he never come to the academy?" Someone else made a puzzled voice, and was extremely surprised by Wan Xinghe's sudden appearance. "It's over, these two women are so beautiful, but Wan Xinghe saw them." No one in the Tianban class didn't know that Wan Xinghe hated beautiful women the most. Gu Li nodded slightly, seemingly not caring about the discussions of the people around him, and stood up calmly, with a flash of determination in his eyes, and said, "Then fight." Wan Xinghe suddenly raised his hand, motioning Gu Li to wait, and said, "Wait." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a slightly sarcastic smile, and teased, "Regret it?" Wan Xinghe snorted coldly, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes, and said, "I want to go to the life and death stage with you." Gu Li raised her eyebrows, a little surprised in her heart, but on the surface she was still calm and asked, "What's the reason?" She really couldn't figure out why Wan Xinghe wanted to kill her right away. Wan Xinghe's eyes were full of disgust. He stared at Gu Li and said with gritted teeth, "I hate beautiful women like you the most. You all deserve to die." Gu Li raised his eyebrows, and looked at Wan Xinghe with interest. "Have you ever been stimulated by a woman?" Wan Xinghe ignored her words and continued, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to fight?" Gu Li replied calmly, "No." The cultivation level of Wan Xinghe in front of her is the same as hers. Both of them are in the early stage of the spiritual realm. But judging from the reactions of the people around him, his status among this group of people seems to be very high. She is not a moron, and she will fight with others on the life and death stage as soon as she comes. In Tianzhou College, the life and death stage can be said to be a special existence full of mystery and cruelty. Once they stepped onto the life and death stage, it meant that both sides would start a life and death contest. She and Wan Xinghe had no deep hatred. It was unreasonable, and not worth it to put herself on the brink of life and death just because of the other party's inexplicable disgust. So, after a brief thought, she decisively chose to refuse. Wan Xinghe obviously didn't expect her to refuse so straightforwardly. For a moment, he was a little speechless, and could only utter one word, "You." Seeing this, Gu Li turned his eyes away from Wan Xinghe and turned to look at Yu Chengxiao, with a faint smile on his face, and asked, "Then do we still fight?" When Yu Chengxiao saw Wan Xinghe appear, he was already backing out in his heart. At this moment, being asked by Gu Li, he subconsciously took a step back silently. He muttered to himself, "What a joke, this little devil is here, why should I go up to fight? Isn't that asking for trouble?" Wan Xinghe saw that Gu Li actually ignored him, and asked someone else instead, and he was furious and shouted loudly, "You dare to ignore me!" Gu Li was not in a hurry, he looked at Wan Xinghe calmly and asked, "Then will you fight?" "Anyway, we have to fight. It doesn't matter who we fight with." Wanqinghe gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Life and death stage." Guli did not compromise, and responded lightly, "Then you fight yourself." Wanqinghe was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at Guli, but he didn't know how to refute. Seeing this, Guli raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a slightly provocative smile, and said, "If you have the guts, throw me up." According to the rules of Tianzhou College, both parties need to agree to go on the life and death stage. If she doesn't agree, even if Wanqinghe is strong, the other party can't do anything to her. Chapter 541. The classmates around looked at this dramatic scene, and couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Wanqinghe gritted his teeth and said, "Very good, then let's compete. If you lose, you promise to go to the life and death stage with me. If you win, I will give you 100 million crystal stones. Deal." Guli changed her words almost without hesitation. Before everyone could recover from her sudden change, they heard Guli say, "I, Guli, swear that if I lose to Wanqinghe, I will go to the life and death stage with him, otherwise the sky will thunder and lightning." This speed, like the face-changing speed of Sichuan opera, really scared many people. Wanqinghe widened his eyes, and looked incredulous. He originally thought that Guli would continue to refuse or put forward some harsh conditions, but she agreed so readily, which made him a little overwhelmed. Guli looked at Wanqinghe's surprised expression, smiled slightly, and said, "It's your turn." Wanqinghe was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said quickly, "I, Wanqinghe, swear that if I lose to Guli in the competition, I will compensate him with 100 million crystal stones." When Guli saw Wanqinghe's oath, a bright smile immediately bloomed on his face, and he said with a smile, "Then I will go back first." As he said that, he pretended to turn around and leave. Wanqinghe saw this, and hurriedly reached out to stop Guli, and said loudly, "Wait, what do you mean?" Guli blinked innocently and said, "I'm hungry now, I'm going to eat, and I start again in 3 days." Wanqinghe was anxious when he heard it, and said firmly, "No, start now." Guli shrugged slowly and said, "You didn't say the specific start time." Wanqinghe gritted his teeth and said, "Then I let you live for 3 more days. But it's only 3 days. This woman will never be able to break through the first level in such a short time." Guli looked relaxed, with a mocking smile on his lips, and responded, "I didn't ask you to fight a life and death battle. I can still live for a long time." Wanqinghe was so angry at Guli's nonchalant look that he was shaking all over, and was about to explode. But he saw that Guli had turned around in a good mood, and left the classroom with his friends. As soon as he went out, the relaxed smile on Guli's face was instantly put away, replaced by a solemn face. Muyunqi keenly noticed the change in Guli, and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong with this person?" She was full of doubts, and couldn't understand why Wanqinghe had such a strong hostility towards Guli. Guli frowned slightly, a trace of thought flashed in his eyes, and said, "I don't know, but I have some doubts." Feng Wuhan also came over and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Guli took a deep breath and said slowly, "When I just ascended, a man saw that I had both divine and demonic veins. I don't know if there is any connection between the two." "What?" Hearing this, Muyunqi, Feng Wuhan and Lin Yuchen were all shocked and widened their eyes. They knew what it meant to have both divine and demonic veins. It not only meant that the speed of cultivation would increase rapidly like riding a rocket, but also that the talent was stronger than ordinary people. However, behind this powerful talent, there were countless people's fear and covetousness. Once this news was spread, it would be like dropping a heavy bomb into a calm lake. Guli would become the target of public criticism and face countless people's encirclement and pursuit. Guli looked at the shocked expressions of her companions and hurriedly said, "Let's find out about Wanqinghe's background first. Maybe there is no connection between the two." Although she was a little worried, she tried to stay calm. She felt that even if the other party really knew that she was a god and devil dual vein, he would not easily let the news out. Unless he didn't want the god and devil dual vein. In the next 3 days, Guli chose to practice in seclusion in the dormitory. Muyunqi, Lin Yuchen and Feng Wuhan took on the responsibility of finding out about Wanqinghe. They shuttled around every corner outside, asking different people about every bit of Wanqinghe. Time flew, and soon it was the 3rd day. Guli was immersed in the wonderful state of practice, with spiritual power flowing around her body, and there were faint signs of breakthrough. However, she finally opened her eyes slowly, looked at her hands, and sighed softly. "It's still a little short." She was full of regrets. She was just a little short of breaking through to the middle stage of the spiritual realm, and her strength would be further improved. At this moment, the door of the dormitory was pushed open with a creak, and Mu Yunqi walked in first, followed by Lin Yuchen and Feng Wuhan. Mu Yunqi said excitedly, "Ali, I found it." Gu Li immediately became energetic and asked anxiously, "How is it?" Lin Yuchen cleared his throat and said, "Wan Xinghe is the young master of the Wan family, one of the three major families, and should have nothing to do with that man." Gu Li frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "That's strange." She really couldn't figure it out. Since it had nothing to do with the man who saw through her divine and demonic dual veins when she ascended, why would Wan Xinghe have such inexplicable malice towards her and Mu Yunqi? Feng Wuhan continued, "Wan Xinghe was not the young master of the Wan family from the beginning. He became the young master after his breakthrough in cultivation at a very fast speed, surpassing other young masters of the Wan family. Moreover, when he was young, he was almost tortured to death by a beautiful woman. Later, he survived from the mouth of the monster because of his strong luck." Gu Li was a little surprised after hearing this. "So the reason why he is hostile to us is just because we are women?" She was full of doubts. After all, about half of the Tianban were women. Why did Wan Xinghe have such great malice towards her and Mu Yunqi? Lin Yuchen hurriedly said, "The key point is that they are beautiful women." Although he had been accustomed to Gu Li and Mu Yunqi's peerless beauty because of his long-term relationship with them, but he had to admit that their appearance was absolutely top-notch and was one of the best in the entire academy. Gu Li was speechless and couldn't help complaining, "You're crazy. It wasn't her and Mu Yunqi who tortured Wan Xinghe. Just for this reason, they had to put them to death on the life and death stage. It was really unreasonable." When Gu Li and his group came to the competition stage, they were really surprised by the scene in front of them. The competition stage was already surrounded by people. Not only were there students from the Tian class, but many people from other classes also came after hearing the news. Everyone wanted to see this highly anticipated competition. There were constant voices coming from the crowd. "Here we come!" Someone shouted loudly, instantly attracting more people's attention. Chapter 542. Is this the woman who will fight with young Master Xinghe? She is really beautiful. A boy stared at Gu Li and couldn't help but admire her. What a pity. Another person shook his head regretfully. What's wrong? Someone asked curiously. She made an appointment with young Master Xinghe. If she loses to young Master Xinghe, she will have to go to the life and death stage. The man lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Ah, why?" The person who asked the question was shocked. "You are new here and don't know. Young Master Xinghe hates beautiful women the most," the man explained. "What a pity for such a beautiful woman." Someone sighed in agreement. "No, it's two. The other one will still be forced to go to the life and death stage by young Master Xinghe." Someone else added, "Does the college not care?" Someone in the crowd asked. "If it does, there will be no life and death stage." Someone answered as a matter of course. For a while, the people who were joining in the fun were talking about it, and all kinds of speculations and rumors spread among the crowd. However, Gu Li turned a deaf ear to these discussions. Her eyes searched the crowd eagerly, and her face suddenly showed excitement, saying, "Ahan and I are here too." Lin Yuchen was also excited, because his natal lock also produced a response, which meant that the person he was concerned about was nearby. Wan Xinghe on the stage saw from afar that Gu Li and her group finally appeared, but she was hesitant to go on stage. The impatience in her heart surged like a tide, and she couldn't help but urge loudly, "Don't hesitate." Gu Li waved her hand and said without looking back, "Wait a minute." At this moment, her mind was all on finding Ahan and Ai. If they disappeared after she finished the competition, wouldn't it be a false joy? Seeing her perfunctory attitude, Wan Xinghe became even more angry. He believed that she was deliberately delaying time and shouted loudly, "Don't try to delay time." Gu Li was upset by his noise and retorted irritably, "Isn't today over yet? You are so anxious to die." As soon as these words came out, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the crowd. Wan Xinghe's face turned black as ink in an instant, and he was so angry that he trembled all over. He never thought that Gu Li would be so bold and openly say such disrespectful words to him. However, they did not agree on a specific time for the competition before, and even though he was full of anger, he could only suppress his impatience. Others around were also shocked by Gu Li's words. In their eyes, Wan Xinghe, as the young master of the Wan family, one of the three major families, was usually high and mighty, and everyone was in awe of him. Gu Li was just a new student, and she dared to treat the young Master Xinghe like this, which was simply courting death. A whisper suddenly sounded in the crowd, and everyone was guessing how this competition would end. Would Gu Li be severely punished by Wan Xinghe, or would there be some unexpected reversal? Everyone held their breath, staring at Gu Li and Wan Qinghe, waiting for the further development of this good show. Gu Li didn't care about the eyes of the crowd and Wan Qinghe's anger at all, and still tried to find the figures of Ahan and Ai in the crowd. Just as Gu Li was concentrating on searching in the crowd, she suddenly noticed a hurried movement, as if someone was rushing towards her at a very fast speed. Then, a cheerful and familiar shout rang out, "Sister Ollie, Sister Yunqi. I miss you so much." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Suiyun, like a happy little deer, struggling to squeeze through the layers of people and rushing towards them with excitement. Shi Zihan followed him slowly, his face also filled with excitement. Feng Wuhan was quick-witted and stepped forward, firmly pressed Suiyun's head, and said seriously, "Men and women should not touch each other." Suiyun muttered dissatisfiedly, "I haven't seen you for so long, what's wrong with hugging?" Lin Yuchen also came over and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Shi Zihan smiled and explained, "Standing high, you can see us." Who would have thought that it would be such a coincidence that he and Gu Li and others applied for the same college? Gu Li looked at the two familiar people in front of her, her mouth slightly raised, and she said softly, "Long time no see." At this time, Shi Zihan stretched out his hand, and saw a beautiful ring placed on his palm, shining mysteriously under the sunlight. Gu Li recognized it as the Chaos Ring at a glance. Her eyes froze instantly, and countless speculations surged in her heart. They are all there. Could it be that Wansheng Pavilion and her contracted beasts are all there? Shi Zihan seemed to see her doubts, and explained with a smile, "At the last moment, they all went in, so I took them with me." "Thank you." Hearing this, Gu Li's hanging heart finally fell to the ground. Gu Li happily took the Chaos Ring from Shi Zihan's hand, carefully put it back on her hand, her eyes full of gratitude, and said sincerely, "Thank you." At this moment, the beasts in the Chaos Ring seemed to feel the breath of their master. They were so excited that they couldn't wait to rush out and recognize her intimately, and the ring trembled slightly. However, the warmth and joy of this reunion were ruthlessly interrupted by Wan Qinghe. He stood on the competition stage, and he was already impatient, and shouted loudly, "Are you still going to fight?" Gu Li frowned slightly and responded unhappily, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Wan Qinghe was so angry that his face turned blue, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I have been waiting for you here for a long time, don't dilly-dally." Gu Li sighed helplessly, turned his head to look at his friends, and said firmly, "Wait for me." The friends nodded one after another, and their eyes revealed their trust and support for her. Mu Yunqi smiled and encouraged, "Ollie, come on, we believe in you." Lin Yuchen also clenched his fists and said, "Go ahead, we wait for you here." Feng Wuhan looked at Suiyun and Shi Zihan and asked curiously, "Do you also know that Ollie is going to compete?" He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the two of them knew about Gu Li's competition as soon as they arrived at the academy. Suiyun grinned and said proudly, "Of course, as soon as we heard that there was a beautiful woman in the Tian class who was going to compete with that person, we guessed it. They came to the academy late and were assigned to another Tian class. Since they hadn't had time to report to the class, they were not familiar with many things in the academy. But not long after they entered the academy, they heard this explosive news: a beautiful girl in the Tian class was going to compete with someone. After asking around, they finally learned the woman's name, Gu Li. After confirming that it was Gu Li, the two did not dare to delay for a moment and rushed towards the competition stage without stopping. Chapter 543. Seeing Gu Li finally come to the stage, Wan Qinghe showed a cold smile on his face. The spiritual energy around him surged like a surging tide, making him look fierce. This fluctuation of spiritual energy caused the audience to marvel. Many people were full of expectations for Wan Qinghe's strength, and believed that Gu Li would definitely lose this competition. Gu Li looked calm, just looking at Wan Qinghe quietly, not taking him seriously at all. Wan Qinghe was furious when he saw Gu Li despising him so much. His figure flashed and disappeared directly from the spot like a ghost. The audience felt a flash before their eyes, and before they could react, they all cried out in surprise. However, Gu Li seemed to have expected it, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. She tilted her head slightly to the side, and one hand passed through the air like lightning, as if she had grabbed something. Then, she reached out and firmly grasped the hand that came from nowhere. Then she exerted force with her arm, and threw Wan Qinghe to the ground with a clean shoulder throw. Boom! The ground that was hit instantly cracked like a spider web. The crack spread out in all directions, like the mouth of a ferocious beast. This amazing scene made the audience scream again. They didn't expect that the seemingly weak woman had such a strong power that she could throw Wan Qinghe to the ground in one move. Wanqinghe struggled to get up from the ground and shot a spiritual power towards her lover. This spiritual power was extremely fast and reached Gu Li in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Gu Li kicked the ground with both feet and retreated quickly like an arrow from a bow. She was light and cleverly dodged the fierce spiritual attack. The spiritual power flew past the corner of her clothes and hit the protective shield at the edge of the ring, splashing a dazzling spark. Wanqinghe looked at Gu Li, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and snorted coldly, "You are still quite powerful." Gu Li smiled and said, "I am invincible at the same level." She suppressed the opponent with her spiritual veins alone. Even if she didn't use the special magic veins, she was sure that she would not lose to Wanqinghe. Her confidence was undoubtedly an arrogant provocation in Wanqinghe's eyes. "Humph, arrogant." Wanqinghe snorted again, his eyes full of disdain. Wanqinghe rushed towards Gu Li again, faster than before, and more fierce. For a while, the two people on the stage fought back and forth, punching and kicking, spiritual power colliding, and light flashing. Their figures were like two phantoms, shuttling quickly on the ring, making people dazzled. The eyes of the people below the stage followed their figures closely, sometimes exclaiming, sometimes holding their breath nervously, and the atmosphere at the entire competition site was extremely tense. Gradually, everyone found that Gu Li seemed to have slowed down. Wanqinghe was keenly aware of this, and he was happy in his heart. He seized this opportunity and exerted force suddenly, hitting Gu Li with one punch. Gu Li was hit by this punch, and the whole person flew out of the ring like a kite with a broken string, hit the protective shield heavily, and was bounced back again, falling in the center of the ring. Seeing this scene, Wanqinghe frowned, and a strange feeling surged in his heart. He felt something was wrong. With the strength Gu Li had shown before, she shouldn't have been hit so easily by him. And how did she become so weak? Gu Li slowly got up from the ground, patted the dust off her body, looked at Wanqinghe provocatively, and said, "This is the strength, it's just so." "Oh, then don't regret it." Wanqinghe was completely enraged by her. He quickly formed seals with both hands and chanted, "Wan family's secret skills frostthorn." As he chanted, the air around him suddenly became freezing cold, as if he had instantly entered a world of ice and snow. The originally warm air instantly condensed into countless sharp ice cones. These ice cones were densely suspended in the air. Wanqinghe waved his hand, and those ice cones shot towards Gu Li like a rainstorm. The ice cones cut through the air, making a whoosh sound, so fast that people had no time to dodge. Seeing this, Gu Li's face became stern, and he quickly formed a seal, saying, "Spiritual shield." As her voice fell, a light green shield instantly appeared in front of her, surrounding her completely. Ice cones pierced the shield like sharp arrows from all directions. The sound of ding ding dang dang was endless, splashing a dazzling spark. The ice cones and the shield collided with each other, and spiritual power overflowed. The entire arena was shrouded by this powerful spiritual power fluctuation. The people below the stage only felt a gust of wind coming at them, and they subconsciously retreated, fearing that they would be injured by the aftermath. Wanqinghe looked at the ice cones that shot at Gu Li like a rainstorm, and said coldly, "It's useless." As expected, as soon as the words came out, Gu Li's light green spiritual shield instantly shattered like foam. The remaining ice cones went straight through her body without any hindrance. This scene made everyone in the audience gasp, and many people couldn't help but cover their eyes, unable to bear to look at this cruel scene. "Ollie!" Sui Yun was anxious when he saw this, and rushed to save her without thinking. Feng Wen was quick and pulled Sui Yun, saying seriously, "Don't be impulsive." Sui Yun was extremely anxious and shouted, "Ollie will die." Shi Zihan seemed calmer and said slowly, "She did it on purpose." "Ah?" Sui Yun was stunned and couldn't react for a while. At this time, Gu Li was half kneeling on the ground, panting slightly, and the hair on her forehead was soaked with sweat and stuck to her cheeks. Wanqinghe looked down at her with a proud look on his face, and said, "You lost, let's meet on the life and death stage." After saying this, he turned around and planned to leave the stage. In his heart, this competition was over without suspense. However, at the moment when Wanqinghe turned around, Gu Li slowly stood up. With a confident smile on her face, she said, "It's not over yet." Although her voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone, making everyone in the audience stunned. Wanqinghe stopped, turned around, and said with a hint of doubt in his eyes, "Aren't you afraid that I will beat you to death here?" He didn't understand why this woman was so confident even though she was already so injured. Gu Li didn't say anything, just stood there quietly. Then, a shocking scene happened. The surrounding spiritual power seemed to be attracted by some powerful force, and rushed into her body frantically. Chapter 544. The spiritual power was like a surging torrent, enveloping Gu Li's entire body, forming a huge spiritual power vortex. Wan Xinghe looked at this scene in astonishment, and the smugness on his face instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face full of shock. He couldn't help but blurt out, "You broke through." Gu Li looked at Wan Xinghe's shocked expression, smiled slightly, and said, "Thank you, it was almost there." She deliberately showed weakness, making Wan Xinghe think that she had the upper hand, so she attacked with all her strength. With the help of this powerful external force, she stimulated her spiritual power, broke through the bottleneck that had been hindering her, and successfully improved her realm. Everyone in the audience was also stunned by this dramatic scene. Originally thought that Gu Li would definitely lose, but she didn't expect that she could break through in desperation, and the situation was reversed in an instant. Although Wan Xinghe was shocked, he still said firmly, "Even if you break through, you are not my opponent if your realm is unstable. Then give it a try." Before Gu Li finished speaking, her figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared behind Wan Xinghe. Her movements were as fast as lightning, and it was almost impossible to catch her trace. Wan Xinghe only felt a chill coming from behind him, and he secretly said in his heart that it was not good, and his pupils shrank instantly. Relying on the instinct of many years of practice, he quickly dodged Gu Li's fatal blow. If this blow hit him, he would be seriously injured if not dead. What a fast speed! Wan Xinghe secretly marveled in his heart, and at the same time realized that Gu Li in front of him was more difficult than he thought. "It's officially started, be careful." After saying this, Gu Li attacked Wan Xinghe again like an agile cheetah. This time, her attack was more fierce, with each punch carrying wind, and each move contained powerful spiritual power. Wan Xinghe only felt the pressure coming like a mountain, and the opponent's speed and strength were far beyond his imagination. Even he could only barely resist Gu Li's attack like a tide. The audience in the audience saw this scene, and couldn't help but talk about it. "Why does it feel like young Master Xinghe is at a disadvantage?" a student said in surprise. "No way, there is no ability to fight back at all." Another student echoed. "As expected of a student of the Tian class, I was able to fall directly with that punch just now." Some people were amazed at Gu Li's strength. Of course, some people expressed disdain for this. "It's just the middle stage of the Lingdong realm, what's the fuss?" a student said with a sneer. "That's right, young Master Xinghe is still young, and there is plenty of time to grow." Another student followed up. "But that woman seems to be very young too." Someone expressed a different opinion. "Isn't that bigger than young Master Xinghe?" someone else retorted. For a moment, the people below the stage had different opinions, and all kinds of voices intertwined. Gu Li's eyes on the stage suddenly changed. It's time to end. In an instant, the spiritual power around her was strengthened again, and the spiritual power that originally surrounded her was shining brightly, like a blazing flame. She punched hard, and the spiritual power swept the entire ring like a surging wave. There was a whoosh sound in the air, as if it was torn apart by this powerful spiritual power. Wan Xinghe looked at the oncoming attack, and felt a strong sense of oppression coming at him, making him almost breathless. At this time, he had nowhere to hide, and the surroundings were blocked by Gu Li's spiritual power. In desperation, he could only grit his teeth and face this terrifying attack head-on. He mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, and condensed a thick spiritual shield in front of him, trying to resist Gu Li's attack. Wan Xinghe's spiritual shield flashed, colliding with Gu Li's attacking spiritual power, emitting dazzling light and deafening roar. The entire arena was shaking violently under the impact of this powerful spiritual power. Boom! With a loud bang, the arena collapsed under the impact of the powerful spiritual power. Even the originally solid protective shield could not bear the weight and broke with a bang. The overflowing spiritual power was like a wild horse running wild, spreading wildly around. The students who were closer to the arena were unable to dodge, and were affected by this powerful force. Fortunately, these students' cultivation was pretty good, and they only suffered minor injuries in the end. Where the ring was, dust rose up like a mushroom cloud and spread, covering the entire area in a gray haze, making it impossible to see the scene inside. For a moment, everyone stared at the direction of the ring, not daring to breathe. Their hearts were full of tension and curiosity, and they all wanted to know what the two people on the stage were like after this earth-shattering blow. After a long time, the dust gradually dissipated, and it was seen that the originally flat ring had sunk directly. Gu Li stood steadily in the middle, his expression calm, just panting slightly, although there was a little dust on his body, but it was not a big deal. Wan Xinghe was in a miserable state. He was seriously injured, coughing up blood, and his body was mostly covered by a part of the collapsed earth and rocks. Gu Li walked over slowly with light steps, looking down at Wan Qinghe. At this time, Wan Qinghe's eyes flashed with unwillingness, coughed a few times, and asked weakly, "Are you going to kill me?" Although they were not competing on the life and death stage, with Gu Li's current advantage, killing him would only result in some punishment, and he would not be expelled from the academy. And if it were him, in this situation, in order to eliminate the trouble forever, he would definitely choose to kill the other party. Gu Li looked at his appearance, and suddenly a smiling expression appeared on his face, and said lightly, "Give me money." Wan Qinghe had originally prepared to die, but when he heard Gu Li's words, he couldn't help but be stunned, and asked with a puzzled face, "You won't kill me?" Seeing his reaction, Gu Li couldn't help but frown, pretending to be angry, and said, "Do you want to default on your debt? She is not mentally ill, why would she kill him? He is the young master of the Wan family. The Wan family has a huge influence in this area. If she kills him, will she be able to live a peaceful life in the future?" Wan Qinghe's heart is full of complexities, and he is extremely surprised by Gu Li's behavior. Gu Li said impatiently, "Hurry up, are you going to default on your debt? You have made a vow to the devil." "I never default on my debt." Wan Qinghe endured the severe pain and transferred 100 million crystal stones to her. Although this 100 million crystal stones is not a small amount for him, he hopes to accept the loss. Gu Li was in a good mood after receiving the money and turned around to leave. Wan Qinghe looked at Gu Li's back as he left and couldn't help asking again, "Are you really not going to kill me?" When Gu Li heard this, he didn't even turn his head back and responded with his footsteps, "If you want to die, find a place to hang yourself." Chapter 545. Mu Yunqi greeted them with a smile on her face and sincerely praised, "Really awesome." Gu Li's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a confident and proud smile, and said excitedly, "We made money, let's go out for a big meal." Su Yun was immediately excited when he heard it, and quickly agreed, "Let's go, let's go." The few people left the college in a swagger, with the envious and amazed eyes of others around them. Mu Yunqi remembered something at this time, turned to look at Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan, and asked in confusion, "Didn't you report to the class yet? Is it okay?" Shi Zihan said calmly, "No problem. Since Ollie and the others have been successfully found, it is not so important whether to report or not." And he also knew that the reporting time is not limited to today, and there is still plenty of time to go through the registration procedures later. After leaving the college, they looked around and finally found a restaurant that looked quite impressive. After entering the restaurant, they booked a spacious and comfortable private room and prepared to celebrate here. As soon as they entered the private room, Gu Li couldn't wait to recontract the Chaos Ring and the Rebirth Pavilion. With a soft light flashing, several beasts appeared in the box in a mimicry. Xia Tingzi looked aggrieved, "Master, you actually abandoned us." Gu Li gently touched its head and said gently, "I'm afraid that you will get into trouble." Xia Tingzi turned his head away proudly and snorted, "Humph." Although he was still upset on the surface, he was actually not very angry in his heart. And then rushed directly into Gu Li's arms, and said in a soft voice, "Don't do this next time." Gu Li smiled and nodded, saying, "No." At this time, Xiao Kezi, Xiao Tungtung, Tao Zai, Xiao Jinzi, Xiao Qianqian, Xiao Longzi, and Xiao Bai all looked at her eagerly, their eyes full of expectation. "Master, touch us too." Gu Li would naturally not let them down, and touched their heads one by one, muttering, "Be good." Then, Gu Li cast his eyes on Jiuying and Qilin, who were silent, and asked softly, "Are you two going to leave?" Jiuying looked calm and said slowly, "It's not time yet, I will leave naturally when it's time." Qilin raised his head slightly and said, "I don't know where to go yet, so I will protect you for a while." Gu Li and Xiao Kezi successfully completed the contract again, but for Jiuying and Qilin, the situation was a little different. These two were not her contracted beasts in the conventional sense. They would leave at a certain time, so in Gu Li's opinion, there seemed to be no big difference between a contract and not a contract. Jiuying saw that Gu Li did not take the initiative to contract with him, and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you look down on me?" Gu Li was stunned, obviously not expecting Jiuying to say that, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Jiuying snorted and said, "Why don't you contract with me?" Gu Li hurriedly explained, "It's almost time, there's no need." She felt that since Jiuying was going to leave soon, signing a contract was just a waste of time. Jiuying was relentless and insisted, "Before the time comes, we have to recontract." Gu Li was somewhat helpless, turned to look at Qilin, and asked, What about Qilin?" Qilin thought for a moment, thinking that it would be incongruous if he was the only one without a contract, so he said, In that case, I will also re-sign it. Then I signed the contract. Gu Li said, biting his finger gently and squeezing out 2 drops of blood. Flying towards Jiuying and Qilin, ready to re-sign a temporary contract with them. Jiuying saw this, moved his finger slightly, and the 2 drops of blood accurately entered his and Qilin's bodies. In an instant, the whole box shook violently as if it had encountered an earthquake. The exquisite dishes on the table were scattered all over the floor in an instant, and the sound of the plates breaking and the exclamations of the crowd were intertwined. Sui-Yun couldn't help but burst out a swear word. Fuck, what's going on? Gu Li's pupil shrank suddenly, and she immediately realized that something was wrong, and said loudly, Jiuying, you changed the temporary contract. The tone was very firm, because she clearly felt that the power of the contract had changed. She was completely unprepared, and Jiuying changed the contract between the 3 of them. The vibration suddenly stopped, and the contract was declared complete. Qilin looked at Jiuying with a confused face, and asked in disbelief, why did it become a life contract? Jiuying said proudly, they are all life contracts, so we can't be treated differently. Qilin was so angry that he shouted, Jiuying. It stared at Jiuying angrily and asked, have you asked my opinion? It didn't want to make a contract with humans in the first place, and now it was forced to change to a life contract, and the anger in its heart can be imagined. If you want to change the contract, you can just change your own. Why do you change mine? Jiuying said innocently, I'm afraid you'd be lonely. Qilin was so angry that he yelled, hack you. Everyone knows that there is an essential difference between a temporary contract and a life contract. A temporary contract will automatically be released at the specified time, while a life contract can only be released by the contract holder himself, and the contract holder can only release it 5 years after the contract is signed. So even if Gu Li is willing to release it now, there is no way. What if she changes her mind after 5 years and doesn't release it? Jiuying ignored Qilin's roar that almost swallowed it, and just said calmly, shouldn't we be concerned about the thunder now? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and shock. Thunder? Coming again? Gu Li was so upset that she wanted to cry, but had no tears. She said angrily, I really admire you. Couldn't you have told me in advance? If she had known that thunder would be triggered, she would have gone to a remote and deserted place to make a contract instead of staying in this city. Jiuying just shrugged indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with her, and said, it's too late to say anything. That attitude made Gu Li even more angry. Gu Li glared at it fiercely, and said with gritted teeth, I settle with you later. Then, she quickly adjusted her mood, turned to look at the other contracted beasts, and said in a hurried but unquestionable tone, you go back to the space first. When the little bird heard it, it immediately said firmly, no, I have to help you, don't think about it alone. Gu Li felt warm in her heart and explained patiently, I know, I will leave the city first and then let you out. The little ones listened, nodded sensibly, turned into rays of light, and re-entered the space. Chapter 546. Gu Li looked at the chaos outside, the confused crowd, and secretly complained in her heart. She frowned, turned to look at Jiuying and Qilin, and said decisively, you two come with us. After all, Jiuying and Qilin signed a life contract with her for the first time, which led to the thunder. It is reasonable for them to face it together. Feng Wuhan said nothing more, silently took out a few masks from his arms, and said calmly, let's start. Several people put on the masks skillfully, and then their figures flashed and flew out of the window. They passed through the sky like meteors, and rushed to the outside of the city without stopping. At this time, the sky gradually became gloomy, and the originally blue sky seemed to be slowly covered by a huge black curtain. Dark clouds began to gather on the horizon, layer by layer, like surging black waves, foreshadowing that a terrifying thunder was about to fall. However, it is fortunate that after Gu Li and others' initial perception, the terrifying degree of the thunder this time is not as strong as when they ascended at the same time. Many perceptive practitioners have noticed the powerful aura emitted by Jiuying and Qilin. This aura is like a beacon in the dark, attracting the attention of all forces. In Tianzhou Academy, Elder Kenwu looked outside with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, the aura of the ancient fierce beast. Elder Xianmin frowned slightly and continued, someone has made a contract. Why did it trigger the thunder? According to common sense, although the contract with the ancient divine beast or the ancient fierce beast will cause a big movement, it usually does not trigger the thunder. But, Elder Liang said slowly, there is only one possibility. Elder Songwu and Elder Xianmin looked at each other, and said almost at the same time, that person had contracted other ancient beasts before. Only in this way would the heavenly Tao be dissatisfied and send down thunder as punishment. At the same time, some other experienced practitioners and forces also guessed this possibility. With greed and ambition flashing in their eyes, they rushed to the center of the thunder. They planned to wait until those people survived the thunder tribulation and were exhausted, and then snatch the ancient beasts and divine beasts and reap the benefits. Young Master, it must be the young Master. He was very familiar with the breath of Jiuying and Qilin, and he would never make a mistake. Jiuying and Qilin had always been with the young Master before, and it seemed that only the young Master could successfully contract them. Gu Er looked solemn and analyzed calmly. Others will also notice it. This powerful ancient beast's aura will inevitably attract the covetousness of various forces, and the danger faced by the young Master will also increase exponentially. Gui gritted his teeth and said loudly, "Notify others to join me in breaking this tomb. The young Master is in trouble, and as guards, they must not sit and wait for death. Even if they die, they must die before the young Master to fight for a glimmer of life for the young Master." Soon, Gu Li and his men rushed out of the city like lightning, and came to a sparsely populated valley. Mu Yunqi turned her head, and looked at the unknown figure approaching like a small black dot behind her. She couldn't help but sigh and said helplessly, "It's going to be a fierce battle. Those who were chasing must be coming for Jiuying and Qilin, and a fierce battle is inevitable." Gu Li glared at Jiuying fiercely, and said unhappily, "It's all your fault. If Jiuying hadn't changed the contract without authorization and triggered the thunder, there wouldn't be so much trouble." Jiuying felt a little guilty after being glared at by Gu Li. He touched his nose, and didn't dare to speak. At this time, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, as if they would collapse at any time. Mu Yunqi knew that the situation was serious, and said decisively, "Make some preparations." As soon as the voice fell, she acted quickly and began to arrange the defensive formation. Gu Li didn't dare to delay, and hurried forward to help. She concentrated her mind and cooperated with Mu Yunqi tacitly with her understanding of the formation and her proficient skills. The spiritual power of the two people blended with each other, making the arrangement of the formation faster and faster. Soon, a solid defensive formation was arranged. Such a formation is enough to deal with the upcoming strength of the thunder. And they also planned to use the thunder to temper their bodies and improve their strength. However, what really gave them a headache was how to successfully escape from those who were eyeing Jiuying and Qilin. At this moment, the originally gloomy and depressing sky seemed to be torn open by a pair of invisible giant hands. A thick purple thunder with the momentum of destroying the world struck fiercely at Jiuying and Qilin. The thunder fell heavily on the defense array they had carefully arranged. In an instant, the defense array glowed brightly and competed with the thunder. The strong light and spiritual power fluctuations made the whole valley tremble, and the surrounding trees were uprooted by the strong airflow, and the dust was flying. Gu Li couldn't help but frown and said in confusion, "There was no thunder in my contract with Xiao Kezi before." While bearing the pressure of the thunder through the defense array, Qilin explained, "That's because it's your first ancient beast. You have too many contracts, and the heavenly Tao will be dissatisfied." Gu Li was shocked and realized the seriousness of the problem. He quickly asked, "Do you monsters know this news? If this news is widely known, they will face great trouble." Qilin glanced at her and said, "The whole continent knows it." When Lin Yuchen heard this, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "You mean, everyone who noticed this thunder tribulation knows that the person struck by the thunder has other ancient beasts?" Qilin asked back, "What do you think?" Lin Yuchen couldn't help but burst out a swear word. "Damn, isn't that the end of the calf? Once the thunder ends, they will become everyone's target, and it will be difficult to escape." Gu Li is also very anxious at this moment. With the thunder, they have nowhere to hide. No matter where they escape, the thunder will follow them. Don't worry about that for now. Improving strength is the most important thing. Shi Zihan made a prompt decision and flew out of the range of the defense formation first, rushing towards the thunder that was struck like a mad dragon without hesitation. "Everyone is together, let's die!" Su Yun roared, and followed Shi Zihan and rushed up. Feng Wuan, Mu Yunqi and Lin Yuchen looked at each other, followed without hesitation, and flew forward one after another, trying to absorb the majestic and terrifying power of the thunder. Gu Li quickly summoned all the contracted beasts and said loudly, "It's up to you how much you can absorb, but you must do it according to your ability, and don't get seriously injured." "Yes, master." The contracted beasts responded in unison, and the voices echoed through the valley. For a time, everyone and the contracted beasts used various means under the thunder, trying to absorb the power of the thunder. Chapter 547. The purple sky thunder was like a surging torrent constantly impacting their bodies, and every collision splashed dazzling light and powerful spiritual power fluctuations. Gu Li was in the baptism of the sky thunder, and felt a strange feeling of numbness all over her body. To say that the pain was not particularly severe, after all, recalling the thunder tribulation they had experienced before, that degree was much more fierce than this. In the past thunder tribulations, their bodies and meridians had long been like fine steel that had been tempered by thousands of hammers, and forged repeatedly by the sky thunder, which was not something that ordinary people could compare with. After all, not everyone has the ability to survive such a terrifying thunder tribulation. However, at this time, watching the originally heavy dark clouds in the sky begin to slowly dissipate, Gu Li couldn't help but feel anxious. She knew in her heart that once the dark clouds completely dissipated, those who had been eyeing Jiuying and Qilin would definitely seize the opportunity, and wait for an opportunity like hungry wolves. At this moment, Mu Yunqi noticed Gu Li's anxiety, gently held her hand, and gently comforted her. "It's okay." After this tempering of the thunder, they all successfully broke through the realm. Although it was only one level, it undoubtedly gave them more confidence to resist. Gu Li listened to Mu Yunqi's words, nodded slightly, then turned to look at his contracted beasts, and said decisively, "Little bird stays, everyone else goes back to the space." The little wolf cub heard it, and said anxiously, "Master, we can also help, we have all broken through." Gu Li looked at the little wolf cub, smiled helplessly, and said, "Run, why fight?" They had just ascended to this continent not long ago. To the many powerful people hidden in this vast continent, they were as small as ants. Any real boss could easily crush them to death with just one finger. Therefore, it was the best policy to save strength and escape as soon as possible. Hearing Gu Li's resolute order, the contracted beasts were reluctant, but could only return to the space honestly. The little bird instantly turned into a huge body. Gu Li and the other 6 people turned over quickly, and sat steadily on its broad back. The little bird chirped and spread its wings suddenly, like 2 huge clouds of fire, flying in one direction at lightning speed. "This breath." Someone in the crowd shouted first. "The ancient mythical beast Suzaku." Then someone responded excitedly. Sure enough, there are other ancient mythical beasts. Everyone suddenly realized, with greed in their eyes. "Chase." Someone gave the order, and for a moment, many practitioners chased in their direction like a tide. Looking at the dense and increasing black dots behind him, Sui Yun couldn't help but frown, and said irritably, "Are these people annoying? They are haunting me." The little bird said confidently, "Don't worry, they can't catch up with me. After all, it is not the previous Suzaku. Its strength has greatly increased, and its speed has naturally increased a lot." At this time, Jiuying said, "If it doesn't work, then fight." Gu Li asked in surprise, "You have also broken through?" Qilin said unhappily on the side, "When you ascended, we experienced such a terrible thunder tribulation. If you don't break through, you just die." Gu Li was surprised and asked impatiently, "What strength are they?" Her own contracted beasts must have improved their strength after experiencing the thunder tribulation. But they are all stronger than herself, so she has no way to tell their current cultivation level. Jiuying answered proudly first, "Super Divine Beast Level 5. Qilin also said, "Super Divine Beast Level 5. Then, Xiaobai and the others excitedly emerged from the space, and said, "Super Divine Beast Level 5. The little wolf said, "Super Divine Beast Level 3. Although it is slightly inferior to other partners, its eyes also reveal a spirit of not admitting defeat. While flying quickly, Xiao Kezi responded loudly, "Super Divine Beast Level 5. Xiao Jinzi shouted unyieldingly, "Super Divine Beast Level 3. Tao Ai slowly said obediently, "Super Divine Beast Level 5. Xiao Tingtung also said crisply, "Super Divine Beast Level 3. At this time, Bai, who ran out of Lin Yuchen's contract space, raised his head proudly, and said loudly, "Super Divine Beast Level 5. Gu Li was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, "Oh my god, how did you break through so quickly?" She clearly remembered that not long ago, some of them had not even reached the level of super divine beasts. This sudden huge improvement really made her a little unbelievable. And then smiled and explained, "Of course, those who survive the thunder tribulation have great opportunities, let alone that level. And then, Xiao Tingzi and Xiao Qianqian are different from other contracted beasts. They are all weapon spirits, and there is no independent level division. They will only become stronger as the strength of their masters increases." Sui Yun was immediately refreshed when she heard that the contracted beasts were so powerful, and said excitedly, "Why are you running? Let's fight back." Feng Wuhan seemed much calmer, and said calmly, "Let's see the situation first." We don't know how strong the opponent is. At this time, Xiaokazi was still flying fast in the sky, and the pursuers behind him were getting closer and closer. The air was filled with tension. Gu Li and others were faced with a choice, whether to fight the pursuers with the powerful strength of the contracted beasts, or to continue looking for opportunities to escape. She herself successfully broke through to the late stage of the spiritual realm. Mu Yunqi was in the early stage of the spiritual realm, and Sui Yun was also in the early stage of the spiritual realm. Shi Zihan reached the middle stage of the spiritual realm, and Wu Hin was also in the middle stage of the spiritual realm. Lin Yuchen was in the early stage of the spiritual realm. With their powerful contracted beasts, if they did not encounter a strong man in the middle stage of the spiritual infant realm, they would indeed have the ability to fight him. After all, their current lineup, whether it is their own cultivation or the strength of the contracted beasts, should not be underestimated. Moreover, this place is located on the edge of the continent. According to common sense, the probability of a strong person in the infant realm appearing here should be very small. They shouldn't be so unlucky to encounter such a powerful opponent directly. Gu Li looked at the black spot getting closer and closer behind her, and she was a little hesitant. At this moment, Xiao Tingzi seemed to see through her thoughts and said, "It's okay. If you can't beat me, I can still use the power of space to teleport you away." After hearing this, Gu Li raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a resolute smile, and said loudly, "Fight." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face was excited. Xiaokazi turned around and flew towards those people. Chapter 548. Seeing that Gu Li and his group suddenly stopped running, those who were chasing them also stopped and surrounded them. For a moment, the atmosphere in the sky was tense and tense. Gu Li looked at the crowd around him calmly and asked loudly, "Everyone, what are you chasing us for?" A woman stood out from the crowd and responded loudly, "Hand over the ancient mythical beasts and ancient fierce beasts." Sui Yun smiled disdainfully and asked back, "Here, are you holding it steady? Stability is not something you should worry about." The woman said viciously. She clenched her fists, and the spiritual power around her body surged slightly, as if she was ready to take action at any time. At this time, there were still many people hiding in the dark in the distance, quietly watching the movements here. Those who were eager to show up and participate in this dispute were not very strong, so they did not realize that there were other people watching in secret. Song Wu frowned slightly and whispered, "This aura is from the students who took the test before." His perception is sharp. Even if the other party is wearing a mask, with his cultivation level, he can basically identify the other party's identity by aura. Elder Liang nodded slightly. His eyes fell on Gu Li and others, and said, "Ancient mythical beasts and ancient fierce beasts, these little guys are not small." The reason why they can recognize Gu Li and others is because Gu Li and others showed strong mental power during the test before, which made them pay more attention. Unexpectedly, these students hid so deeply that they now have ancient mythical beasts and fierce beasts as contracted beasts. Elder Xianmen looked at Elder Liang and asked, "Do you want to take action?" He felt that the other party was a student of Tianzhao Academy after all. If the divine beasts and fierce beasts were taken away by these people, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of their academy? Elder Liang waved his hand and said, "Let's see." If there was no way to deal with it, they couldn't easily turn around and face these pursuers. After all, with the speed of Suzaku, it was not difficult to get rid of these people. Unless someone in front was intercepting them, it could only mean that they were confident in their own strength. Elder Kenwu observed carefully, and then said, "Each of them used secret treasures, even those contracted beasts." He was secretly surprised. No wonder with the cultivation of the three of them, they couldn't see through the true cultivation of Gu Li and others and the contracted beasts. After hearing this, Elder Liang's eyes flashed with interest, and he said with interest, "Let's see how they perform." He was full of expectations for Gu Li and others' next response, wanting to see how capable these students were and whether they could turn the crisis into safety. Gu Li glanced coldly at the group of people with ill intentions in front of him and asked calmly, "Which ones do you want?" The leader's eyes flashed with greed, and he said loudly without hesitation, "Hand over Jiuing, Qilin, and Suzaku." Gu Li heard it, just nodded gently, with a mysterious smile on the corner of her mouth, and slowly said, "Jiuing, Qilin, and Xiaokazi go." Her tone was gentle, but there was a hint of elusive meaning in her smile. Everyone was shocked by this scene. No one thought that she would agree to hand over these legendary beasts so easily. These super beasts are priceless and are powerful aids that countless people dream of. She should do her best to protect them. However, Gu Li raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said in a meaningful arc, "If you want it, you have to be alive to get it." As soon as the voice came out, Jiuying, Qilin, and Zhu Ke, who had been quietly waiting, suddenly became as sharp as an eagle, and a powerful and majestic aura burst out from their bodies. Like an arrow from a bow, they launched a fierce attack on those who asked for the beasts. Jiuying opened his bloody mouth and sprayed out black mist with a strong poison. Wherever he passed, the air seemed to be corroded and sizzled. Qilin galloped with 4 hooves, and every time he landed, it was accompanied by a strong vibration, and cracks appeared on the ground instantly. Zhu Ke was burning with raging fire all over his body, like a burning meteor, rushing towards the crowd, and the flames seemed to be able to devour everything. No, they are all super beasts of level 5. Someone in the crowd shouted in fear. They realized that they seemed to have underestimated Gu Li, and the power of these super beasts. Just when everyone was still immersed in the fear of the super beasts of level 5, the situation on the field suddenly changed in just a blink of an eye. The poisonous fog of Jiuying, the impact of Qilin, and the raging fire of Suzaku swept towards the group of greedy people like a storm. Screams came one after another, and many people were hit by the powerful force in an instant, falling heavily to the ground, and their lives were unknown. The blood spread on the ground and mixed with the dust, presenting a tragic scene. Little girl, you can't defend if you don't have enough strength. With a sinister laugh, an old man in gray robes appeared in front of Gu Li, and the others like a ghost. Elder Songwu looked at him carefully, his face changed slightly, and he whispered, "It's the casual cultivator Ning Mo Yuan. Ning Mo Yuan is a strong man in the Linging realm like them." Elder Xian Min snorted coldly, and said disdainfully, "He is just an early Linging realm." Elder Songwu frowned and said anxiously, "If we don't take action, these good seedlings will die. That little girl has an ancient beast. If she dies, it would be a pity." Elder Liang waved his hand, and said slowly, "Don't worry, wait until they are no longer able to fight." Gu Li looked at Ning Mo Yuan, who suddenly appeared in front of him, and his face couldn't help but change slightly. She said tentatively, "Middle stage of the Spiritualist realm." While she was speaking, she carefully observed Ning Mo Yuan's expression, trying to find the answer from his reaction. Ning Mo Yuan heard this and sneered disdainfully, "Oh, you underestimate me too much." Gu Li immediately understood that the other party should be a strong man in the spiritual infant realm. She couldn't help but feel annoyed in her heart. It turned out that what she feared would come true. Feng Wuhan noticed Gu Li's strangeness and called softly, "Ali?" Gu Li's eyes flashed with a trace of determination, and he shouted, "Fight!" As she gave this order, Feng Wuhan and the other 6 people responded quickly, tacitly dispersed, each occupying a favorable position, and surrounded Ning Mo Yuan together. Ning Mo Yuan looked at the 6 people who surrounded him, with a more contemptuous expression on his face, and sneered, "Just relying on you few ants in the spiritual movement realm, you want to resist." Chapter 549. Gu Li's eyes were like torches, and he gave an order, "Everyone come out." In an instant, several majestic monsters suddenly appeared on the empty ground. Without exception, they were all super beasts, and their powerful pressure made the surrounding air tremble. Ning Mo Yuan saw these mythical beasts and blurted out, "Ancient mythical beast by Zai, ancient fierce beast Tao Tai." He looked at Gu Li, his eyes revealed undisguised greed, and continued, "You really have more than Jiuying and Qilin." Lin Yuchen chuckled and then shouted, "Hey, Baihu, come out too." Ning Mo Yuan exclaimed again, "Ancient mythical beast Baihu." Lin Yuchen teased proudly, "You have good vision." Although Ning Mo Yuan was shocked by the appearance of these mythical beasts, he quickly regained his arrogance and sneered, "It's a pity that they are too weak now, you can't keep them. Even if these people have these powerful mythical beasts, with their current strength, they can't really exert the power of the mythical beasts, let alone keep these rare treasures." Gu Li ignored Ning Mo Yuan, but tilted his head slightly, touched his chin, and looked at Mu Yunqi, Su Yun, Feng Wuhan, and Shi Zihan, saying, "When we have time, we will go find other ancient beasts and give you some contract points." Their previous contracted beasts were left in the continent below due to their talent limit. Now facing increasingly powerful enemies, they urgently need more powerful help. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly and said, "It may be a bit difficult to find. Ancient beasts are rare, and it is not easy to find and successfully contract them." At this time, Xiao Kezi jumped over and said happily, "It's okay, I can feel their breath, I will help you find them when the time comes." Ning Mo Yuan saw that they were discussing the search for ancient mythical beasts without paying attention to him, and completely ignored his existence. His face suddenly became very ugly, and he couldn't help but scold, "Arrogant! How can ancient mythical beasts be found just by wanting to find them? They are just daydreaming." Gu Li just seemed to have just remembered Ning Mo Yuan, and said lightly, "Oh, I almost forgot about you." Hearing this, Ning Muyuan almost laughed out loud. He was a powerful person in the spirit infant realm, but he was despised by these juniors. The anger in his heart swooshed. At the same time, most of the people watching on the side secretly rejoiced that they didn't rush up to snatch the mythical beasts, like those reckless idiots. They didn't expect that Gu Li and his people actually had so many ancient mythical beasts, and a considerable number of super mythical beasts. Let's practice. Gu Li's eyes flashed with a trace of determination. Before he finished speaking, his spiritual power surged like a raging wave, and he rushed towards Ning Muyuan first. Ning Muyuan looked at Gu Li rushing towards him, and just sneered, his face full of disdain. He raised his hand slowly, and waved his spiritual power casually. This spiritual power seemed light, but it contained powerful power, like a sharp blade, flying towards Gu Li. Gu Li knew that Ning Muyuan was a strong man in the spirit infant realm, and his strength should not be underestimated, so he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. She had sharp eyes, and when the spiritual power flew over, she quickly dodged sideways. Moving quickly, the spiritual power brushed the corner of her clothes and flew past, and with a bang, it hit a huge rock next to it, and the huge rock was instantly blown to pieces, and the broken stones flew. While Gu Li and Ning Muyuan were fighting, Mu Yunqi and the other three did not hesitate at all. They looked at each other, rushed towards Ning Muyuan quickly, and launched a fierce attack on him from different positions. But without exception, they were all knocked away by Ning Muyuan. Ning Muyuan looked at the four people with a more contemptuous smile on his face, and sneered, "You can't even break my defense, what use are you?" Gu Li looked at Ning Muyuan's arrogant look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and chuckled, "Did you forget something?" Ning Muyuan was immersed in his contempt for Gu Li and others, and suddenly he noticed several threatening spiritual power fluctuations coming towards him, like a turbulent undercurrent. He was startled in his heart, thinking that it was not good, and just wanted to use his body skills to dodge, but found that it was too late. I saw that the little vine approached quietly at some point, and it controlled its vines as thick as arms, and entangled Ning Muyuan with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the vines bound Ning Muyuan's body like a python, making him unable to move. Ning Muyuan's face changed, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. He shouted angrily, and the spiritual power around him surged wildly, directly blasting the vines apart. With a loud bang, the vines turned into countless fragments and flew everywhere, and a faint smell of grass and trees filled the air. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, a golden light and shadow came at him like a meteor. Xiao Jinzi spread his wings and flew to Ning Muyuan's head at a very fast speed, aiming at his head with a claw. This claw contained a powerful force. If it was grabbed firmly, Ning Muyuan's head would probably be torn apart easily like a watermelon. Facing this sudden attack, Ning Muyuan mobilized his spiritual power, and formed a spiritual shield above his head to protect himself. Xiao Jinzi's claws grabbed the shield fiercely, splashing a dazzling spark, but he could not break through this layer of defense. At the same time, Xiao Tangtung seized the opportunity, and controlled the vines again. This time, the vine stretched out like lightning and quickly tied up Ning Muyuan's legs. At this time, Jiuying also transformed into its original body, swinging its thick tail, and whipping Ning Muyuan fiercely. Ning Muyuan failed to dodge in time, and was whipped directly to the ground by Jiuying's tail. With a bang, a huge deep pit was smashed on the ground, and dust flew up. Suyin looked at Ning Muyuan lying at the bottom of the pit, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious, blurting out, "No way, so weak?" Gu Li's face was solemn, and he immediately said, "Don't underestimate the enemy, come together. The other party is a strong man in the Linging realm after all, with a deep foundation. Even if he has just been attacked, he is definitely not as vulnerable as they see on the surface. With the strength of all of them now plus the contracted beast, it is still difficult to defeat Ning Muyuan." Sure enough, before they get close to the bottom of the pit, Ning Muyuan slowly stood up, and a terrifying breath emanated from his body. Immediately afterwards, a powerful spiritual power spread in all directions like a surging wave. Where this spiritual power passed, the surrounding trees seemed to be swept by the wind, and after a crackling sound, they all fell down in unison, raising a large amount of dust. At the same time, the pressure from the strong man in the Linging realm was like an invisible mountain, pressing down. Although Gu Li and the others had gone through gravity training before, their physical fitness and ability to withstand pressure had improved, but with their current cultivation, it was still too much for them to withstand the pressure of this strong man in the spirit infant realm. Ning Muyuan looked at everyone struggling under his pressure, and a hideous smile appeared on his face. "Humph, a bunch of ignorant people. Chapter 550. Seeing Ning Moyuan's murderous face, Gu Li immediately said, "You hold him back first." "Got it." The beasts responded in unison. All the contracted beasts instantly dispersed like arrows from a bow, and surrounded Ning Moyuan tightly with Ning Moyuan as the center. Xiao Tung Tung reacted the fastest, and took the lead in controlling his tough vines to try to trap him again. However, Ning Moyuan was not a fool. He had just suffered a loss, and had already taken precautions. I saw that his spiritual power was surging around him, forming an invisible barrier. Before the vines could get close to him, they were shattered by this powerful spiritual power, and turned into countless fragments that fell one after another. Although Ning Moyuan was angry, he had coveted these monsters for a long time, so he did not kill them. At this moment, Jiuying let out a thunderous roar, waving its huge tail like a hill, and hit Ning Moyuan fiercely. Seeing this, Ning Moyuan's body shone brightly, and a layer of spiritual shield instantly condensed in front of him. This layer of shield radiated dazzling light, as hard as steel, and withstood Jiuying's fierce attack. Seeing this, Jiuying said, "Do you really think this broken thing can stop me?" After that, the spiritual power in its body burst out again, and the power of its tail suddenly increased. Under Jiuying's full-strength attack, Ning Moyuan's spiritual shield began to show cracks, spreading rapidly like a spider web. Seeing this opportunity, other contracted beasts took the opportunity to attack. Xiao Jinzi rushed towards Ning Moyuan's eyes, like a golden lightning. The white tiger roared, and the tiger claws with a sharp claw wind grabbed Ning Moyuan's arm. The unicorn was burning with blue flames all over its body, and it sprayed a stream of blazing flames towards Ning Moyuan. Xiao Tang Tang, Little Wolf Cub, Xiao Bai, Tao Tai, and Little Bird cooperated with each other. Ning Moyuan's face turned very ugly. He never expected that these young people had such low cultivation, but they were all first-class powerful monsters. Even though he was a strong man in the spirit infant realm, facing the attack launched by so many super beasts together, he was a little overwhelmed for a while. Soon, he had several more wounds on his body, and blood slowly flowed out, staining his clothes red. Gu Li had been observing the battle from the side. Seeing that the time was almost right, she keenly noticed that Ning Moyuan's spiritual power had been consumed. She looked at her friends with a firm gaze and whispered, "His spiritual power has been consumed." The others instantly understood what she meant, and without any hesitation, they quickly dispersed again and stood in different positions. Then, they began to circulate their spiritual power, and their hands quickly formed seals, like phantoms. 5 elements array activate. When Elder Songwu saw this scene, he couldn't help but shook his head secretly and sighed. It's still too naive. The opponent is much stronger than them, and he is also an earth element master, which has a great advantage in element control. Their element array may not cause any substantial damage to Ning Moyuan. However, the next moment, everyone was shocked by what happened in front of them, and their eyes widened. Gu Li was seen emitting the light of the 5 elements of thunder, gold, wood, water, and fire. Mu Yunxi was surrounded by the power of earth, wood, gold, thunder, and water elements. The light of water, fire, earth, thunder, and gold elements flashed alternately beside Shizihan. Fire, wood, gold, thunder, and dark elements interweave on Feng Wuhan's body. Dark, gold, fire, thunder, and water elements flow around Lin Yuchen. Fire, wood, ice, thunder, and gold elements shine around Su Yun. Elder Xianmin shouted in shock. The 6 of them are 5-element spiritual masters. Elder Songwu was anxious when he heard this, and hurriedly said, "I will go to save them. The academy finally has such a talented genius, and it must not fall into the hands of Ning Moyuan." Elder Liang stretched out his hand to stop him, and said, "Wait." Elder Songwu asked anxiously, "What are you waiting for? There are 6 5-element spiritual masters." Elder Liang looked at the battlefield with a firm gaze, and said slowly, "They can beat them." Hearing this, Elder Songwu gave up the idea of going over to save people immediately. He realized that since they have such shocking talents, how could they fall easily? Ning Moyuan, who was fighting fiercely with the contracted beasts, accidentally saw Gu Li and others performing the 5-element array. His face turned pale instantly, and his pupils shrank sharply, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. He knew the power of 6 5-element masters working together to set up an array, and without thinking, he immediately decided to leave this place of trouble first. Although the strength of these 6 young people was extremely low in his eyes. But the power generated by the 6 5-element masters working together to set up an array, even a strong man like him in the spirit infant realm dare not underestimate it. If he is not careful, he may be seriously injured or even lose his life. "Old thief, where are you running?" Tao Tai sensed Ning Moyuan's intention, opened his bloody mouth, and let out a thunderous roar. "Get out of here!" Ning Moyuan was so anxious that he had no intention of getting entangled with these contracted beasts at this moment. He casually launched a fierce attack. Now is definitely not the time to waste time with these contracted beasts. He must leave the area where the formation is about to take shape as soon as possible. As long as he waits for their formation to be completed and the effect disappears, he can easily take these people down. Just as Ning Moyuan was about to use his body skills to escape, the little wolf cub, who had been silently waiting for the opportunity, saw the opportunity and bit his leg tightly. Although the little wolf cub was not big, his bite force was amazing. Ning Moyuan only felt a sharp pain in his leg, as if he was clamped by an iron clamp, and could not move. At the same time, the little wolf cub relied on his tenacious willpower to drag Ning Moyuan towards the direction of the formation. When Qilin saw this, he also flew up and kicked Ning Moyuan fiercely. Ning Moyuan, who was thinking about escaping, was unable to dodge, and was hit by Qilin's kick. With a muffled bang, Ning Moyuan fell back heavily like a cannonball. This blow made his already injured body worse, and the wounds on his body became more serious. Blood kept flowing out of the wounds like a spring, completely dyeing his clothes red. At this time, Ning Moyuan was shocked and angry, but more of it was fear. He realized that these young people and their contracted beasts were much more difficult to deal with than he thought. Before he could escape again, a burst of elemental light lit up, and then he felt a fatal threat. Seeing this, he could only mobilize all his spiritual power to resist this blow. Chapter 551. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the three elders of Kanwu felt a strong sense of uneasiness in their hearts. After looking at each other, they silently used their skills, and quickly retreated 100 miles away. At the same time, some equally perceptive strongmen also sensed the dangerous atmosphere in the air. Realizing that the battle was about to enter an extremely terrifying stage, they did not hesitate to use all their skills to escape from this dangerous place. Not long after everyone evacuated, there was a loud boom. A devastating force broke out instantly. A huge pit with a width of 100 miles was blown out directly on the ground. The bottom of the pit was bottomless, and the surrounding land was blown away by this force. The dust covered the sky and the sun, and it took a long time to dissipate. Elder Kanwu looked at the terrifying giant pit, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The fighting power of these 6 young people together is comparable to that of the strong men in the early stage of the spirit infant realm. Elder Xianin frowned slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "But there are also disadvantages." As expected, although this earth-shaking blow caused huge damage, it also exhausted all the spiritual power of Gu Li and the other 6. At this time, they were lying in the giant pit in a mess, looking up at the sky, gasping for breath. Sui Yun said weakly, "It almost drained me dry." Mu Yunqi forced a smile and comforted, "It will be fine if you have time to absorb it back later." The cultivation method passed on to them by their master is somewhat peculiar. After overdrawing spiritual power, the speed of cultivation will be much faster than usual. Lin Yuchen complained weakly, "But I'm so tired." He felt that all the strength in his body had been drained away, and it was difficult to even move a finger. Feng Wuhan also agreed, "Ali, carry us on your back, I don't want to move." Shi Zihan said lightly, "You are still in the mood to chat, and I don't know if that man is dead or not." Sui Yun said nonchalantly, "He should be dead. After all, the 5 of them joined forces to cause such terrible damage." In his opinion, Ning Moyuan had no chance of survival. Gu Li sighed and said helplessly, "Bad news, he is still alive." After hearing this, everyone felt nervous. However, Gu Li said immediately, "Good news, he was seriously injured and can't be a match for our contracted beast." "Little tongue," Gu Li called softly. As soon as the voice fell, several thick vines quickly grew on the ground, gently lifting up the 6 of Gu Li. Then, the vines fed them a few pills to restore their spiritual power. Under the effect of the elixir, the few people gradually regained some strength. On the other side, Ning Moyuan was crawling out of the soil in a mess. His clothes were tattered, his hair was messy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Gu Li and others with murderous eyes, and gritted his teeth and said, "You really deserve to die." Sui Yun was not afraid at all, and smiled and said, "We can't use spiritual power, but you can't either." Ning Moyuan looked at Gu Li and others, his face full of gloom, and repeated again viciously, "It's still possible to deal with you." Gu Li shouted, "Little ones." In an instant, Xiao Kezi, Jiuying, Bai Zai, Tao Tai, Zai Langkub, Xiao Tingting, Xiao Jinzi, Baihu, and Qilin all turned into their original bodies, and stood majestically behind the 6 of them. Lin Yuchen looked at Ning Moyuan. Kill us, are you sure? Although they had previously joined forces with the contracted beasts to cause great damage. But they all knew their limits, and would not harm the contracted beasts. Ning Moyuan looked at Gu Li and the others and their contracted beasts, with a cruel smile on his lips, and said coldly again, "You will die today." Gu Li noticed that Ning Moyuan's tone was unusually firm, and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Immediately said to Jiuying, "Kill him, and leave quickly." Jiuying nodded, and his huge body moved slightly, ready to step forward and kill Ning Moyuan. Insolent! At this moment, an extremely powerful pressure swept over like a surging tide. Jiuying felt this powerful pressure, frowned tightly, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. The current situation of Gu Li and others could not resist this pressure at all. So, it quickly blocked in front of Gu Li and the others without hesitation. Then, 3 figures appeared behind Ning Moyuan like ghosts. As soon as the 3 figures appeared, a strong aura spread out wantonly, interweaving with the strong pressure, making the whole situation more tense and depressing. Ning Moyuan saw that they finally arrived and couldn't help complaining. So slow. Yu Qiansui frowned slightly and explained, "I rushed here as soon as I received the news." Xiao Liang looked Ning Moyuan up and down, and said with disdain, "What's wrong with you? You were hurt like this by a few ants." Ning Moyuan gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, "I was careless. I didn't expect that the 5 of them were all 5-element spiritual masters." Ling Miaomiu was shocked when she heard this and blurted out, "What did you say?" Ning Moyuan emphasized again, "All 5 of them are 5-element spiritual masters, and everyone has seen it." Gu Li looked at the 3 new people, and secretly said in his heart that it was not good. His face instantly became extremely solemn, and he whispered, "Not good, these 3 are also strong men in the Lingying realm." Having just fought with Ning Moyuan, he already knew the horror of the strong men in the Lingying realm, and the aura of these 3 people was even stronger than Ning Moyuan. Elder Songwu looked at Yu Qiansui, Xiao Liang and Ling Miaomiu, who suddenly appeared, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. He couldn't help but whispered, "Why are these people here?" Elder Xianmin frowned and responded solemnly, "This is trouble. The strength of the other 3 Lingying realm strong men is comparable to theirs. It may not be so easy to rescue Gu Li and others from them." Elder Liang looked determined and made a quick decision, watch the opportunity, and take them away directly without fighting. At the same time, Gu Li also realized the urgency of the situation and quickly said to Xiao Tingzi, "Xiao Tingzi, get ready to leave." Xiao Tingzi responded without hesitation, "Understood." Ling Miaomiu's eyes swept back and forth on Gu Li's contracted beast, his eyes full of greed. "Good harvest." Ning Moyuan snorted coldly and urged, "Don't talk nonsense with them, these ants are a bit weird." Xiao Liang looked disdainful and said confidently, "I do it. Dealing with these people is just an easy task, just raise your hand to subdue them." Seeing Xiao Liang so arrogant, Jiuying couldn't help but want to teach him a lesson, but was hurriedly stopped by Gu Li. "Don't go, get ready to leave." Chapter 552. Xiao Liang flashed and appeared behind Gu Li and the others like a ghost. His fist was wrapped in rich spiritual power, emitting a terrifying light, and blasted towards Gu Li and the others like a cannonball. Gu Li felt a powerful force rushing towards him and blurted out in shock, "So fast." Xiao Tingzi saw this and said, "It's okay, I'm here. Get out." But before Xiao Tingzi finished speaking, everyone saw Xiao Liang being slapped away like a kite with a broken string. This scene happened too suddenly, and everyone was stunned. The strong man in the spirit infant realm was slapped away like this. Then, there was a sound of breaking wind in the sky. Dozens of figures fell from the sky like meteors, and landed steadily around Gu Li and the others. The movements were uniform, and there was no extra sound when they landed. Gu Li's eyes were red with excitement, and he blurted out, "Shadow guards." The people who came were the 50 shadow guards, who ascended with them. Fortunately, nothing happened and they all came back. Feng Wuhan looked at the shadow guards in front of him, his face full of surprise, and couldn't help saying, "How come their cultivation is so strong?" Gu Li's face was filled with a relieved smile, and he said, "It doesn't matter. It's good that they are fine." Subordinates greet the young master. The 50 shadow guards knelt on one knee in unison, and their voices were loud and firm, resounding around. Gu Li smiled and responded, "Welcome back." Sui Yun was full of amazement, and couldn't help saying, "Great. It's been a while since I last saw you, and you are so strong." He widened his eyes, and looked at the shadow guards, who had greatly increased their strength. He was happy for them, and a little envious. Lin Yuchen shouted with a little annoyance. Ah! You surpassed me again. Gu Yi stepped forward and said respectfully to Gu Li, Young master, just leave this to us. Gu Li's eyes turned and pointed directly at Ning Maiyuan and the other 4 who were preparing to sneak away, complaining, Little Yi, they want to steal my contracted beast. After hearing this, Gu Yi and the others' faces turned black in an instant, and a trace of coldness flashed in their eyes. They looked at Ning Maiyuan and the other 4 with displeasure. Dare to steal the young master's things, you are tired of living. Ning Maiyuan and the other 4 noticed the unfriendly eyes of the shadow guards, and they couldn't help but panic. They thought they could easily deal with Gu Li and the others, but they didn't expect a group of strong men to appear. Ning Maiyuan's forehead was sweating, and his voice trembled. It's all misunderstanding. At this moment, he had long lost his previous arrogance in his heart, and was completely occupied by fear. Ning Maiyuan and the others were really scared to death. Before, they only saw that Gu Li and others had low cultivation, so they looked down on them, and wanted to snatch the contracted beast. Now they understand. No wonder these people dared to fight him despite their low cultivation. It turned out that there was such a powerful force behind them. 50 peak powerhouses in the infant realm, this lineup is enough to scare anyone. How can they win? Gu Yi was not moved by Ning Maiyuan's words, and ordered without hesitation, get rid of it. As Gu Yi's order was issued, the shadow guards pounced on Ning Maiyuan and the other 4 like a tiger descending from the mountain. People watching the battle from a distance were also shocked by this scene. I am not seeing wrong. The infant realm powerhouse was slapped away with a slap. One person widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. Who are those people? Another person couldn't help but exclaimed. They call that woman the young master. Which family's woman can be the young master? Someone raised his doubts. These people are so strong. Everyone sighed, secretly glad that they didn't act rashly. Fortunately, I didn't act. It would have been a disaster. Someone said with lingering fear. Elder Songwu was also shocked and blurted out, 50 peak spirit infant realm. Such a large number of peak spirit infant realm powerhouses is completely equivalent to the strength of the entire Tianzhou Academy. Elder Xianmin frowned and guessed. It seems that these people are very important. Could they be from the central area? Elder Liang nodded and said, it seems that we don't need to help them. However, before they left, they found that the 50 spirit infant realm powerhouses seemed to have noticed their presence and locked onto the space they were in. Gu Yi looked at the people in this area with a cold gaze, and slowly said, everyone, my young master was frightened by you. If he wants to leave, he must give you some compensation. We didn't attack them. Someone in the crowd tried to defend himself. Gu Yi sneered and said mercilessly, it's enough that you have this idea. You are blackmailing. Someone else couldn't help but accuse him, his face full of anger and unwillingness. Gu Yi was not moved at all, and said firmly, either hand over all the space rings, or die. After that, his spiritual power surged around him, and a powerful momentum burst out instantly. At the same time, other shadow guards also cooperated to release the strong pressure. For a moment, the whole space was shrouded by this powerful aura. Everyone felt an invisible pressure coming, as if a mountain was pressing on them, making it hard to breathe. For a moment, everyone's face turned pale, and beads of sweat rolled down from their foreheads. In the face of this life and death decision, soon someone couldn't bear it, tremblingly handed over the space ring, and then left in disgrace. Someone took the lead, and soon everyone handed over the space ring. Elder Songwu looked at this scene, angry and anxious, and couldn't help complaining, this little girl, we came to help her, but she let people rob us. Elder Liang shook his head helplessly, and said, they don't know we are here to save them. Gu Yi looked at the 3 of them and said, you 3 don't need it, you can leave. Ah? Elder Songwu was a little confused for a while. He never thought that he was just complaining about being targeted, but in the blink of an eye, he was excluded. Why don't they use it? Someone saw this, and asked loudly with dissatisfaction in his heart. Gu Yi frowned and said coldly, I am happy. Do you have any objection? Under Gu Yi's cold eyes and tough attitude, the man dared not speak for a moment. His face was full of helplessness and fear. After hesitating for a moment, he had to hand over his space ring honestly. Then he lowered his head and left in a hurry, fearing that staying for another second would cause more trouble. Gu Li looked in the direction of the 3 elders of Songwu, moved her lips slightly, and made a thank you mouth shape. When Xiao Liang made a move, she keenly noticed that 3 spiritual powers were rushing towards them. However, Gu Yi and others appeared in time, disrupting the original situation, and the 3 spiritual powers were quickly retracted. Although the 3 elders of Songwu did not directly rescue them in the end. But she silently remembered this. Chapter 553. Gu-Er respectfully brought all the space rings he had collected to Gu Li, bowed his head and said, "Young master." Gu Li looked at the pile of space rings in front of him, waved his hand, and said, "Just take them." Things like crystals were not difficult for her, as she could easily get them by selling some pills. At this moment, she was worried about the shadow guards. Will their sudden surge in strength cause harm to their bodies? So, after changing into clean and comfortable clothes, Gu Li directly rented a yard and prepared to stay there temporarily to get to know the situation of the shadow guards. As soon as they settled down, Lin Yuchen couldn't wait to ask everyone's questions. How did you break through so much? Gu Yi stepped forward and began to tell their experiences. We were teleported to India together, and before we could react, someone wanted to take us away. Gu Si activated the teleportation array immediately, and we escaped from India. But later we were caught up by those people, and we were knocked away by a mysterious man who suddenly appeared during the escape. When we woke up, we arrived at a place, and then we were forced to inherit. After hearing this, Gu Li looked solemn, looked at the shadow guards and said, "You line up, I will check your body." Hearing her words, they lined up obediently and stretched out their hands one by one for her to check. Gu Li carefully explored their meridians and spiritual veins, and when she saw that their meridians and spiritual veins were normal, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that they are fine. As long as they are healthy, everything else is easy. At this time, Sui Yun asked curiously, "Do you know that stranger?" Gu Yi shook his head and said, "No, she was wearing a veil, but her eyes looked very similar to the young master." Gu Li's hands froze instantly after hearing this, and a guess immediately emerged in her mind. She quickly found a portrait from the space, opened it, and asked eagerly, "Does it look like this?" Gu-Er saw the portrait and said in surprise, "Young master, have you seen her too?" Gu Li frowned slightly and said, "I haven't seen her, but someone gave it to me when I first came to Lingxi continent." Feng Wuhan looked at the portrait and guessed, "Is this your mother?" Gu Li nodded, with a tone of uncertainty, but with a hint of certainty. It should be the same person. Mu Yunqi also came over and asked in confusion, "You have lived in the Gu family for so long, haven't you seen Ali's mother?" Gu Yi shook his head again. "We have only seen the young master, that is, the young master's father. As for the lady, we have never seen her." Everyone couldn't help but feel a wave of doubt in their hearts after hearing this. What kind of person is Gu Li's mother? Why did she suddenly appear in front of the shadow guards and force them to inherit? After thinking for a while, Gu Li took out some magical instruments that could hide their cultivation from his storage space and distributed them to the shadow guards one by one, saying seriously, "Get ready, and take the Tianzhou College entrance examination tomorrow." Speaking of Tianzhou College, it has many differences compared to the colleges they applied for before. In addition to a large-scale enrollment activity, Tianzhou College also conducts small-scale assessments every day. As long as the number of applicants reaches 300 each time, the assessment will start. However, the admission conditions will be correspondingly more stringent. Gu Yi respectfully took the magic weapon and responded firmly, "Yes." Mu Yunqi frowned slightly and couldn't help saying, "It feels a bit wasteful to enter Tianzhou College with their current strength. After all, the shadow guards have greatly increased their strength after inheritance, and going to Tianzhou College for further study does not seem to fully tap their potential." Gu Li sighed softly and said, "I know, but we have to leave here as soon as possible." Sui Yun blinked and put forward his own idea, "Then we can drop out. It is also a good idea to enter the college first, get some convenience and information, and then drop out and leave." Hearing this, Gu Li was silent. Gu Li took out a token with a solemn look, handed it to Gu Yi, and said, "You go directly to join the Xinyuan sect. If you are eliminated, take out this token." With the current strength of the shadow guards, joining the Xinyuan sect is a good choice. At least entering the inner gate should not be a problem. However, just in case, this token can give them an extra layer of protection. Gu Yi heard it, and hurriedly shook his head and refused. "No, we finally found the young master. Please let us stay with you to protect you." In the hearts of the shadow guards, protecting the young master is their primary responsibility. Before, Gu Li's strength was above theirs, and they had been trying to follow him. Now that they have finally become stronger, and have just reunited with the young master, they really don't want to separate. Gu Li looked at Gu Yi, his eyes full of determination and tenderness, and patiently explained, "You know, my enemy is the God Clan, and Tianzhou Academy, a marginal force, cannot provide you with suitable resources and skills for cultivation. With your current strength, only in the Xinyuan sect in the central area can you have better development and become stronger faster." Gu Er also stepped forward and said, "But young master, we are worried about your safety." Without us by your side, what if you encounter danger? The other shadow guards nodded one after another, revealing their concern and reluctance for Gu Li in their eyes. Gu Li smiled and said, "How can I break through myself without danger?" Gu Li insisted, "It's okay to let me stay alone." Gu Li frowned. "Shadow guards, listen to the order. Everyone must reach the initial stage of the virtual god realm when we meet next time." The shadow guards responded in unison, "Yes, young master." Sui Yun's mouth twitched. "Virtual god realm, you are really demanding. Ordinary people can't even enter the virtual god realm in their entire lives, not to mention that it doesn't take them so long to enter the central area. At most, they can enter in 2 or 3 years. It is almost impossible to break through in such a short time." Gu Li smiled and said, "I will break through." "Right, mother." At the same time, Elder Song Wu and his group rushed back to Tianzhou College. As soon as they arrived at the college, they rushed straight to the dean's office and told the dean Yu Tianjin the shocking news. After hearing this, Yu Tianjin repeated with a look of astonishment on his face, 50 peak spirit infant realm? Elder Xian Min, who was standing aside, nodded and answered affirmatively, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Yu Tianjin was silent for a moment, thinking about what this meant. After a while, Yu Tianjin slowly said, "In this case, give them some special care. These people can not only contract ancient beasts and ancient fierce beasts, but also have so many of them, which is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. In addition, there are so many strong people protecting them, they should be from a big family." However, Yu Tianjin couldn't help but feel a little worried. These people became students of Tianzhou College. Is it a good thing or a bad thing? Chapter 554. Gu Li and others just returned to Tianzhou College and noticed that the atmosphere in the college was a little strange, and there were many people talking in their ears. They vaguely heard that everyone was speculating enthusiastically about the origins of those mysterious people who suddenly appeared, and why so many powerful people gathered in such a small place. However, Gu Li and others did not care about these rumors. As soon as they returned to their residence, they chose to practice in seclusion and devoted themselves to the practice of improving their own strength. A few days passed like this until one day, a disciple came to tell them that the dean wanted to see them. Sui Yun heard it and couldn't help but look puzzled, and asked, "What does the dean want to see us for?" The disciple who passed the message also looked confused, shook his head and said, "I don't know, please follow me." Hearing this, Gu Li and others looked at each other, and then silently followed the disciple and walked towards the island where the dean was. Along the way, Gu Li analyzed in a low voice. It should be the 3 elders who told the dean what happened before. After hearing this, Mu Yunqi was a little worried and asked hurriedly, "What should we say?" Gu Li thought for a moment and said calmly, "We can just say that we ascended from the lower realm. They will also send people to investigate, so there is no need to hide it. After all, we have to go through the extradition process to ascend, and we will know about this matter once we investigate." Soon, they came to the dean's place. The disciple stepped forward and said respectfully, "Dean, the person has been brought here." Then, Yu Tianjin's voice came from the house calmly, "Come in." Gu Li and his companions gently pushed the door open and walked in an orderly manner. There was only one middle-aged man in the room at this time. He must be Yu Tianjin, the dean of Tianzhou College. Yu Tianjin looked at everyone one by one and said calmly, "I have something to ask you." Gu Li responded politely, "Please go ahead." Yu Tianjin narrowed his eyes slightly and asked directly, "What level have you reached in your cultivation now?" In fact, with Yu Tianjin's cultivation, he could easily see everyone's cultivation. But he didn't know what kind of exquisite magic weapon these young people used to perfectly hide their cultivation, making it difficult for him to spy on them, so he had to ask them in person. Gu Li's heart moved, but he did not answer directly, but asked, "Why do you ask this?" Yu Tianjin smiled slightly, and said with some concern in his tone, "I care about the students' cultivation. After all, you have just joined the academy. I hope to have a more comprehensive understanding of you so that the academy can provide you with better cultivation guidance." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, and he said with a smile, "It shouldn't be that simple. There are many students in the academy, but the dean only pays attention to these new students. There must be another reason." Yu Tianjin shook his head gently and said, "That's nothing, but the major forces are about to start a big competition. This competition is large in scale, and the central domain will send someone to preside over it. If your cultivation can reach the spiritual sea realm or above, I will let you participate." Mu Yunqi looked puzzled and asked, "What's the point of participating in this competition?" Yu Tianjin explained seriously, "In this competition, the top 10 can freely choose the sect they like. This is a great opportunity for you to enter a more powerful sect and obtain better training resources and development space. Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Yu Tianjin and asked, "Do you think we can beat the players from other forces?" To be able to participate in such a large-scale competition between forces, the players sent by other forces must be extraordinary. Yu Tianjin hesitated for a moment, and finally said truthfully, "No." Although these young people in front of him have great potential, it is indeed difficult for them to defeat the players carefully cultivated by other forces in the competition with their current cultivation. Feng Wuhan asked, "Then you still let us participate?" Yu Tianjin smiled slightly and said slowly, "You can't compete, but your guards can. The strength of the peak of the Lingying realm can directly kill the opponent in this competition." Speaking of this, he seemed to feel that it was not attractive enough. After thinking for a while, he added, "As a reward, I will also give you a place to participate in the competition and pay you a certain number of crystals, which will also help your cultivation." Gu Li instantly understood Yu Tianjin's intention and asked, "Do you mean to let them apply for Tianzhao College?" Yu Tianjin nodded and said, "Well, as long as they participate in the competition as students of Tianzhao College." Gu Li said with a little regret, "Unfortunately they have left." Yu Tianjin was slightly stunned and said in surprise, "So fast?" Gu Li explained, "Tianzhao Academy is not suitable for them." Yu Tianjin still did not give up, saying, "But through this competition, if they can win, they can also choose a sect that is more suitable for them, which is extremely beneficial to their future development." Gu Li said firmly, "They already have a place to go." She did not want to reveal too much about the shadow guards going to Xinyuan sect. After hearing this, Yu Tianjin became more and more curious and couldn't help asking, "Are you from the central domain?" Lin Yuchen shook his head and said truthfully, "No, we ascended from the lower realm." Lower realm. Hearing this, Yu Tianjin was slightly shocked. He had sent people to the central domain to inquire about the information of Gu Li and others before, but found nothing. Now he finally understood that they were not from the central domain at all. He looked up and down at Gu Li and others, and couldn't help but become more and more curious about their origins. Ascending from the lower realm, they can have so many opportunities and powerful strength. Gu Li did not give up, but continued to ask, "Dean, does the minimum cultivation level to participate in the competition have to be the spiritual sea realm?" Yu Tianjin waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you can go back and practice first." Sui Yun was a little unwilling and said, "Didn't you just say that we can participate?" Yu Tianjin's expression became serious and said, "Have you reached the spiritual sea realm?" And the spiritual sea realm is just the lowest standard among the players sent by major forces. Mu Yunqi said unconvinced, "No cultivation, but it does not mean no combat power." Yu Tianjin still insisted on his opinion and said, "This is a serious matter, you can participate in a few years." Gu Li heard this, and his heart moved, raised his eyebrows and said, "You give us 8 places, and I call 2 guards to join Tianzhao College, how about it?" Chapter 555. Yu Tianjin agreed immediately, yes. With students at the peak of the spiritual infant realm participating in the competition, their college will definitely rank first this time. Mu Yunqi noticed that there seemed to be a deeper reason behind Yu Tianjin's attitude, and said, "Dean, you seem to have a reason to win." Yu Tianjin's face froze instantly. "You all saw it?" Gu Li and others responded almost in unison. Obviously. From Yu Tianjin's previous performances, they had already guessed a little. Yu Tianjin sighed helplessly, and was about to tell the college's dilemma. In the competition, our college. It has always been at the bottom of the competition. If this continues, the position will not be maintained. Gu Li and others said in unison again in tacit understanding. Yu Tianjin's face was full of shock, his eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief, "You actually knew it?" He really didn't expect Gu Li and others to know so much about the college's situation. Shi Zihan said expressionlessly, "Every time we join a college or force, it is either the lowest or the lowest status. They are used to dealing with such forces in a bad situation." Yu Tianjin couldn't help twitching his mouth a few times, and said, "It sounds like you have joined many forces." Gu Li smiled slightly and said, "We ascended from the lower realm, you say it's a lot." From the lower realm, they have indeed experienced many places and forces. When Yu Tianjin heard the 3 words lower realm, he seemed to be hit by something, stood up suddenly, and asked loudly, "What did you say? Lower realm?" In his understanding, the lower realm is a remote place with extremely scarce spiritual power, and it is almost impossible for a powerful cultivator to be born. Gu Li nodded affirmatively, yes. Yu Tianjin was full of doubts and shock, and then asked, "How old are you this year?" This question seemed to be crucial for him to judge the situation of Gu Li and others. Mu Yunqi became alert and asked back, Why are you asking this? He didn't understand Yu Tianjin's intention of suddenly asking about age. Yu Tianjin waved his hands anxiously. Don't worry about this, tell me how old you are? Gu Li answered first, almost 24. Mu Yunqi then said, 28. Su Yian also reported his age, 25. Feng Wuhan said calmly, 27. Shi Zihan still had no expression, 27. Lin Yuchen also said, 26. Yu Tianjin was shocked to hear this. You are not even 100 years old. In his cognitive system, it was unbelievable that such an age could ascend from the lower world. Gu Li shrugged and said, we don't look like 100 years old. From the outside, they were indeed full of youth. Yu Tianjin was still immersed in his shock, muttering to himself, how could you ascend from the lower world to 2 continents before you are 100 years old? The spiritual power of the lower world is already thin, and the cultivation environment of the lower world is even worse than you can imagine. Impossible, this is definitely impossible. He couldn't believe what Gu Li and others said anyway. After all, if he was born in Yuanhong continent, he could achieve such a level of cultivation at this age, which is indeed outstanding. But they are from the lower realm, and the difference in cultivation conditions is like heaven and earth. Gu Li looked at Yu Tianjin curiously and asked, Dean, how old are you? Seeing his expression, he was also curious about the age of the Dean. Yu Tianjin was silent for a moment, as if he was hesitating whether to answer this question, and finally slowly said, 4,330 years old. For 1,000 years old. Lin Yuchen was so shocked that he almost jumped up. The Dean in front of him looked at most 40 or 50 years old, but his actual age was so amazing. Gu Li was shocked. Su Yian also looked suspicious and asked, are you serious? Yu Tianjin asked back unhappily, what do you think? Gu Li then asked curiously, 4,000 years old, what is your current cultivation level? Yu Tianjin's face sank, and he said seriously, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask. Then, Yu Tianjin seemed to suddenly remember something, and took out another piece of jade and handed it to them. Shi Zihan looked at the jade in confusion and asked, what is this? Yu Tianjin explained, age-testing jade. Feng Wuhan frowned and said with a little dissatisfaction, does the Dean think we are lying? Yu Tianjin coughed unnaturally, trying to hide his guilt, and said, I'm just curious. Mu Yunqi saw this and asked, how to use it? Yu Tianjin replied, just input spiritual power. Hearing this, Su Yian stretched out his hand without hesitation and slowly input spiritual power into the age-testing jade. The age-testing jade instantly burst into a dazzling light, which illuminated the entire room and made it almost impossible to open your eyes. When the light gradually faded, 2 numbers appeared clearly on the jade, 25. Yu Tianjin was completely shocked and murmured to himself, your ages are actually real. Lin Yuchen said helplessly, what else can I do? There is no benefit in lying to you. Gu Li looked at Yu Tianjin and asked, do we still want to try? Yu Tianjin came back to his senses and said quickly, try it all. Gu Li and others stepped forward one by one and input their spiritual power into the age-testing jade. Everyone's age was accurately displayed. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianjin was ecstatic. He never thought that what these young people said was actually true. He reached the peak of the spiritual realm at such a young age, and he ascended from the lower realm. This, if not a genius, then what is it? Yu Tianjin suddenly seemed to have thought of a key question, and asked hurriedly, so, your guards are not even 100 years old? Gu Li shook his head gently and said, no. Yu Tianjin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, he said that those guards would catch up with him if they broke through 2 levels, how could they be less than 100 years old? However, Gu Li smiled and said, under 50, they are all in their 30s. What? Yu Tianjin was shocked again, and was at a loss. How is this possible? Gu Li shrugged helplessly and said calmly, it seems that we have no need to lie to you. Yu Tianjin couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Good, it's really great. Gu Li was even more confused and asked, why do you ask us about our age? Yu Tianjin's face was filled with irrepressible joy, and he explained, if you are under 100 years old, you can enter the spirit power pool to temper your body, which will be of great benefit to you. For cultivators, tempering the body in the spirit power pool is a rare opportunity to improve. Gu Li raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, that's it? They have experienced this kind of tempering many times, especially the heavenly thunder tempering, the intensity of which is not comparable to ordinary tempering. Yu Tianjin waved his hand quickly and continued, this is different from ordinary tempering. This is a time that everyone will experience. The younger the age of tempering, the higher the cultivation level the better. He emphasized the uniqueness and importance of tempering the body in the spirit power pool. Of course, he knew in his heart that not everyone was qualified to undergo this kind of body tempering. Chapter 556. Mu Yunqi stared at Yu Zhentian and asked slowly, "So you want us to enter the spirit pool?" Yu Zhentian nodded heavily and answered affirmatively, "Yes, but this is only available to the big forces in the central region. I have a quota and can give it to you." Gu Li's heart was moved when he heard it, and he asked quickly, "What about Xinyuan sect? Does Xinyuan sect have a spirit pool?" Yu Zhentian responded without hesitation, "Xinyuan sect certainly has, and it is the largest and most spiritual." Then Yu Zhentian said, "There is still time, I will take you to the central region immediately." Gu Li shook her head slightly and declined, "Thank you, Dean, but you should leave these quotas for other students." She already had her own plan in mind. After all, her mother came from Xinyuan sect. Since Xinyuan sect has the best spirit pool, she naturally hopes to use the resources of Xinyuan sect to practice. Yu Zhentian was a little anxious and tried to persuade Gu Li, "You are the most suitable one to use it." Although there are many students under the age of 100 in the academy, they cannot compare with Gu Li and others in terms of mental strength and cultivation. Moreover, Gu Li and others ascended from the lower realm and did not absorb the spiritual energy of Yuanhong continent since childhood. The effect of entering the spirit pool to temper the body will definitely be better than others. Gu Li smiled gently and said slowly, "Maybe after the competition, you can choose Xinyuan sect. Wouldn't that be better? It also saves you some quota." Yu Zhentian frowned slightly and reminded, "Not to mention that there are geniuses from various forces in this competition, and the competition is extremely fierce. Even if you are lucky enough to rank in the top 10, Xinyuan sect must choose you." Mu Yunqi looked puzzled and couldn't help asking, "Can't I choose for myself?" Yu Zhentian patiently explained, "Xinyuan sect is different. They are very strict in recruiting people, and it is difficult to enter. They not only value strength, but also have extremely high requirements for the character, talent, and characteristics of practitioners." Gu Li said sincerely again, "Thank you for the kindness of the dean, but we still want to get the opportunity to enter the Xinyuan sect spirit pool by ourselves." Yu Zhentian saw Gu Li's firm attitude, and cast his eyes on others and asked, "What about you?" Su Yun said without hesitation, "I have the same choice as Ali." Bong Wuhen's mouth corner slightly raised, and he said softly, "What she said is what it is." Mu Yunqi smiled and said, "After all, we like to fight for it through our own efforts, so that the opportunities we get are more meaningful." Lin Yuchen also nodded quickly, "Of course, the same as them." Shi Zihan said firmly, "I don't want it either." Seeing their firm attitude, Yu Zhentian sighed in his heart. He was really helpless. Why are young people nowadays so arrogant? They would rather take such a good opportunity for free. Shi Zihan and others knew the relationship between Ali and Xinyuan Zong. They knew that even if they did not rank in the top 10 in the competition and failed to join Xinyuan Zong, they would definitely go to Xinyuan Zong when they went to the central region. As for not being able to enter Xinyuan Zong, they thought it was impossible. Yu Tianjin looked at Gu Li and others, waved his hand helplessly, and said, "You go back first. The competition will be held in a year. Remember to return to the academy in advance. There are still some preparations to be arranged before the competition. Don't miss the time." "Okay." Gu Li and others responded in unison, and then said goodbye and left. As soon as Gu Li returned to the dormitory, he took out the address book and contacted Gu Yi and Gu Er skillfully. "You two should arrange for the shadow guards to enter Xinyuan sect, and then come to us." Gu Yi's heart tightened when he heard the young master's order, thinking that something had happened to their young master. After hanging up the call, Gu Yi and Gu Er did not dare to delay at all. They quickly arrived at Xinyuan sect, handed the token in their hands to Gu San, and immediately used their body skills to rush towards Tianzhao College. Seeing Gu Yi and Gu Er appear in front of her in a dusty state, Gu Li was slightly startled. A trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, and she couldn't help saying, "It's only been half a month, how come you are here so quickly?" She originally thought that it would take some time to arrange for the shadow guards to enter Xinyuan sect and handle related matters. Gu Yi was worried and asked hurriedly, "Young master, did someone bully you?" Gu Er also agreed and said firmly, "It's okay. If you can't beat them, we will help you get revenge. If the opponent is too strong, we will notify everyone to come." Gu Li couldn't help laughing and said helplessly, "You guys are imagining too much." Gu Er asked embarrassedly, "Then what do you want to talk to us about, young master?" Gu Li's face became serious and said, "You will come with me to sign up, join Tianzhao College, and participate in the competition in a year." Gu Er looked puzzled and asked, "What competition?" Gu Li then briefly told them the content of her conversation with Yu Zhentian. From the college's predicament in the competition, to the opportunity to temper the body in the spirit pool, to the strict selection of Xinyuan sect, she explained them clearly one by one. After hearing this, Gu Yi said confidently, "Young master, rest assured, we will definitely go all out to win the championship. Although their goal is not the spirit pond. Let's go, I take you to find the dean." Gu Li said, and then took the lead to step out of the door. Gu Yi and Gu Er immediately followed her, step by step. Along the way, they met many students from the academy. When they rescued Gu Li, the shadow guards were wearing masks, so the people in the academy didn't know Gu Yi and Gu Er. But when everyone saw these two strange men, they couldn't help but be curious. Especially when they felt the unfathomable aura of cultivation on them, they were even more surprised. After all, most of the students in the academy have reached the peak of the spiritual realm, or the spiritual sea realm. But facing Gu Yi and Gu Er, they couldn't see through their cultivation realm at all. How could it not make people feel surprised? The three of them walked through the crowd, and walked towards the dean's office. Gu Li took Gu Yi and Gu Er, and soon arrived outside the dean's office. She politely said to the guard at the door, "Please inform the dean that I have something to talk to him about. Please come in." The guard's face flashed with surprise, but he quickly made a gesture of invitation. In fact, the dean had already specifically instructed that if the six of them came to see him, there was no need to inform them, and they could just be allowed in. Although the guard was full of doubts about the dean's decision, after all, it was the dean's order, so he didn't dare to ask more questions, and could only do it obediently. Gu Li nodded slightly, and walked into the yard with Gu Yi and Gu Er. Chapter 557. As soon as Gu Li entered the yard, he saw Yu Tianjin had come out to greet them. Yu Tianjin said with a gentle smile, "So soon?" He thought it would take them some time to get there. Gu Li responded, "Wouldn't it be better to hurry up?" Yu Tianjin nodded hurriedly, Okay. Although Gu Yi and Gu Er's cultivation was 2 levels lower than his, they were less than 50 years old. It was rare for such a young age to have such a cultivation, so Yu Tianjin would naturally not put on the airs of a dean in front of him. Gu Li rolled her eyes and said, "Shouldn't we need to take the entrance examination? It's too troublesome to have to go again." She didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. Yu Tianjin smiled and said, "No, you take this." He then took out 2 silver tokens from his sleeves and handed them to Gu Yi and Gu Er, explaining, "This is the token for special admissions. With this token, you can go anywhere in the academy." Seeing this, Gu Li pretended to be dissatisfied and said, "Dean, you are so biased." But a smile flashed in his eyes. Yu Tianjin couldn't help laughing, and then took out 6 silver tokens from his arms, and handed them to Gu Li and others, saying, "You have one too." Gu Li was not polite, and took the token generously, saying, "Thank you, Dean." Yu Tianjin looked at Gu Li and asked with concern, "Is there anything you don't understand in your practice recently? I can teach you in person." Gu Li replied, "No, my practice is going smoothly, and I am about to break through." Yu Tianjin still didn't give up, and continued, "If there are any spiritual herbs or something you need, I will exchange them for you for free." Gu Li couldn't help but feel puzzled, staring at Yu Tianjin, and asked, "Dean, is there something wrong with you?" Yu Tianjin explained, "No, there is only 1 year left before the competition. I am afraid that you will encounter problems in your practice, so I want to lead you personally to see if you can break through the first level within a year." The 2 guards are very strong, so he is not worried. But Gu Li and the other 6 will participate in the competition. If the overall practice is too low, it is difficult to get good results in the competition, and even saving your life on the competition stage will become a problem. Gu Li shook his head and said, "No, we will practice on our own, so don't worry." Yu Tianjin is still persuading, "Really? You can ask me if you have any questions. After all, I have lived for so many years, and I still have some experience." "Really no? I'm going back to retreat," Gu Li said, and before Yu Tianjin spoke again, he took Gu Yi and Gu Er and ran out quickly. Su Yin looked around with a smile in his eyes, and asked, "Are you all ready?" Mu Yunqi responded, while busy fiddling with the runes of the teleportation array, "Wait, the teleportation array is still a little short of being arranged." Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, a little worried, and said, "Don't you need to report to the academy?" Gu Li waved his hand and said, "It's okay, I left a note." Just then, Mu Yunqi said, "The teleportation array is arranged." As her voice fell, a faint but mysterious light flashed on the teleportation array. The light gradually became stronger, forming a vortex-shaped channel, emitting a strong suction force. The light enveloped their figures, and the few people disappeared on the spot. On the busy streets outside the academy, people were coming and going. 8 people were walking out leisurely. They were Gu Li, Su Yun, Mu Yunxi, Feng Wuhan, Shi Zihan, Lin Yuchen, as well as Gu Yi and Gu Er. Lin Yuchen muttered with a depressed look on his face. I don't know when I can break through in succession. He looked at Gu Yi and the others who had reached the peak of the spirit infant realm with envy in his heart, and he also wanted to become stronger quickly. The reason why they came out this time was because several people had just broken through not long ago. However, it was difficult to make new progress by practicing behind closed doors. After some discussion, everyone unanimously decided to go out and look for opportunities. Maybe they could find an opportunity to break through in the outside world. Su Yun thought for a moment, looked at everyone and asked, "Where are we going?" This is a key question. In this vast world, no one can say for sure where the opportunity is. Gu Er's eyes lit up and he suggested, "Do you want to go to the Colosseum?" He remembered the information he had found out before and thought that the Colosseum might be a good choice. Shi Zihan raised his eyebrows slightly and asked in confusion, "Fighting monsters?" He didn't know much about the specific situation of the Colosseum. Gu Yi nodded and explained, "I guess so. There are two arenas there. One is for people to fight monsters, and the other is for monsters to fight monsters." When he led the Shadow Guards to Xinyuan sect, he carefully found out the situation here. After all, just in case, if the young master suddenly summoned them over, he had to know how to take the shortest route and get there as quickly as possible. After hearing this, Feng Wuhan said excitedly, "It's quite interesting. What do you think?" Mu Yunqi shrugged and said, "Anyway, we are here to find a breakthrough opportunity, so it doesn't matter where we go." She had no special opinion on this proposal. As long as we could find a breakthrough opportunity, we could go anywhere. Gu Lian said decisively, "Let's go." Not long after, under the leadership of Gu Yi and Gu Er, everyone arrived at the Colosseum smoothly. The gate of the Colosseum was quite spectacular, with the three big characters Colosseum hanging high above it, exuding an ancient and bloody charm. A few people looked at each other, their eyes full of expectation, and then walked in. As soon as they stepped into the gate, a noisy sound came like a tide. In that sound, there were the excited shouts of the audience and the angry roars of the monsters. There was also the clanging sound of weapons colliding, and various sounds were intertwined. At this time, a clever servant came up with a smile on his face and asked enthusiastically, "Are you here to watch?" Gu Li nodded calmly and said simply, "Let's take a look first." The servant's eyes lit up, and he smiled even brighter, saying, "You look unfamiliar. Is this your first time to our Colosseum?" Gu Li nodded again without saying much. Seeing this, the servant hurriedly struck while the iron was hot. "Do you need my service? It only takes 10,000 crystal stones. I know everything here. I can take you to the best position to watch, and I can also give you a detailed introduction to the highlights of each battle." "Sure." Gu Li paid without hesitation. After all, the venue here is vast, and the layout is complicated. They are new here, and are not familiar with this place. It is naturally a good thing to have someone familiar with the situation to lead the way. Moreover, 10,000 crystal stones is a small amount for them. The servant took the crystal stone, his smile almost overflowing, and he quickly said, "Dear guests, please follow me." As he said that, he led the way in front, with brisk steps, appearing particularly attentive. Chapter 558. The servant introduced incessantly, "Our Colosseum has 9 floors. The 3rd floor and below are free to watch, while the 4th floor and above are charged. As for the charging standards for each floor are different. Which floor do you want to go to?" Gu Li thought for a while and said, "Let's take a look at the 1st floor first." She felt that it would be safer to understand the situation of the Colosseum from the bottom floor before making further plans. When the servant heard it, he immediately opened the door with a smile on his face and made a gesture of invitation. "Please come in." The moment the door was opened, the noisy sound like a surging wave suddenly became louder. All kinds of shouts, cheers, and roars of monsters intertwined, shaking people's eardrums. Gu Li and others frowned, but still walked in. What appeared in front of them was an extremely huge venue, surrounded by densely packed audience seats, almost full of people. People's faces were filled with excitement and enthusiasm, and their eyes were fixed on the battle going on in the center of the venue. It was a fierce battle between a man and a beast. The large venue was divided into 10 medium-sized venues, and on each battle stage there was a monster fighting a man. Su Yun couldn't help but sigh, "It's so lively." The servant hurriedly explained, "This is the venue for humans and monsters, and the monsters are next door. The other floors are the same. In addition, we can also place bets here. When you are not leaving the Colosseum, I will serve you. If you need to place a bet, I will give you a number plate, and then convey the amount of your bet through the sound transmission note. He introduced the various rules and services of the Colosseum in detail, trying to arouse the interest of Gu Li and others. Feng Wuhan seemed to be more interested in the higher floors, and asked, how many crystals are needed to go to the 4th floor, or above? The servant immediately replied, it costs 100,000 to go to the 4th floor, 200,000 to go to the 5th floor, 500,000 to go to the 6th floor, 1 million to go to the 7th floor, 2 million to go to the 8th floor, and 5 million to go to the 9th floor. Lin Yuchen was surprised and said, so expensive. The servant didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded, as if he was used to such a reaction. Gu Li suddenly changed the subject. How do I sign up for the competition? The servant was shocked when he heard it, and looked at Gu Li with wide eyes. You want to participate? In his opinion, Gu Li and others have extraordinary temperaments, and they don't dress like adventurers who come to participate in the competition. He thought they were just here to play and experience. Gu Li replied briefly and forcefully, yes. The servant still couldn't believe it, and confirmed, are you all going to participate? Gu Li shook her head. There are only 6 of us, and the 2 of them are not participating. She pointed at Gu Yi and Gu Er. The servant came back to his senses and said quickly, if you want to participate, I suggest you start from the 1st level. The 5th level and above are all strong people in the Spirit Sea realm, and the 9th level is the competition for strong people in the Spirit Infant realm. Although he couldn't see through the cultivation of Gu Li and others, judging from the aura they exuded, he felt that they should only be in the spirit movement realm. It might be dangerous to rashly go to the higher level to participate. Okay, let's sign up for the 1st level competition first, Gu Li said. The servant asked, do you want to choose to fight with humans or monsters? Gu Li looked at the battle stage below. People, but we don't want the 5 of us to line up together. Don't worry, we won't arrange you to be each other's opponents. The servant explained and took them to the registration office. The servant skillfully helped them to complete the registration procedures, and got the number plates for the competition. Everyone, this is your number plate. The competition will start in an hour. During this period, you can prepare a little in the venue, and get familiar with the environment. The servant handed the number plate to Gu Li and others, and reminded them. Gu Li thought about it and suddenly asked, by the way, can we bet as contestants? The servant was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly said, of course you can, but our Colosseum will charge a 10% commission. He has seen this situation before. Many people will lose the bet before and think that the contestants are not strong enough, so they can't help but go down to the field to participate in person. Without saying anything, Gu Li took out a space ring and said firmly, I bet 10 million on myself to win. This move surprised everyone present, and the servant widened his eyes. The servant took the ring with trembling hands and confirmed again, are you sure? You know, at the 1st level of betting, 1 million is already the limit that most people can bear. And she took out 10 million at once, which is an unprecedented big deal. Gu Li nodded without hesitation, sure. With a bet, she couldn't lose, otherwise she would have no money. Seeing this, Mu Yunqi took out a space ring and said, I bet 10 million on myself to win. When the servant took the ring, his hands were shaking. He couldn't believe that these young people were so rich. Aren't you betting together? The servant couldn't help asking. Mu Yunqi shook her head, no, we bet on our own. Then, Sui Yun also said excitedly, I also bet 10 million on myself to win. Lin Yuchen shouted excitedly, I bet 10 million on myself to win. Feng Wuhan nodded slightly and said, 10 million, I win. Shi Zihan still looked indifferent, I bet on myself. The servant was completely numb at this moment. Holding 6 space rings in his hands, he felt like holding a heavy mountain. 60 million crystal stones. This is not a small amount. In the history of the entire Colosseum, the betting amount on the 1st level can reach this number, which is simply unheard of. At this moment, Gu Yi silently took out a space ring and said, 50 million, I want my young master. Gu Li to win. He almost let it slip, but changed his words in time. The servant thought he had heard it wrong, and stared at Gu Yi with wide eyes. 50 million, sir, are you kidding? Gu Yi said expressionlessly, no kidding. He had absolute confidence in the strength of the young master, and his young master was the most powerful. Gu Er also said, 50 million, Gu Li wins. The servant took the space rings of Gu Yi and Gu Er with trembling hands, and then held the 160 million crystals and registered them with difficulty. Until the registration was completed, he dared to believe that all this was true. Not only the servant, but also the staff in charge of the registration were stunned. In the past, such huge bets were only seen in competitions above the 6th level. I didn't expect to meet such an arrogant group of people on the 1st level today. They couldn't help but be full of curiosity about Gu Li and the others, and they all speculated about their origins. Could they really be sure of winning the competition? Chapter 559. Before it was their turn to compete, several people found a place to sit down at the edge of the field and watched the competition in progress with great interest. In the field, two practitioners were fighting back and forth, with sharp moves, attracting cheers from the surrounding audience. "Why are you here?" A slightly unfamiliar, but familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Li subconsciously turned her head and saw a familiar person standing next to her. She frowned slightly and tried to search for the memory of this person in her mind. Gu Li asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Hearing Gu Li's response, Wanqing's face darkened instantly, and he said dissatisfiedly, "You don't remember me." At this time, Mu Yunqi reminded him, "The one who is about to go on the life and death stage with you." Gu Li suddenly realized and said quickly, "It's you." She really forgot this person completely. During this period, they have experienced too many things, and their brains are filled with all kinds of information. For a moment, they really can't remember the person in front of them. Seeing this, a guard next to them immediately scolded, "How dare you treat my young master with this attitude?" Gu Li replied bluntly, "It's none of your business." What's wrong with the young master? She is also the young master of the Gu family. And her family shadow guards are all extraordinary, much stronger than these people. She is not afraid at all. The guard wanted to say something else, but Wanqing has said coldly, "Shut up." Then, he turned his eyes to Gu Li and asked, "What are you doing here?" Gu Li smiled slightly and said easily, "Play." This guy had given her 100 million crystals before, so it was not necessary for her to give him a hard time. Wanqing was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond. Somehow, he sat down next to Gu Li and the others and watched the competition together. At this time, the competition in the arena became more and more intense, but Wanqing's mind was not on the competition at all. He glanced at Gu Li from time to time, thinking about this unique girl in his heart. Gu Li watched the competition in the arena attentively, and occasionally exchanged a few words with Mu Yunqi and others beside him. Gu Li keenly noticed the glances from Wanqing from time to time, and couldn't help saying, "If you have something to say, just say it, don't keep peeking at me." Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but still asked, "Why didn't you kill me at that time?" He has always been brooding over this matter. In his opinion, Gu Li had every reason and ability to kill him at that time. Gu Li glared at him unhappily and said, "Do I look like someone who kills people on sight? This is not a life and death stage. Why kill?" Wanqing nodded seriously and said yes. Gu Li said unhappily, "Then go to hell." Wanqing's face darkened all of a sudden, and he simply turned his head away and ignored her. At this moment, the servant came forward and said respectfully, "Sir, that's over, it's your turn." Gu Li heard this and stood up calmly and said, "Okay." Wanqing was surprised to see this and asked, "Wait, you want to participate?" He didn't expect Gu Li to go on stage to compete. Gu Li asked back, "Is it not possible?" After that, he ignored Wanqing and left with the servant. Wanqing looked at Gu Li's back as she left, and turned to Mu Yunqi and the others and asked, "Do you know where this is? Why didn't you stop her?" The competition in this place doesn't have too many rules and restrictions, and the winner can even kill the loser directly. With her strength, going up there is undoubtedly a suicide act. Mu Yunqi replied calmly, "I know. We are also participating." Wanqing widened his eyes and said in disbelief, "Are you guys going to die?" Su Yan replied coldly, "What's your business? This person is really annoying. Last time, he inexplicably caused trouble for Ali and Yunqi." On the other side, Gu Li had already stepped onto the stage. The audience saw that such a weak-looking woman was standing on the stage, and they immediately burst into laughter. "What's funny?" one person said disdainfully. "Is she going up there to give herself up?" Another person followed suit. "Who cares? I'm going to bet on her to lose," someone else shouted. For a while, almost no one was optimistic about Gu Li. Everyone thought she would lose, and bet on her to lose. Gu Li naturally heard the voices of these people clearly, but she just stood quietly on the stage with a faint smile on her lips. Bet more. She was not afraid of losing at all. Contracted beasts were also part of the spiritual master's strength. She had many contracted beasts, and her strength should not be underestimated. How could she lose in the first level of the competition? Soon, Gu Li's opponent stepped onto the stage. He was a tall man with bulging muscles, and many deep and shallow scars on his body. He looked quite fierce. After checking his cultivation, he and Gu Li were both at the peak of the spiritual realm. The man named Hido was immediately furious when he saw Gu Li. He felt that the organizer sending such a weak-looking girl to compete with him was a humiliation to him. He shouted loudly, "Do you look down on me? You sent such a little girl to humiliate me. I won't fight." Guli was not moved at all. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she said with a hint of provocation, "Then admit defeat." He just seemed to have not expected Guli to say this. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "What did you say?" Guli repeated slowly, "If you don't want to fight, then admit defeat and get out of here." Hida was completely enraged and roared, looking for death. Before he finished speaking, he rushed towards Guli like a mad bull. Wang Xinghe in the audience saw this scene, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, "She's dead." Guli had just broken through when he competed with him. It was impossible for him to break through to the peak of the spiritual realm in such a short time. But the scene that happened next was like a thunder, which completely shocked Wang Xinghe. Guli stood firmly in place, and the spiritual power around him surged like a surging tide, and his momentum instantly climbed to the peak of the spiritual realm. Just when Hida rushed over again, Guli did not dodge, but saw the right opportunity and kicked out fiercely. This kick contained powerful spiritual power, and was as fast as lightning. There was a muffled bang, and Hida was kicked several meters away like a kite with a broken string. Hida struggled to stabilize his body in the air, and finally fell heavily to the ground, and then took several steps back before he could barely stand firm. He looked at Guli in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. This woman was clearly at the peak of the spiritual movement realm like him, but why was she so much stronger and faster than him? Chapter 560. Guli patted her sleeves and said calmly, "Many times, women are stronger than men." Her voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present, with an unquestionable confidence. Hida gritted his teeth, stood up, and said stubbornly, "Humph, I was just careless just now." He really didn't want to admit that he was not as strong and fast as a woman. Guli still looked at him with a smile, with a hint of teasing in her eyes, and said slowly, "Not only am I stronger than you, but all women are stronger than you." Her words were not only a provocation to Hida, but also a declaration to all those who looked down on women. The audience in the audience was also in an uproar at this time. Those who had originally laughed at Guli showed embarrassed and shocked expressions on their faces. Some people began to whisper and marveled at Guli's strength. Some people were still skeptical, and thought that he had just made a mistake. Wang Xinghe's eyes widened, staring at Guli. He never thought that Guli could become so strong after just a short time. Hida was completely enraged by Guli's words. He roared, and the spiritual power in his body circulated wildly, and the originally fierce aura became even stronger. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and muttered something. A huge spiritual light column condensed from his hands, and shot towards Guli fiercely. Guli stood quietly in place, staring coldly at the light column whistling towards her, without any intention of dodging. She took a step back slightly, and then her body was as fast as lightning, and she rushed forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Just when the beam of light was about to touch her body, Guli suddenly raised his leg, like a pillar as hard as steel, and kicked the beam of light fiercely. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and the powerful impact spread out from the impact point, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust gradually settled, Guli stood there unharmed. Hida widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief, and muttered to himself, "How is it possible?" Even if the opponent's cultivation was equal to his own, this spiritual power confrontation should be evenly matched and difficult to resolve. But the facts before him instantly collapsed his worldview. He couldn't figure out why this woman could so easily resolve his full-strength spiritual attack. "I won't play with you anymore, I'm going to collect the money," Guli said lightly, with a hint of teasing and disdain in his tone. After that, she stretched out her hand and grabbed Hida's arm like an eagle grabbing a chick. Then, she turned around and threw Hida to the ground with a clean shoulder throw. The force of this throw was amazing. The whole ground was like a strong earthquake, cracking instantly, and huge cracks spread rapidly like a spider web. Hida's body hit the ground heavily, making a dull sound. Hida's eyes were wide open, full of fear and despair. With the severe pain from the back of his head and back, he felt dizzy and his consciousness gradually blurred. The next second, he fell into a coma as if swallowed by darkness, and collapsed on the broken ground, motionless. Guli let go of Hida's arm, and clapped his hands gently, standing quietly aside, waiting for the result calmly. Ring number 1, Guli wins. The referee's voice spread throughout the venue through the loudspeaker. The audience, who were originally looking forward to the result of this game, were instantly ignited and burst into warm cheers. However, the cheers did not last long. Soon, There were waves of lamentations and angry shouts from the crowd. What are you cheering for? We bet on her to lose. A lidded man with angry eyes shouted at the cheering people around him, his face full of regret and unwillingness. Fuck, I bet 10,000 crystal stones. A thin man cried. I bet 100,000. My money! The lamentations spread in the audience, and everyone seemed to have encountered a huge disaster, and they were all dejected. Damn Haida, you rubbish, you actually lost to a woman. A fat man in gorgeous clothes was so angry that he kept cursing Haida. Why are you so angry? It's normal to win and lose. A calmer person next to him tried to comfort him. Because he bet 500,000 crystals. Another person explained in a low voice. His tone was also full of sympathy. Ah! My money. The fat man heard it, and immediately let out a desperate scream, and the whole person almost fainted. No, someone bet 110 million, who has such a sharp vision. Just when everyone was immersed in the pain of losing money, a sharp voice suddenly sounded. Everyone whispered to each other, guessing who this mysterious bettor was. At this moment, they saw Guli walking towards the place where the bets were stored with a happy face, ready to take the crystals she won. Although in this game, only Guli, Gui and Gu-Er placed bets. But due to the large number of spectators, the amount of money she lost from the scattered bets added up to more than 40 million crystals. According to the rules of the Colosseum, 70 million of them will naturally come from the Colosseum with its wealth. In a corner of the audience, Su Yun said with regret, if I hadn't run out of money, I would also want to bet on Ali to win. Mu Yunchi couldn't help but tease on the side, if you don't bet on yourself, you will have money to bet on Ali. Su Yun answered firmly, that won't work. He raised his head slightly, with a different light flashing in his eyes, and continued, betting on yourself to win can also put some pressure on myself, which makes me more motivated in the game. My young master accidentally made me earn 50 million. After saying this, he went to get the money. Young master is so nice. Gu-Er also followed Gui and left. Lin Yuchen curled his lips. Humph, even if you don't bet on me, I can still make you money. At the same time, the entire Colosseum was bustling with excitement, and the other arenas also had winners and losers. Cheers and curses intertwined. In this noisy atmosphere, a servant trotted all the way. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, Guest, it's your turn to prepare. Shi Zihan nodded gently, stood up and left calmly with the servant. As new players stepped onto the arena, the atmosphere of the Colosseum was instantly ignited again. A new round of gambling started again. However, when the betting situation became clearer, a surprised shout suddenly came from the crowd. Why is it another 10 million? Chapter 561. Guli looked at the servant next to him and said, I want to place a bet. The servant asked respectfully, Guest, who do you want to bet on? Guli said in a light tone, 100 million, bet on Shi Zihan to win. Okay, you bet. 100 million? The servant's voice suddenly rose 8 degrees, his eyes widened, and his face was full of disbelief. The servant muttered in his heart, she only bet 10 million on herself. Why did this man bet so much? Guli didn't seem to care about the servant's surprise, just nodded calmly, and emphasized again, I bet on him to win. Okay. The servant came back to his senses, and took the space ring handed by Guli with trembling hands. He left tremblingly, still amazed by the huge bet in his heart. At the same time, on the ring, Shi Zihan was walking up to the stage calmly. His opponent was a young man named Yukeda. Yukima looked Shi Zihan up and down, frowned slightly, and said with a little disdain, late stage of the spiritual realm? Shi Zihan looked calm, just nodded lightly, without the slightest anger of being despised. Yukimu smacked his lips and said with dissatisfaction, TSK, why did you arrange such a weak one for me? Shi Zihan, who was in the late stage of the spiritual realm, was no match for his own strength at the peak of the spiritual realm. Just then, Guli shouted from the audience, Ahan, I bet 100 million on you. If you lose, you're dead. Shi Zihan, who was just about to take action, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he heard this. The opponent's strength was one level higher than his own, at the peak of the spiritual realm. And bet so much. Yukima heard Guli's call, glanced in the direction of Guli, and his heart couldn't help but move. This kid actually has a beautiful woman betting on him, and the amount is so large. Since the other party is weaker than him, he will not miss such a good opportunity to make money. So, Yukima quickly raised his hand and shouted loudly, Wait! Shi Zihan looked at him puzzled. Yukima said proudly, I want to bet 10 million to win myself. After that, he took out a space ring from his arms, and handed it to the referee beside him. The referee took the ring, confirmed it, and announced Yukaita's bet. The audience heard it, and immediately talked about it. This Yukima seems to be confident of winning, and dares to raise the bet. That Shizi Han is not simple either. He can make that woman place a bet of 100 million. Maybe he has some hidden cards. I feel something is wrong. Isn't that woman the one who bet on me to win just now? A sharp-eyed person in the crowd suddenly spoke up, attracting the attention of the people around him. Yes, I remember it too. She did bet on me to win before, and now she bets on Shizi Han. There must be something fishy here. Another person echoed. I also bet on Shizi Han to win. Just as everyone was talking, a young cultivator suddenly stood up and said loudly. Since this woman who spent 100 million yuan was so optimistic about Shizi Han, maybe Shizi Han really had something outstanding and was worth a try. I bet too. Someone else was encouraged and shouted. Me too. Me too. For a while, many people were inspired and chose to follow Gu Li to bet on Shizi Han to win. One shot is 100 million crystals. How dare you bet so much without full confidence? However, there are also calm people in the spirit fighting field. Many people still choose to bet on Yukima after seeing the obvious level gap between Shizi Han and Yukima. In the face of absolute strength, any opportunism will be useless. As a strong man at the peak of the spirit realm, Yukima's victory over Shizi Han, who is in the late spirit realm, seems to be a sure thing. Yukima looked at Shizi Han, who looked calm on the opposite side, and a nameless fire surged in his heart. He snorted coldly and said, I want to see what you can do. Shizi Han just nodded lightly and responded lightly, yeah. He seemed calm, but in fact, he had already prepared for the battle in his heart, and was paying close attention to Yukima's every move. In order to end this game, which he thought was without suspense, as soon as possible, Yukima had no intention of letting the water go. He quickly formed seals with his hands and chanted, Ice power, all permeable. As his voice fell, a majestic blue spiritual power surged out of his body. It quickly condensed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, it formed countless sharp blades flashing with cold light. For a moment, the entire competition stage was covered with these ice blades. But Shizi Han did not move at all, just standing there quietly, looking like he was scared silly to others. The audience suddenly exploded. Why doesn't he hide? Has he given up? He has nowhere to hide. These ice blades are all over the arena. Another person said helplessly. Hurry up and think of a way. I bet on you to win. A gambler-like man shouted loudly, his face full of anxiety and anger. Yukima looked at Shizi Han's lack of reaction. A smug smile appeared on his face, and he shouted loudly, Go to hell. As he finished speaking, all the sharp blades stabbed at Shizi Han like arrows from a bow. The scene was like a storm of ice blades that was about to swallow Shizi Han completely. Just when everyone thought that Shizi Han was doomed, a shocking scene happened. All the sharp blades that were stabbing at Shizi Han stopped moving when they approached his body. A layer of mysterious purple light slowly emanated from Shizi Han's body, forming a shield that blocked all the blue blades. The ice blades collided with the shield, making bursts of sizzling sounds and splashing countless spiritual sparks. Lightning element shield? How can it be so strong? A well-informed audience shouted in surprise. No, that seems to be thunder. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in disbelief again. How is it possible? Others expressed doubts. After all, the power of heavenly thunder is extremely rare and powerful. How could a cultivator in the late stage of the spiritual realm master it? At this time, Yukima on the stage was also shocked by this scene. He never thought that Shizi Han could use such a powerful defense. Shizi Han looked at Yukima, who was shocked in front of him, and his mouth corner slightly raised. He said softly, Although I want to play for a while before ending, it is better to end it early just in case. Yukima didn't have time to recover from the powerful defense displayed by Shizi Han, and didn't even see how he disappeared. Suddenly, there was a piercing pain from behind. Shizi Han moved behind Yukima in an instant. The fist wrapped in rich spiritual power hit Yukima's back without hesitation. Bang! A loud noise, like a thunder blast on the competition stage. Yukima's sturdy body flew straight into the distance, like a cannonball. His body dragged a long trail on the ground, and a deep gap was cut into the hard ground like tofu, and dust flew up. Chapter 562. Yukima's body finally stopped. As soon as he got up, he suddenly bent down and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was full of disbelief, his eyes widened, and his mind kept echoing. How is it possible? His cultivation is obviously lower than his. Why is his spiritual power stronger than his? However, Shizi Han did not intend to give him a chance to breathe. He saw his hands quickly forming seals, like a phantom, and he muttered, "Nothingness thunder tribulation." In an instant, a purple lightning as thick as an arm struck Yukima fiercely at lightning speed. Seeing this, Yukima's pupils shrank sharply in an instant, and his eyes were full of fear. He wanted to dodge, but the speed of the lightning was too fast. He didn't even have time to react before he was hit by the lightning. Then, a piercing pain came like a tide. His whole body seemed to be shuttled by countless electric currents, every inch of skin was numb, every nerve was twitching, as if his body no longer belonged to him. Just when Yukima was still immersed in severe pain, Shi Zihan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Shi Zihan had no expression on his face, and punched Yukima hard, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The flat arena was like tofu hit by a heavy hammer, and it sank in an instant. Cracks appeared on the ground around it, spreading around like a spider web. Seeing this scene, the audience watching the competition fell into silence, as if they were cast under a spell. "Is this right?" Shi Zihan calmly withdrew his hand, as if everything that had just happened was just a common thing. He raised his head slightly, and looked at the referee calmly. The referee was stunned for a moment, then reacted, cleared his throat, and announced loudly, "Shi Zihan wins." As the result was announced, Shi Zihan left the ring without stopping, and walked towards the place where the bets were placed. The strength of these opponents could not really suppress his limit. If you want to use the stimulation of external forces to break through your own realm, it seems that you still have to go to the second level and above to find stronger opponents. Lin Yuchen said with a little complaint, "You should at least pretend, don't win so easily, okay?" Shi Zihan shrugged helplessly, smiled bitterly and said, "There is no way, Ollie bet too much. If I lose, she might kill me." They have experienced the special experience of being struck by thunder, and they are all multi-elementalists. It is relatively easy for them to fight across levels. Suiyun also frowned and said, "You two are too showy." Zihan and Ollie almost killed their opponents in seconds. Next time when they go on stage, the opponent will definitely be on guard, and the battle will become much more difficult. Guli looked at Suiyun with a smile and said, I bet 100 million on you. You know the consequences of losing." Suiyun smiled bitterly and said, "You think too highly of me." Feng Wuhan on the side said, "I just watched other people's competitions. It seems that the first level is all in the Lingdong realm. I haven't seen anyone in the Linghai realm yet. In other words, the first level is not challenging for them." The servant walked respectfully to Suiyun and said softly, "Guest, it's your turn." Suiyun nodded slightly and replied calmly, "Okay." Guli took out a space ring and said, 100 million, bet on Suiyun to win. 1 million, I bet on Suiyun to win. 500,000, bet on Suiyun to win. 500,000, bet on Suiyun to win. Almost at the same time when Suiyun came on the stage, most people placed their bets. Most people had the same idea in their hearts. These people are together, and it is right to bet with this woman. Muyunchi looked at this scene and teased, "Will the Colosseum drive us out? If most people bet on them to win in every game next time. And if they all win, then the Colosseum will lose a lot of money." Suiyun walked onto the stage. His opponent was a woman. Judging from her aura, she had the cultivation of the peak of the spiritual realm. And Suiyun was only the cultivation of the middle stage of the spiritual realm at this time, but the woman did not underestimate him because of this. After all, she had seen the two battles between Shi Zihan and Guli just now. These young people are very powerful, and have the ability to fight across levels. Yunyanyan looked at Suiyun and asked softly, "Brother, are we going to stop at that point?" She didn't want to make enemies in the competition, so she wanted to determine the scale of the competition with Suiyun first. Suiyun's eyes were firm, and he said without hesitation, "You can kill me, but I won't kill you." For him, a competition that stopped at that point could not satisfy his need to accumulate combat experience and stimulate his breakthrough. Yunyanyan was slightly stunned, and then smiled. "It seems that the little brother is just here to play, so let's fight." Suiyun emphasized again with a serious face, "If you don't kill me, I will kill you." Yunyanyan couldn't help twitching her mouth when she heard Suiyun's ruthless words, and suddenly she had the idea of not wanting to fight him. However, Suiyun didn't care what she thought. He saw his spiritual power running quickly, like a black lightning, rushing towards Yunyanyan. Yunyanyan saw this. Her eyes were stern. Close combat was not good for her, and she must not let the other party get close easily. She stepped back quickly. Her figure was as flexible as a ghost, and she instantly pulled a distance from Suiyun. Ling Yunbing swung. As her voice fell, a crystal-clear white longbow appeared in her hand. She gently pulled the bowstring, and there was a hum. Dozens of frost arrows condensed from water vapor instantly shot towards Sui Yun like meteors. Sui Yun's eyes were focused, his steps were agile, and he cleverly used his body skills to avoid this round of attacks. But before he could catch his breath, the second wave of frost arrows came again, like a rainstorm. Yun seemed to be tireless, constantly pulling the longbow, and the endless stream of frost arrows poured towards Sui Yun like a cold torrent. Sui Yun was not at all panicked, but his eyes lit up. He changed his strategy and temporarily gave up attacking Yun, but put all his energy on dodging the frost arrows. He shuttled back and forth in the rain of arrows, his figure as agile as a swimming dragon. Every dodge was dangerous, but he could always avoid the sharpness of the arrows just right. For a while, a strange situation formed on the ring. Yun kept pulling the bow and shooting arrows, while Sui Yun kept dodging. The two of them were in a stalemate for half an hour. The audience watched intently, and couldn't help but feel tired for Sui Yun. After all, it was not an easy task to maintain a highly concentrated mind and flexible body to avoid attacks. Chapter 563. Yun on the stage seemed to be pulling the longbow easily. But in fact, every time she pulled the bow, she had to spend a certain amount of mental energy to condense and control the frost arrow. As time went on, she began to feel a little tired. At this moment, Sui Yun dodged the attack and shouted, "You don't want to admit defeat. I don't want to fight you anymore." After dodging for half an hour, he had a new understanding of the body movement. Moreover, through observation, he keenly discovered that Yun's close combat was a weakness. With his current ability, as long as he wanted, he could appear next to Yun unexpectedly at any time. Yun was unwilling to admit defeat. "Don't worry, it's just the beginning." Sui Yun looked relaxed, with a cynical smile on his lips, and said casually, "It's troublesome, just admit defeat." Yun frowned when she heard it, and suddenly felt a strong breath of danger coming towards her. Without time to think about it, Yun instinctively flashed and dodged at a very fast speed. At the place where she just stood, there was a loud bang, and a deep pit was smashed on the ground. The soil and rocks on the edge of the pit splashed and dust flew. Yun looked at the pit, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air in her heart. Secretly marveled, what a strong explosive power. What kind of monsters are these people? Why can they fight across levels? Golden Yuan hammer. Yun shouted delicately, and with this shout, her fists were instantly covered with a layer of dazzling golden spiritual power. Then, she stomped her foot hard, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and she rushed towards Sui Yun like a golden lightning. Seeing this, Sui Yun not only did not dodge, but his eyes lit up, and a smile of excitement appeared on the corner of his mouth. He rushed directly towards Yun and faced her head-on. Boom! A loud noise, like thunder exploding. The moment the two collided, the surrounding air fluctuated violently as if boiling. The powerful spiritual power impact spread out from the two people as the center. The collision between the two people was about to break out, and the confrontation of power put Yun at a disadvantage in an instant. She only felt a force, like a tidal wave coming from her fists, and the whole person involuntarily retreated again and again. Every step back left a deep footprint on the ground. After Yun stabilized her body, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She gently wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with her hand, and looked at Sui Yun with admiration in her eyes. Said calmly, "I admit defeat." Sui Yun heard Yun admit defeat, with a satisfied smile on his face, and turned around and left. While walking, he did not forget to mutter, "Collect the money." As Sui Yun won the competition, those who bet on him to win cheered, and those who bet on him to lose were not discouraged. They quickly turned their attention to the people who were making noise over there. Thinking secretly in his heart, in the next competition, he must bet on the right person and win back all the losses before. Sui Yun raised his head triumphantly and said, "How about it? I did not do badly." Mu Yunchi smiled slightly and said sincerely, "Very strong." These two simple words made Sui Yun even happier, and the smile on his face became brighter. Mu Yunchi then said, "It's my turn." Lin Yuchen immediately shouted loudly, "Come on." At this time, Gu Li turned his head to look at the servant beside him, and said with a firm tone, 200 million crystal stones, Mu Yunchi wins. After hearing this, the servant looked embarrassed and said hesitantly, "Guess this." Gu Li frowned slightly and asked, "Why? Can't bet?" The servant waved his hand and explained, "No, I will help you place the bet now." After that, he hurriedly ran towards the place where the bets were placed. Before the servant left, Sui Yun took out a space ring and said, 20 million, Mu Yunchi wins. Lin Yuchen saw this and couldn't help complaining, "Ah, why didn't I go first?" He scratched his hair in annoyance. I have put all the crystals on myself, and it's not my turn to compete yet, otherwise I would have money. Gui immediately said, 30 million, Mu Yunqi wins. Guir also said, 30 million, Mu Yunqi wins. Looking at the servant's back, Su Yun felt a little unbalanced and said dissatisfiedly, why didn't you put me down when I competed? Gui answered seriously, because the young master and Miss Yunqi are girls, they need to be in a good mood. Su Yun couldn't help twitching his mouth and said helplessly, you are right. In fact, he also felt that if he didn't have so much money, he would definitely put more money on his companions when they competed. Gu Li looked at Su Yun's somewhat jealous expression and said with a smile, how do you know that they didn't bet on you? Su Yun was stunned and asked in confusion, why didn't I know? Gu Li smiled mysteriously and explained, when you went to compete, they both bet 30 million on you and Ahan. Seeing that the game was about to start, the audience gathered at the number 1 platform to watch the competition suddenly became excited and began to place bets. What was striking was that everyone bet on Mu Yunqi to win. In addition to the amount bet by Gu Li and others, the total amount bet by the audience alone was as high as 300 million. Such a huge amount of bets was really astonishing. The person in charge of setting up the banker saw this astonishing amount and couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't dare to delay at all and immediately ran to report to his superiors. At this time, Mu Yunqi, standing on the competition stage, had an upright posture and a cold temperament. Her opponent was a middle-aged man with a wretched expression on his face. The man looked at Mu Yunqi wantonly without any concealment and said maliciously, oh, you are still a little beauty. Mu Yunqi seemed to have not heard it. Her expression was as calm as water, and she just said lightly, let's start. The middle-aged man became more and more aggressive and responded with a playful smile, why are you in a hurry? I'm afraid I hurt you and I feel bad. As a master at the peak of the spiritual realm, he was confident that his strength was far superior to the woman in the middle stage of the spiritual realm in front of him, and he didn't take Mu Yunqi seriously at all. Mu Yunqi ignored the man's provocation. Her hands were still behind her back, but her fingers kept pinching in her sleeves. The man saw that she neither moved nor responded to him, and felt that Mu Yunqi was weak and could be bullied, and his behavior became more and more excessive. He walked directly to Mu Yunqi with a swagger, stretched out his rough and greasy hand, and touched Mu Yunqi's face, with a disgusting and obscene smile on his face. The audience couldn't help but exclaim when they saw this scene. Chapter 564. When the middle-aged man's lecherous hand was about to touch Mu Yunqi's beautiful face. In an instant, he seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible and powerful force. He widened his eyes, full of fear and disbelief, and tried to struggle, but it was in vain. Mu Yunqi looked at him coldly, her beautiful red lips slightly parted, and uttered word by word, Golden Yuan killing formation start. Then, a scene that was enough to shock everyone appeared. The middle-aged man's flesh began to fall off little by little in an extremely strange way. It was as if there was an invisible sharp blade that was cutting his flesh in an orderly manner. Every time a piece of flesh fell off, the man let out a miserable cry. Everyone present felt their scalps numb and goosebumps instantly covered their bodies. The cut flesh did not fall to the ground, but began to melt in midair, turning into pools of blood, and then was directly absorbed by the formation. As the flesh continued to melt, the middle-aged man's body gradually became blurred. In the end, only the loose clothes were left on the body, falling alone on the ground, as if telling how horrible everything that had just happened was. The whole audience fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared with wide eyes and mouths. Until a trembling voice in the crowd sounded, "Don't mess with the formation master." This sentence seemed to be a switch to break the silence. She didn't even make a move, and the other party melted. Someone echoed, with awe and amazement in his tone, "What a strong formation master!" Another voice sounded, with undisguised admiration, "Sure enough, the more beautiful the woman, the more ruthless she is." Someone sighed, as if he had realized something from this scene. "I won, ha ha ha." A gambler shouted excitedly. He was ecstatic that he had bet on Mu Yunqi. The Colosseum is going to lose a lot of money. Everyone realized that everyone bet on Mu Yunqi to win this game, and the Colosseum was going to bleed a lot this time. Gu Li looked at Mu Yunqi, tilted his head slightly, and smiled and teased. After a competition, the corner of the skirt is slightly dirty. Mu Yunqi raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Her eyes revealed confidence and calmness, and whispered, "Loki." Sui Yun was so excited that he danced with joy, and kept muttering, "Haha, I'm rich." He made a lot of money from Mu Yunqi's competition just now. Mu Yunqi came over with a smile, stretched out her hand and said, "Give me half." Sui Yun widened his eyes, looked at her in surprise, and said, "Ah, You are interested in such a small amount of money. Mu Yunqi responded confidently, yes, it's 20 million. Sui Yun sighed helplessly and waved his hand. Well, you want it anyway. However, Mu Yunqi suddenly laughed and said, idiot, I lied to you. Sui Yun was so angry that he jumped up and turned to complain to Gu Li. Ollie, look at her. Gu Li waved his hands and said, I can't see anything, I can't hear anything. He looked like he didn't care. Sui Yun looked at the two women, sighed helplessly, and muttered, two bad women. Feng Wuhan walked up and said, it's my turn, don't you want to bet? Gu Li said without hesitation, 100 million. Mu Yunqi shrugged and said, I don't have that much, 50 million is fine. Sui Yun heard it, and said quickly, I bet on it. He also wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make another fortune. For a while, the audience watching their match saw Gu Li, Mu Yunqi, and Sui Yun bet so decisively, and followed them to bet. These audiences didn't care who Feng Wuhan's opponent was. As long as Gu Li and others bet on someone, they would bet on that person without hesitation. After all, Mu Yunqi's wonderful performance just now made everyone believe in their vision. Feng Wuhan walked onto the stage with full confidence. He waited on the stage for a long time, but no one came on stage to compete with him. Seeing this, the referee coughed awkwardly, walked up and said, your opponent has admitted defeat, and we are looking for a new opponent for you. Before Feng Wuhan could react to the referee's words, the audience in the audience were already unhappy. The crowd was in an uproar, with all kinds of dissatisfied voices coming one after another. If you admit defeat, Feng Wuhan will win. Why are you looking for an opponent? A burly man shouted at the top of his voice. That's right, we all bet on it. A thin man next to him echoed, with an anxious look on his face, afraid that his bet would go down the drain. Feng Wuhan wins. Feng Wuhan wins. Feng Wuhan wins. Instantly, everyone followed suit and shouted, and the uniform voice was like rolling thunder, shaking the entire Colosseum slightly. The audience's emotions were completely ignited, and they all felt that since the opponent had admitted defeat, Feng Wuhan should win. The referee was so frightened by this that sweat broke out on his forehead, and beads of sweat slid down his cheeks. His hands began to tremble unconsciously, and he didn't know what to do for a moment. Just as he was in a state of panic, a mysterious voice sounded in his mind. Let him and Lin Yuchen win, and find a way to let them go to the second floor. Hearing this voice, the referee seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and he was relieved immediately. He quickly cleared his throat, and announced loudly, Feng Wuhan wins. This announcement was like a drop of water dropped into hot oil, which instantly caused a greater sensation. Everyone exclaimed, not expecting that this time he would win so easily, as if he was giving money away for nothing. Gu Li looked at a certain direction with a smile, and there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Her mental power was extremely strong, and the voice transmission just now naturally did not escape her perception. Gu Li turned around and said to the people around him, take out all the crystals you have, and bet on Aiken to win. When Lin Yuchen heard this, his eyes widened and he said in horror, oh my god, you think so highly of me, if I lose, you will kill me. Gu Li smiled and looked at him. Someone wants us to go to the second floor, you should be like a hen, the opponent will be defeated without a fight. Since the other party wants them to go to the second floor, then Lin Yuchen's opponent will most likely take the initiative to admit defeat. Lin Yuchen was still a little hesitant, muttering, what if? Gu Li said with a smile, then if you lose, we will kill you. The servant widened his eyes, as if he was frozen, and was completely stunned. He had worked in this Colosseum for many years, and this was the first time he had seen such a huge bet. Chapter 565. After a long while, he finally came back to his senses and asked stutteringly, guest, are you serious? Gu Li said calmly, 630 million crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Mu Yunqi said immediately, 210 million crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Sui Yun was not to be outdone, 180 million crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Feng Wuhan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, 190 million crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Shi Zihan smiled lightly, said, 230 million crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Gu Yi said calmly, 1 billion crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Gu Er also said, 800 million crystals, Lin Yuchen wins. Lin Yuchen said, 160 million, bet on me to win. Sui Yun heard it, his eyes widened, and teased, you still say you have no money. Lin Yuchen shrugged and said, I borrowed it from Ari. The person in charge of the first floor of the Colosseum stared at the account book recording the bets, and fell into deep thought. 5 billion crystals, this is not a small amount, almost the same as the average bet amount on the 9th floor. Such a huge bet made him feel unprecedented pressure. The subordinate next to him came over cautiously and asked in a low voice, "Are you still sending people to release the water?" Xiao Xianzi frowned and snorted coldly and asked, "What do you think?" He was also weighing the pros and cons in his mind. With such a huge bet, if he sent people to release the water according to the previous plan, the Colosseum might suffer huge economic losses. At this moment, when the audience saw Lin Yuchen's opponent, they instantly exploded and cursed loudly. "What is the Colosseum doing?" A hot-tempered audience member asked loudly with a red face. "Is it intentional? How can Lin Yuchen, a middle-stage Lingdong realm, beat a person in the early stage of Linghai realm?" Another audience member also shouted indignantly. He really couldn't understand why the Colosseum arranged such a competition with such a huge difference in strength. Doesn't the Linghai realm only appear above the 2nd level? Someone asked doubtfully, which obviously did not conform to the usual rules of the Colosseum. "It's intentional, right?" The audience's emotions were completely ignited, and everyone felt that the Colosseum was deliberately targeting Lin Yuchen. Mu Yunqi frowned slightly and analyzed. "It seems that we bet too hard, and the other party changed their minds." Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Spirit Sea Realm, I look down on Aiken a little bit." Sui Yin laughed nonchalantly. "Ha ha ha, I'm happy when I think about making 100 million crystals later." He was not worried that Lin Yuchen would lose, and he was looking forward to making a fortune. Lin Yuchen seemed very calm. He smiled and looked at the referee and asked, "This is my opponent, right?" The referee felt a little guilty when he saw Lin Yuchen's eyes. He hesitated for a while, but still answered with a stiff upper lip, "Yes." He knew that the arrangement of this competition was indeed unreasonable, but he did not dare to disobey the order from the top. Lin Yuchen nodded and said, "Since you said so, you can't cheat." Hearing the audience's shouting and cursing, he roughly understood that it was unreasonable for Linghai realm to appear here. He could guess with his toes that the Colosseum was behind it. The referee gritted his teeth and said, "The opponent is selected and will not be changed." Lin Yuchen showed a confident smile and said, "Then I am relieved." Although he knew that with his current strength, he could only cross the level to fight against opponents at the peak of the spiritual realm, and he really couldn't beat opponents at the spiritual sea realm. But the contracted beast is also part of the player's strength. Xiao Jinzi beat him away. As soon as Lin Yuchen finished speaking, a huge bird shining with golden light roared out from the monster space in his hand. The huge body directly occupied half of the ring, and the powerful aura instantly filled the whole place. Super Beast! Seeing this scene, everyone was so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. Sui Yin looked at Gu Li in surprise and asked, "Ali, why is Xiao Jinzi with him?" Gu Li smiled and said, "Xiao Tung, the little wolf cub is also there." Mu Yunqi understood and asked, "You don't want Aiken to expose the white tiger?" Gu Li nodded and said, "Well, I thought they would at least send a late Linghai realm, so I let all 3 of them go. Now it seems that they don't need to do it." In order to be on the safe side, she handed over several powerful contract beasts to Lin Yuchen. Although Xiao Jinzi and the others had shown up in front of people at the beginning, this time they took special pills, and their auras changed. So, no one recognized that these were the contract beasts that were hunted by many powerful people at the beginning. After all, as an ancient mythical beast, the white tiger will inevitably attract the attention and scrutiny of some people with extraordinary eyesight once it fights. Feng Wuhan asked worriedly, "Will it not be discovered?" Gu Li shook his head confidently and said, "No, the monster ring on Aiken's hand was made by me. It can contain monsters without a contract, so it can't be seen." Chapter 566. The servant handed over several space rings with trembling hands. Guest, these are the crystals you won." After so many years of fighting in the Colosseum, he has seen a lot of things. But it is the first time to see such a large number of crystals. Gu Li and his friends smiled and thanked them, and calmly took the space rings and put them away. The servant saw this and asked carefully, "Guests, do you want to go to the 2nd floor to have a look?" Gu Li thought for a moment and nodded. "Let's go and have a look." "This way, please." The servant's face was immediately full of smiles, and he led the way respectfully in front, leading them to the 2nd floor. When everyone came to the 2nd floor, they found that the layout here was exactly the same as the 1st floor, with several spacious competition platforms and stands for spectators around. However, the only difference was that the people competing on the competition platform were all above the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm. The rich spiritual power fluctuations permeated the air, making people feel an invisible sense of oppression. The servant saw the opportunity and spoke again, "Dear guests, Do you want to compete again? Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, and he said without hesitation, Okay, help us sign up. The servant heard it, a flash of surprise in his eyes, and hurriedly said, Okay, then the guests can bet. Gu Li shook his head gently and said, We won't bet. Ah? This time it was the servant's turn to be stunned, his eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Just now on the first floor, these guests bet without blinking an eye, and were extremely arrogant. Why did they suddenly change their minds and stop betting on the second floor? Seeing his puzzled face, Gu Li couldn't help asking, Are there any questions? No, I go and help you sign up. The servant realized that he had lost his composure, quickly came to his senses, and smiled awkwardly. After saying that, he left in a hurry, fearing that these distinguished guests would change their minds if he was a little slower. Looking at the servant's back, Su Yun frowned slightly and sighed, It seems that we will have a hard fight. The opponents on the second level are all above the initial stage of the spiritual sea realm, and their strength is far from comparable to that of the first level. The next competition will definitely be extremely difficult. Gu Li raised his eyebrows. A hint of teasing flashed in his eyes, and teased, Are you scared? Su Yun immediately widened his eyes when he heard it, and said unconvincedly, I am scared. What a joke. After a while, the servant came back in a hurry, with a flattering smile on his face, and handed over a few number cards with both hands, saying, Guest, this is your number card. Gu Li reached out to take it, and her eyes fell on the number card, only to see that it clearly said the number 3. She subconsciously glanced at the number cards in the hands of others, and found that they were all different. Obviously, everyone was not on the same competition platform. The servant took the initiative to explain, There are not as many people on the second floor as on the first floor. Most of them are players from our Colosseum. So you will be given priority to compete. Gu Li frowned slightly and asked, Will we be assigned to the same arena? The servant shook his head hurriedly, and the smile on his face became brighter, saying, No, I have already arranged it here. You will not become opponents of each other. Thank you. Gu Li said, taking out an exquisite porcelain bottle from the space ring and handed it to him. The servant's eyes lit up instantly. He had been in the Colosseum for many years, so he could recognize at a glance that something that could be put in such a delicate porcelain bottle was most likely a precious elixir. He quickly took it with both hands respectfully, his face full of surprise and gratitude, and kept thanking, Thank you, guest. Gu Li just nodded lightly, without saying anything more. His expression was indifferent. The servant carefully put away the porcelain bottle, and then said, Dear guests, I have applied for a separate rest area for you. Please follow me. The servant led them into the rest area for contestants. At this moment, in addition to them, there were more than a dozen people of different shapes and colors in the rest area. These people were either sitting or standing, each immersed in their own world. Some closed their eyes to rest, some talked in a low voice, and some wiped their weapons silently. Seeing Gu Li and others come in, they just glanced casually, without showing too much surprise. After all, in this place, there are people who think they are very strong and climb up from the first floor every day. They are no longer surprised. As players who have been participating in the second floor for a long time, these people have a sense of superiority in their hearts. They look down on these newcomers, who have no strength in their eyes, but cannot see themselves clearly. In their opinion, these newcomers are just here to go through the motions, and will be eliminated soon. Just as everyone was thinking about it, the voice of the servant sounded at the right time. Guests, it's your turn. Gu Li, Shi Zihan and Feng Wen heard the words, and immediately stood up, and walked towards the competition stage. The three of them received the notice to go on stage at the same time, but their ring numbers were different, and they were about to face the challenge on different competition stages. Gu Li came to her competition stage, and saw the woman in front of her. She was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. The woman in front of her was in the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm, 2 levels higher than her. You know, the gap between the spiritual sea realm and the spiritual sea realm is like a natural chasm. Even if it was just the early stage of the spiritual sea realm, it was quite challenging for her, let alone the middle stage. Fang Yuqing looked at the slightly immature Gu Li in front of her, her mouth slightly raised, revealing a seemingly friendly smile, and said with a smile, Little sister, new face. Gu Li also smiled and asked back, Sister, can you show mercy? Fang Yuqing shook her head gently, and there was no room for negotiation in her tone. No. Then I'm sorry. As soon as Gu Li finished speaking, he rushed towards Fang Yuqing like an arrow from a bow. She decided to take the initiative to attack and test the opponent's strength. However, before she could get close, Fang Yuqing's figure flashed by like a ghost. She was so fast that people could hardly see her movements. Then, Fan Yuqing kicked Gu Li hard in the stomach. Gu Li only felt a huge force coming, and the whole person rolled uncontrollably in the air for several times before barely stabilizing his body. Fan Yuqing looked at Gu Li, still with a faint smile on her face, and said, "You are so cute, I really don't want to hurt you." But there was no mercy in her eyes, only the strong scrutiny of the weak. Gu Li gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his stomach, and looked at Fan Yuqing vigilantly. This woman was completely above him in terms of speed and strength, and the next competition would be extremely difficult. Chapter 567. Fan Yuqing had a confident and slightly playful smile on her face, and she looked at Gu Li and said, "Good sister, I've placed my bet, and it's about to end." Gu Li looked at her with a vigilant look on his face, and the spiritual power around him was like a volcano about to erupt, surging violently, ready to meet Fan Yuqing's attack at any time. Fan Yuqing quickly formed seals with her hands like a phantom, and muttered, "Fire art." Instantly, a hot breath spread rapidly with her as the center. Gu Li only felt a wave of heat coming at her. As if she was in a steamer, the heat was unbearable. Beads of sweat soon appeared on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks, and dripping onto the competition stage with a tick-tock sound. The air around them became thinner and thinner, and breathing became more and more difficult. At the same time, a raging fire suddenly broke out around the competition stage, and in the blink of an eye, an airtight wall of fire formed, completely enveloping the two of them. People outside could only see a sea of fire, and could not see what was going on inside. Su Yin looked at the fire scene below with a worried look on his face, and could not help but say, "It's so strong, can Ali withstand it?" Others also looked solemn, staring at the fire scene below, and no one responded. In the wall of fire, Fan Yuqing looked at Gu Li and spoke again, "Little sister, if you don't admit defeat, you will be slowly roasted." She was so beautiful, she really couldn't bear to hurt her. However, Gu Li did not flinch, with a firm light in her eyes, and resolutely said, "I want to try." She wanted to see whether this woman's fire was powerful, or whether the great evolution technique she practiced was better. Before she finished speaking, Gu Li quickly formed seals with both hands, De Yin Ju second style, flip the sky. Instantly, the spiritual power on her body shone brightly, and the original spiritual power turned into a fiery red color, echoing Fan Yuqing's flames from a distance. Then, the firewall cast by Fan Yuqing began to tremble slightly, showing some signs of instability. A hint of surprise flashed in Fan Yuqing's eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Interesting. She originally thought that she would win this competition, but she didn't expect that the opponent's cultivation was low, but his combat power was not low, which really surprised her. Gu Li didn't have the mind to pay attention to Fan Yuqing's evaluation. Fan Yuqing took advantage of her concentration, and suddenly launched a new round of attacks. Gu Li only felt a wave of heat surging under her feet, and she subconsciously took a big step back. Almost at the same time, she saw a thick flame burst out from the place where she was originally standing with a boom. Gu Li looked down, and saw that her hand had been burned by the flames. The flames were spreading along her arms little by little. Wherever they passed, her sleeves turned to ashes in an instant, and her skin was burned red. The situation was extremely critical, and she could not afford to hesitate. Gu Li quickly used her other hand to condense her spiritual power, and shot out a crystal-clear water column. The water column accurately hit the burning part, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and a burst of white water vapor rose up. This successfully stopped the flames from spreading further, and prevented her whole body from catching fire. Fan Yuqing looked at this scene with an admiring look on her face, and said slowly, "Dual-element spiritual master, good talent, but a little young." Without any hesitation, Gu Li quickly took out a handful of pills from the space, and stuffed them into her mouth. The pills melted in her mouth, and turned into a powerful spiritual power, that instantly flowed through her body. The spiritual power that was originally exhausted due to the fierce competition was restored in the blink of an eye, and even more abundant than before. Fan Yuqing couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw this scene. To have so many high-level pills, the little girl in front of her must be a child carefully cultivated by a big family. If the other party has been relying on pills to replenish spiritual power, it will be extremely disadvantageous to her if it drags on like this. After all, she also needs to consume a lot of spiritual power to maintain this powerful fiery art. If this goes on for a long time, her spiritual power will gradually dry up. Thinking of this, Fan Yuqing put away her previous careless look. Her eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle, and the whole person exuded a strong sense of oppression. Gu Li keenly noticed the change in Fan Yuqing's expression, and knew in his heart that the other party was going to get serious. She didn't dare to slack off at all, and stared at Fan Yuqing with full concentration, her nerves all tense, ready to deal with the opponent's attack at any time. Suddenly, Fan Yuqing's figure disappeared in front of Gu Li. At the same time, Gu Li keenly noticed a strong spiritual power fluctuation coming from behind. Fan Yuqing's speed was as fast as lightning. When Gu Li just realized the danger and wanted to dodge, Fan Yuqing had already approached like a ghost and grabbed her shoulder. Gu Li's heart tightened, and she didn't have time to think about it. She directly shot back a powerful spiritual power, trying to break free from Fan Yuqing's grip. Fan Yuqing seemed to have expected it, and easily dodged the attack by turning sideways. Then, she exerted her arm suddenly, lifted Gu Li up high, and slammed her to the ground. Bang! With a loud noise, Gu Li felt as if her whole body was falling apart, and the pain was unbearable. At this time, her whole body was deeply embedded in the hard ground, raising a cloud of dust. One of her hands was still tightly suppressed by Fan Yuqing, making it difficult for her to get up. But Gu Li did not give up. She gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain, and quickly mobilized most of her spiritual power. A powerful force condensed in her body, and then suddenly burst out, directly impacting Fan Yuqing. Fan Yuqing did not expect that Gu Li still had such a counterattack in such a predicament. She staggered and took a few steps back. Gu Li took the opportunity to breathe heavily, and climbed up from the ground with difficulty. He took out a lot of pills again and swallowed them, hoping to recover some physical and spiritual power. At this moment, Gu Li suddenly felt a strange feeling in the double meridians in her body. It seemed that she was about to break through to a new realm. However, before she could be surprised, Fan Yuqing appeared in front of her again like a ghost. Fan Yuqing's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and she threw a punch without hesitation, directly knocking Gu Li out. Gu Li had no time to make any defense, and the whole person flew out of the competition stage uncontrollably, and fell directly out of the competition stage. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene, watching a person fly out of the competition stage surrounded by flames. Then, the flames on the competition stage gradually dissipated, and Fan Yuqing stood proudly in the middle of the competition stage with a calm expression. Ali, Mu Yunqi and others saw Gu Li being knocked away, and stood up from their seats at once. Gu Li climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Although the pain was unbearable, the fighting spirit in her eyes did not diminish at all. She shouted to Fan Yuqing on the competition stage, "I find you next time." Fan Yuqing raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a confident smile, and responded, "Sister is waiting for you." Chapter 568. Mu Yunqi asked anxiously, "Ali, are you okay?" Gu Li frowned slightly, but his eyes were full of excitement, and said, "I'm about to break through. I'm going back first, come on." Suyin heard it, and said loudly, "No way, so fast." Gu Li smiled slightly and encouraged, "You can do it too." Shi Zihan nodded calmly and said, "Well, be careful." Gu Li didn't say anything more, got up and hurried out. Fan Yuqing walked over slowly with a smile and blocked Gu Li's way. "What? Are you going to run away after losing?" Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and said, "See you tomorrow." After that, she quickened her pace and left here quickly. After returning to the inn, Gu Li didn't dare to delay for a moment, and went directly into the chaos ring. She sat cross-legged, with spiritual power surging around her body, and began to absorb spiritual power with all her strength to impact the Spirit Sea realm. Suyin looked at the direction where Gu Li left, and said somewhat frustratedly, "Ali has lost. It seems that we can't win so easily." Mu Yunqi looked indifferent, and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. Anyway, they didn't bet, as long as they could save their lives. It didn't matter how badly they were injured." At this time, a servant walked over quickly, with a smile on his face, and said, "Dear guests, the competition stage is vacated, it's your turn." Lin Yuchen stood up without saying a word, and said decisively, "Let's go." The other people also stood up, tidied their clothes, and prepared to go to their respective competition stages with a resolute look. Seeing this, the servant reluctantly spoke again, "Are you really not going to bet?" Just now, the boss specifically said that they must do everything they can to get them to place bets, otherwise the Colosseum will suffer too much loss today because of their appearance. Feng Wen said indifferently, "I don't want to place bets." The servant wanted to persuade them a few more times, but they had already left without looking back. Suyin walked away, muttering softly, "What a joke, it's good enough to survive, and you still place bets." Soon, the 5 people came to the competition stage. Their opponents were all masters in the early stage of the Spiritual Sea realm, with a huge gap in strength. As soon as the battle started, the 5 people fell into a bitter battle. Not long after, they were covered with various scars, and their clothes were stained red with blood. But even so, none of them had the slightest intention of retreating in their eyes, but instead burned with full fighting spirit. Looking at the wounded Shizi Han, the man who fought with him sneered and asked disdainfully, "Are you sure you want to fight?" Shizi Han didn't say anything, silently took a pill, and then slowly said, "No, I admit defeat." When the man heard this, the sneer on his face became even more intense, and he said viciously, "Admit defeat? This will only end if I let you go, or I kill you." Shizi Han looked calm, just replied faintly, "Oh." Seeing this, the man's eyes flashed a fierce light, and he roared, "Then you go to hell." After that, he rushed toward Shizi Han like a hungry tiger. He was not as merciful as Fan Yuqing. On his competition stage, either the opponent died or he died, there was no other choice. Shizi Han looked at the man rushing over calmly, without a trace of panic in his eyes, and even without the intention of dodging. Just when the man's attack was about to hit him, suddenly, a suffocating force appeared out of nowhere and slapped the man away. A flash of light appeared on the competition stage, and a huge figure appeared. Jiuing. The man finally stabilized his body, looked up and saw this scene, and couldn't help shouting in horror, "Jiuing!" At the same time, contracted beasts appeared on several other competition stages. White Tiger Taotai by Zhe Qilin. For a moment, the audience around each competition stage all stood up excitedly, and bursts of exclamations broke out in the crowd. Ancient mythical beasts. And ancient fierce beasts. They are with the woman just now, 6 people. 6 people, confronted, they are the 6 young people who were surrounded some time ago. Those are ancient mythical beasts, and ancient fierce beasts. It would be a waste to fall into their hands. Don't be impulsive. Don't forget that they still have many strong people at the peak of the spirit infant realm. Hearing this, many people who were originally ready to move, and had ill intentions forced themselves to suppress their thoughts. After all, the strong people in the spirit infant realm are not something that these little minions can provoke. Everyone suddenly realized that it was no wonder that these 6 young people, whose cultivation seemed so low, dared to come to the dangerous 2nd floor. It turned out that they had such a powerful contracted beast. With such strength, it seems not impossible to go to the 9th floor. Gu Er said with regret, "Oh, if I had known, I would have won by betting on them." Gu Yi responded seriously, "If the young master says not to bet on them, then don't bet on them." At this time, the situation on the competition stage was reversed instantly because of the appearance of the contracted beast. Shizi Han looked at the pale-faced man in front of him and said slowly, "Do you want to take out some contracted beasts?" When the man heard this, his heart sank. He did have a contracted beast, but what was the use of taking it out in the face of the opponent's majestic ancient beast? It was just a waste of death. So, he shouted almost without hesitation, "I give up." But Shizi Han had no intention of letting him go, and responded coldly, "Either die or be beaten to death by me, there is no option of giving up." The man was full of regret at this time. If he had known that the man in front of him was one of the 6 people who were surrounded before, he should have given up directly at the beginning. Why would he fight with the other party foolishly? He was full of fear in his eyes, and begged for mercy. "I know I was wrong." However, Shizi Han had no mercy and said lightly, "Then you should die." "No." The man didn't even have time to make a complete scream before he lost his breath and fell straight to the ground. After dealing with the opponent, the 5 dragged their wounded bodies and supported each other back to the rest area. Su Yian looked at Lin Yuchen and couldn't help teasing, "You are more seriously injured than me." Lin Yuchen retorted unhappily, "Nonsense, I almost lost my life." At this time, the servant came running over with a flattering smile on his face, holding a space ring in his hand, handed it to everyone, and said, "Guests, this is for you." Feng Wuhan looked at the space ring he handed over, with a puzzled face, and asked, "What is this?" The servant hurriedly explained, "My master said that you have worked hard here. This is a little bit of thought." Mu Yunqi understood instantly that the other party recognized their identities, and came to apologize. Chapter 569. However, they didn't think that the other party had any special intentions against them before. After all, the purpose of coming here is to improve their strength, and a higher difficulty is not a bad thing for them. The servant saw that no one wanted to accept it, and he was so anxious that he almost cried, begging, "Dear guests, just take it." Shizi Han said calmly, "No, we have money." The servant knelt down with a thump and said with a sad face, "Please, if you don't accept it, I will die." Shizi Han sighed helplessly, took the ring, and said, "Thank you." The 7 people stood at the door of the Colosseum and looked at each other. Gu Er said with a puzzled look, "Were we driven out?" Feng Wuhan nodded slightly and said, "It seems so." Sui-Yun looked at a loss and complained. No, we didn't do anything, why drive us out? It's just a win of crystal stones. Is it necessary to be so stingy? Shi Zihan thought for a moment and guessed. It should be that the shadow guards scared them. Lin Yuchen was a little puzzled and said, Gu'er, didn't Gu'er do anything? Mu Yunqi rolled his eyes at him and said, 50 peak spirit infants in this place, aren't you afraid? Lin Yuchen thought carefully, nodded seriously, and said, if it's an enemy, it's really scary. At this time in the chaotic space, Gu Li was fully immersed in cultivation. She was struggling to impact the key realm of the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm. The rich spiritual energy around her was like a surging tide, constantly washing her meridians and spirit veins. After Mu Yunqi and the others returned to the inn, and then took them directly into the chaotic space. As soon as everyone entered, they saw Gu Li was at a critical moment of cultivation. So, several people tacitly found a relatively quiet place, sat down cross-legged, and began to practice together. Time passed slowly in silence, and Gu Li's aura was like a rising tide, increasing little by little. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air seemed to be attracted by some powerful force, and it poured into her body more and more frantically. Formed a series of spiritual energy vortices visible to the naked eye. Finally, the barrier that prevented her from entering the early stage of the spiritual sea realm began to tremble slightly. Then, there was a slight click sound, and cracks appeared on the barrier. With the continuous impact of the spiritual energy, the barrier was completely shattered, making a crisp sound, like broken glass. In an instant, Gu Li's aura suddenly increased a lot, breaking through 2 levels in a row, and she successfully broke through to the cultivation level of the middle stage of the spiritual sea realm. Gu Li slowly opened her eyes, her bright eyes flashing with a lively light. What caught her eyes were her friends, who were also concentrating on practicing beside her, trying to reach the next level. Although she was confused, she didn't understand why they suddenly came back. But she chose not to disturb them. But with a thought, she quickly formed seals with both hands and set up a spirit-attracting formation for them. The spiritual energy in the chaotic space was originally much thicker than that in the outside world. Now with the blessing of the spirit-attracting formation, the spiritual energy became even thicker and thicker, as if it had materialized, and was pouring into their bodies at a very fast speed. Not long after, Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan simultaneously emitted a strong breath fluctuation. The two broke through to the early stage of the spiritual sea realm one after another. Gu Li was slightly startled and couldn't help saying, "You two broke through so quickly. You know, they actually jumped 2 levels directly, which is extremely rare." She was able to break through 2 levels because of the cultivation method taught by the master and her own divine and demonic dual veins. Shi Zihan smiled and explained, "Yuanxi asked us to suppress the spiritual power in our bodies as much as possible before, and coupled with the unique cultivation method taught by the master, we broke through in succession." Gu Li suddenly realized and nodded to show his understanding. After a while, Mu Yunqi, Lin Yuchen and Sui Yun also broke through the breath fluctuations of the breakthrough one after another. What is amazing is that the speed of these 3 people's breakthrough is faster than Shi Zihan and Feng Wuhan, breaking through the 3rd level directly, and also reaching the realm of the early stage of the spiritual sea realm. Sui Yun said excitedly, "Sure enough, the pills were not taken in vain, and the beatings I received before were not in vain." Gu Li then remembered the question in his heart and asked, "By the way, why did you come back so soon?" Mu Yunqi then told her everything that happened in the Colosseum from beginning to end. After listening, Gu Li looked at his friends and asked, "You mean we were kicked out?" Shi Zihan nodded helplessly, "Yes." Gu Li sighed softly, and soon regained his determination. "Forget it, change your identity and go again." Mu Yunqi said with some concern, "But it may be dangerous." After all, their previous experience in the Colosseum made everyone understand that it is difficult to ensure their own safety without a contracted beast by their side. Gu Li thought for a moment and said, "Let the contracted beast come out when it is absolutely necessary." Lin Yuchen frowned. "Won't it still be exposed?" Feng Wuhan replied, "Then go in with another identity." Gu Li's mouth corners slightly raised, and he smiled and nodded. "A hen understands me." Sui Yun couldn't wait to say, "Then let's go." Gu Li immediately took out the Huanyan pill from the storage ring and distributed it to several people. The pill melted in the mouth and turned into a warm current flowing through their bodies. After a while, the appearance of several people changed slightly. Afterwards, they changed their clothes and set off again in the direction of the Colosseum. In order not to arouse suspicion, Gu Li also specially asked Gu Yi and Gu Er to go separately from them to form a difference in the number of people. Soon, they arrived at the Colosseum. The waiter at the door greeted them with a smile on his face. "Please come in, guests." Gu Li said calmly. We are going to go down. The waiter responded respectfully. Okay, I will register you now. Gu Li then said, we are going to the second floor. The waiter was slightly stunned, as if he was a little surprised by their choice, but then he returned to normal and said, follow me. Several people followed the waiter to a registration office, sat down, and waited quietly for the waiter to register them. After a while, several people successfully got their number plates. Shi Zihan frowned slightly, glanced at everyone, and slowly said, if our opponent is still in the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm, it will not be of much use to us. After all of them are now in the early stage of the Spirit Sea realm, and Gu Li has even reached the middle stage of the Spirit Sea realm. For them, opponents of the same level are unlikely to pose a substantial threat in battle. It is really difficult to break through the physical limit by fighting with such an opponent. Gu Li smiled and said, it's okay, we can play a few games on the second floor and then go to the third floor. Chapter 570. As expected, their opponents in the first round were all practitioners in the early stage of the Spiritual Sea realm. And Gu Li met Fan Yuqing again and faced each other. Fan Yuqing looked at Gu Li standing in front of her and couldn't help but frown slightly. She stared at Gu Li's face, and a sense of inexplicable familiarity surged in her heart, but for a moment she couldn't remember where she had seen him. Gu Li's mouth corner slightly raised, revealing a sweet smile, and said politely, Sister, please give me more advice. Fan Yuqing secretly looked at Gu Li, but was surprised to find that she couldn't see through her cultivation. This unpredictable feeling made her dare not be careless, and she immediately became alert in her heart. Gu Li saw that the other party had no intention of attacking first, and she didn't waste time. She saw her figure flash, and instantly teleported in front of Fan Yuqing like a black lightning. Then, she punched her without hesitation. Fan Yuqing reacted very quickly. She felt the danger approaching, and she kicked the ground with both feet. She flew backwards like an arrow, narrowly avoiding Gu Li's powerful punch. With a loud bang, a deep hole was punched out by Gu Li's punch, and gravel and dust flew. Fan Yuqing looked at the pitted competition platform with shock in her eyes. She secretly exclaimed in her heart, what a fast speed, what a strong force. Gu Li saw her dodge, but there was no surprise on his face. She flashed again, pounced on Fan Yuqing like a ghost, and attacked again. This time, her attack was more fierce, and a series of spiritual power moves poured towards Fan Yuqing like a storm. Fan Yuqing could only dodge for a while, her figure dodging left and right on the competition stage. However, Gu Li's attack was too fierce, and she had no chance to fight back. She could only defend with all her strength and look for the opportunity to counterattack. The two of them fought back and forth for hundreds of rounds. Every collision burst out a dazzling spiritual light, and the entire competition stage was reflected in colorful colors. When Gu Li's fierce spiritual power was about to hit her again, Fan Yuqing knew that she would definitely lose if she continued like this, so she shouted decisively, I admit defeat. Gu Li heard this surrender, and suddenly retracted the moves to attack her, and showed that sweet smile on her face again, and said politely, Thank you. Fan Yuqing looked at Gu Li with a trace of admiration in her eyes, and said sincerely, You are very strong. Gu Li smiled politely and responded, Thank you for the compliment. After that, he turned around and returned to the rest area for the players. Not long after, her friends also returned victorious. For them, the second-level contestants were not difficult, and they won the competition easily without much trouble. Sui Yin seemed particularly excited. He had broken through several levels in a row, and was now full of strength. He urgently needed to fight to consolidate his cultivation. He looked around and felt that he could no longer fully exert his strength here, so he suggested, Let's go to the third level. Gu Li nodded in agreement. Well, take us to the third level. The servant who was in charge of guiding them heard their conversation, and couldn't help but widen his eyes. You know, these people are not veterans who have been here for a long time. They had only been here for the first day, so why did they ask to go to the third floor so quickly? The difficulty of the competition on the third floor was several levels higher than that on the second floor. But the servant was a professional after all, and he quickly came to his senses, regained his professional smile on his face, and asked, Are you sure, guests? Shi Zihan answered without hesitation, Yes. Seeing this, the servant said respectfully, Please follow me. After that, he led the way in front, and the few of them followed closely behind him, and the group walked towards the third floor. And Gu Yi and Gu Er, who had been silently guarding nearby, also quietly followed them after they entered the third floor, always paying attention to their safety. Fan Yuqing looked at their backs as they left, and quickly recalled all the details in her mind, and finally guessed who had just fought with her. Thinking of this, she was shocked. But in just one day, the other party actually broke through 2 levels. Such an amazing cultivation speed was really unimaginable for her. She had a vague premonition in her heart that they would meet again. As soon as they stepped into the rest area of the players on the 3rd floor, a strong sense of malice hit them. Hey, a few young people are here. A big man, with a stubble on his face, walked over with an arrogant step. This man is called Chow Yun, and he is also well known on the 3rd floor. He has always been proud of his strength, and likes to show off to newcomers. Gu Li and his friends seemed not to hear what he said. They went straight to a seat aside to sit down and rest, adjusting their own state, and completely ignored Chow Yun's provocation. Chow Yun thought that these newcomers would immediately please him when he spoke, but he didn't expect to be ignored like this. For a moment, he was embarrassed and his face turned pale. Little girl, this is not the place for you to play around. Chow Yun was so angry that he stretched out his hand to touch Gu Li's face. He looked like a gangster bully. Gu Yi and Gu Er, who had been paying close attention to Gu Li in the audience, saw this scene and wanted to rush down to tear Chow Yun to pieces. They cursed in their hearts, "Damn old man, how dare he take advantage of their young master." Gu Li's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he tilted his head to avoid it lightly, saying in a cold tone, "I can help you cut off your hands if you don't need them." Although the voice was not loud, the murderous intent contained in it made the surrounding air seem to drop a few degrees. The people watching nearby laughed when they saw this. "Ha ha, Chow Yun, you are disliked." On this 3rd floor, people usually don't like Chow Yun's arrogance and domineering, and they are naturally happy to see him being embarrassed. Chow Yun was ridiculed by everyone, and he became even more angry. He stared at Gu Li fiercely and said, "You are so arrogant, but I don't know how capable you are." Gu Li slowly raised her head, looked at him with a sharp gaze, and raised a provocative smile at the corner of her mouth. "Want to fight?" In her opinion, Chow Yun, who was in the middle stage of the Spiritualist realm, was quite interesting. She could use him to test her strength after the breakthrough. Chow Yun snorted disdainfully. "I won't comfort her if she cries after being beaten." In his heart, the little girl in front of him was just bluffing, and he could beat her to tears with just a few moves. Gu Li sneered, "If you don't dare, get out of here." Her eyes were full of contempt, and this undisguised attitude completely angered Chow Yun. Chow Yun's face instantly turned red, and he shouted with a dark face, "I spoke to you in a nice way, but you are too disrespectful." At this moment, Mu Yunqi, who had been beside Gu Li, scolded him unceremoniously. "Who do you think you are?